Futures back in negative territory to kick things off this morning. We're just getting Canadian CPI data coming through. Inflation in this country to the downside 2 months in a row here. 5.9 versus 6.1 expected on the year-over-year Canadian number there. So a nice print for the Canadian. The Bank of Canada expectation there, 5% and 0.3 on the month over month. Welcome back. Hope everyone enjoyed their long weekend as we head into a holiday shortened week. A ton to get to this week. We get Fed minutes coming up this week. That's going to be the major market moving event as far as U.S. inflation is concerned. A number of individual movers so far this morning. I just saw NIO, N-I-O, pop up on a report they're going to build a factory in China specifically for a budget, quote unquote, budget EV to go to Europe, expanding that market a little bit once again for them. Tesla moving around. We have retail to the downside, obviously Home Depot and Walmart both reporting this morning. Ton to get to. It's Tuesday, February 21st, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There we go. Look at the board for you at this point. It is tech once again, as we saw back on Friday, leading the way to the downside, 1.15, a full percent for the Dow. That's picked up in the past hour or so. The Dow was faring a little bit better, about a full percent there for the S&P to kick things off as well. A little negativity back in crypto. We saw a big move up, obviously, to end the week last week. Crude oil, the only one hanging out in positive territory as we get into brand new week, holiday shortened week. Sharif is here as always. How was your weekend?
Good. Too short, as always.
Yeah, it kind of flew by. A ton to talk about here. A better than expected print for us on the inflation side of things, but it's going to be retail in focus this week. We get into the heart of retail earnings here in the U.S.
Yeah, absolutely. Walmart delivering a pretty impressive report this morning. The market not liking it, selling off. Looks like guidance was the issue there. Concerns about the recession going forward. But an interesting tidbit, though, from Home Depot saying although their sales were down in the fourth quarter, the weakness in the real estate market allows people to kind of reinvest and upgrade the current homes that they're in. So interesting to see how this one will fare.
Yeah, and this is a story that we've been hearing over the past couple of months here, this forward-looking guidance coming in. Lighter than expected. It's the weekend's passed, obviously. Sean is back in the building, my point here, after hanging out with Justin on the weekend, Sean, or no?
What is that? What's that inside joke?
You were in Ottawa.
The Prime Minister.
Oh, was he even there? I don't know. We had a good one. I was like, our Justin? And then I was like, Justin Bieber? And then I was like,
the big Justin.
The big guy. No, only Brendan has clearance to walk right into Parliament. But no, we were there, and there was still, actually, I posted it up on, I think it was Twitter, I think. Anyways, we went there. There's still a few little rally cries there for, actually, you know what? There was a Jamaican vaccine song or something that they were all playing. It was like some reggae song. It was like, don't take the vaccine. It was like some really, really gangster.
They're still on that.
Yeah, so they were still on that. So there was a few of that because it was, I think, a year ago where they had that trucker blockade there. And so there was a few of them. But it was a lot of fun, man. And then last night, I even tweeted it out as well. I'll show it later. But my daughter did hockey all weekend. And she won the tournament MVP for her team, so that was nice. Yeah. And then last night she was at, exactly. And then last night she was at baseball. So
it's that time of year,
it doesn't stop, and I'm just glad to be back. I mean, glad to be back. Yeah. The hotel was great. It was a lot of fun. We counted 37 between, 8 to 10-year-old girls in a hot tub and a hotel pool at one point at about 8 to 9 at night there on Saturday. So it was absolutely wild. The girls shut down the hotel. 11 o'clock, everyone had to get kicked out of there. But the best part was security came around, and as long as our drinks were in plastic cups, it was all good. So we're drinking by the pool.
Respect the parents.
It was fun, and it was a lot of fun. What did you guys do?
We had so I was up with my in-laws up north, and we had it was a couple of birthday parties for two of the kids. My daughter's this week, and then my nephew's this week. So there was a piñata, there was some tobogganing, there was some hiking because they have some land up there, which is pretty cool. Although the funny thing is, my wife bought us these snowshoes. And then we went hiking, and you need snowshoes when you go hiking on my in-laws' place. And then we just never used them because my daughter, she's like, no, I don't want to use snowshoes.
She didn't want it, but
No.
did she sink or?
Well, yeah.
Oh, okay.
She sung,
So it wasn't
and it would have
super-
been better with them, but she still didn't want to use them.
Wasn't
That's fine.
super
It is
successful.
what it is. Canadian problems.
Brendan, what did you do, man?
We had a very productive weekend. We did some very boring spring cleaning and got rid of a whole bunch of crap that was taking up too much space in our house. So it was a good weekend, though. Great, beautiful here in Toronto. Weather was great. It was nice and warm, and did lots of walking and spent some time outside. So that was nice to have that time. I mean, if we shift focus, I guess there's no good segue for this, but let's talk about NIO here. Some of the Chinese names under pressure this morning. This is one of them. Not really doing anything on this, but if you remember going back to, I want to say spring, summer of last year, NIO sends the first vehicles over to Europe that were being built in China. Now come out this morning saying they're going to build a factory specifically to supply more vehicles going forward with China. Positive, obviously, overall.
Yeah, and a budget EV, and
Yeah.
that hasn't been their play so far. They've been more catering to like the higher end market. I spoke about this, I think about last month or so. NIO has this battery recharging station where you go in, you have a spro, you have a drink, you talk to like-minded people, right? So this will be a different move for them, Brendo.
Yeah, I'd like to have somebody bring me a Spro if I was taking my car in. But guys, is this a front run of Tesla, who is also expected to announce a quote-unquote budget EV car? There's going to be the Model 3, and then there's been this rumor of something to come before that. So NIO may be jumping the gun here.
Yeah, maybe. Look, competition is definitely heating up. Although, according to Charlie Munger, none of this matters because BYD's beating everybody so bad it's like going out of style. But look, this is actually not moving the needle for NIO. It's flat. What I will say, if you look at what's going on in some of the Chinese ADRs, is you have the internet companies. They're all down 6 to 9%. Talking about like Baba and JD and Pinduoduo, and we'll get to those. But the EVs aren't that bad. Like Li Auto's actually flat today into a down percent market. But NIO, as a stock, this has gotten pretty boring on NIO recently. Maybe boring's good off of this low and it has a chance to rally at some point, but it's just been hanging out at $10. It's chilling. Like there's maybe a couple of bounce plays you could have off of this. I think if it really does settle down here long enough, it does one of those like little flat bottoms where you really almost don't have anywhere to go but up. It's the third higher low on the daily chart. I'm not really seeing a ton of trade in here. I want to see maybe it holds for this week, and then if $10 holds this week, it gets pretty exciting in terms of just getting trades off of it. Li Auto's the actual stronger one today. I'm just going to quickly pull this one up because I wanted to show just. It's a bit of a different daily when you see something holding above the 50 period and kind of its gentle upward trend certainly still holding up, and usually like strength a little bit better when it looks like this, and that support at 23 is just more enticing than something like NIO. So Li Auto would be the one I put in the strong bucket for trades at least. Doesn't mean it has to go up today, but all of these are taking a back seat to PDD, JD, and Baba for me today because those are moving. Pinduoduo, been waiting around for this to finally happen. Well, Pinduoduo, this stock is broken this 50 period moving average. It's flat bottom break at 90. It looks like this one is maybe turning around for real. The EV names have been falling asleep, but that could just mean they're consolidating for a breakout. We'll see.
Yeah, one name we'll just go back to Tesla here. I mean, this name is one that's, like Neil was just mentioning here, this name not really falling asleep. I think you're starting to go back up to the upside here, bouncing off 215, right? So we had that 215 high on the daily chart, and then even if you just go back to sort of Friday here, was really strong into the close. Now, I know a lot of names were strong into the close, but it's really nice to see that. Still down 1.4%, not that great. You're always going to be looking at 200 for some support, so we're a little ways away from that. Still at 206. I think we could fall, especially if this market comes down today. This is a name that I want to look to pick up for sure, and I think you can start to play with it around this $200 mark for the long side of things. I actually didn't write down anything here for Tesla, but whoops, I just closed that chart. Didn't want to do that. We'll reopen that in a minute. It was just sort of here. You saw 200, and then you've seen this 210 area right into here. So we spent, what, 3 days or so above 210 before breaking down pretty violently back to 200. So this little area between 200 and 210 to me seems a little bit like, do we want to trade in there? But I really like the short for today up to 210. So if you bump up $5, I like the short there at 210. And if you get down $5, I kind of like the long here around 200. The only problem with the 200 long is, you know, you do have some wicks down here to 198, 197. This is just a 20-minute chart, right? So you do have some nice moves to the downside right there. That's possible. I think you can hold 198 to 200. And I think you can also hold 210 on the short side. So for me, Tesla's just a scalp in between these $10, and then we'll wait. If the market continues to make a move up here, which it has, then maybe that 210 breaks long. So let's wait to see how the market opens up here. You're still a ways from key levels, man. You're back in the middle here at 12,500. That's where we'd like to be at for the top side and the bottom side of 12. So that's right where you are right now. We've already broken back down below. When I was here last week, we were talking about 12,400. That was a very, very key level, man. You came in, you danced around it, moved lower, came back up to it and bounced, and now we're rejecting, and now the NASDAQ looks like it wants to break back down below, and we won't stop at 12.1. I think you go to 12 and then 11.9. So I still think the NASDAQ has a little bit of air to come out into it. So if you weren't busy with family or President's Day this weekend, maybe you were bear hunting, because I really feel like the bears are going to be out here over the next couple days, and I see some downside moves here. So for me, I want to short some pops rather than wait for some longs. So 12,400 should give us that Tesla short that we want. Otherwise, let's just wait for the NASDAQ to make a pretty decent move here, which I think it's going to. Back down to 12,000 wouldn't surprise me.
Quickly, this MOB, little one, just popping up here. We're just saying to Sharif, nothing like a double in 4 candles. It gets up to $3 there from $1.50 or so on a DOD contract that just came out there for Mobilecom. So we'll watch that one, little one. Anyways, PayPal, we were talking about a little bit on Friday, downside for the second day in a row. Make it 3 here in the pre-market, coming off earnings last week, if you remember. The forecast was not good. Block as well, same story, downside. More follow through this morning here. These fintech payment companies, not good so far.
Continue to get hurt, Brendo. They're continuing to move to the downside. They're Square and these other payment players like Affirm continue to meet new competition from Apple. Apple Pay Later, I should say, coming later this year. So, you know, it's been a tough landscape for them for the last year and a half.
Yeah, gapping down here, 1.25, guys, for PayPal once again. That's what Friday looked like. And if you zoom out a little bit, you'll find the earnings day. But 73, maybe? That was that low from Friday.
Yeah, this is not a very good looking chart because, you know, you broke the 50 period on PayPal. We get Block on Thursday, I think. Block reports this week, so we'll see if that's any better. It might not be, but down beneath 76, and once it broke that, it's kind of like look for shorts until it finds a support level. So I hate to say it, but there's a lot of things that are setting up today that are going to be like, ooh, short into previous support, into resistance level. So I want to do that on PDD, Pinduoduo that is. I want to do that with something like a PayPal. I just don't know if PayPal gets back up to 75, 76 to give you that opportunity. There's just a few other names out there that might be a little bit more intriguing, but it's a gently gliding down chart that just last week broke that support level at 76, and then suddenly you just have room down below. So if it's beneath that 76 to 50 period, to me, you're shorting pops into that. I was also saying is Block that reports later on this week, maybe a bit of a, I don't know, it's not necessarily that it's going to be bad for Block, because I always forget that it's on the New York Stock Exchange. I just can't really see anything too different from what we saw in PayPal in terms of setup. The good news is, if you're always looking for strength and weakness in both ends here, you know, ahead of earnings, it could find itself bouncing off the 50-period moving average. But it just feels like deja vu, testing the 50, earnings comes, break through, and then fall to the downside. Like how easy would it be for Block to have exactly the same fate? All that said, it is still above 72 bucks. This one is still actually holding support. So if we were to get a bounce in the market here, we're down 1.1% on the NASDAQ. If there was a rally, at least this name could reclaim 74 support, have the 50-period moving average. I wouldn't be looking for that type of a long in PayPal today, but at least Block gives you the chance. I'm looking shorts first, but if the market starts trending up, I do remember this is bouncing, attempting to bounce off resistance. I shouldn't say bouncing until it actually happens.
Oops. I was just going to look up what Square's short interest was here. Yeah, so it's not too bad. It's only 4.9. And then February 23rd post-market. So Wednesday afternoon here for Square block, of course, coming through. So I actually think this is, like Neil, I think this is a little more interesting just because A, you have earnings coming through, and B, you're right now just breaking below the 200-period moving average here. And that's not, you know, technically, sorry, the 50-period moving average running into the 200-period. So I don't know. For me, this is an interesting name that you're starting to break below now. And yeah, I worry it's right there. It's that 50 is the pink line. I don't know if it's showing up pink on your screen or not, but so that's about to break below. And then when you break below that, then you're also breaking below past support and resistance, same thing. It was, you know, 73 was something that we bounced our head off 1, 2, 3 times before eventually clearing it and only getting to 90. And now we're testing back lower. So unfortunately, this is not a name that I'd like to hold right now. You're gonna be under 73 heading into earnings, it looks like, especially if we have the next couple of nasty days. Then you have 70, which is a key level. So if you break below that, then I feel like Square is setting up for a miss, unfortunately, down here to 60 bucks, something like that. I could see this being a bottom for Square, which I think you could pick some up. But I'd like to see the quarter. I don't know how many, like what the competition looks like. We know we have Stripe coming to market very, very soon. PayPal, we just sort of started talking about that one, and that one's, you know, been getting hit naturally down to the downside as well. And that should be below its 50 period as well right there of 80 bucks. And now you're down to this name they're both at $73. Okay, that's interesting. Back down to $73 here, and then trying to bounce off its bottom of 65. But both, you know, definitely participating negatively. And of course, one of the bigger names, they're not bigger, but one of the more movement names here that we may be trading more as traders. I know we've done this over the last little while, of course, is Upstart, you know, which another fintech name that really gets going because of their short interest. But look at that fail over the last couple days, back down here sub 18 again today. So we'll have to watch out for that. 16 could hold for Upstart, but none of these names look, I mean, don't have to talk to me about PaySafe. That one's a dumpster fire. All these fintech names don't seem to be doing very well. Even as crypto, actually, crypto is, what is it, 25? Did we break through 25 this weekend? We're at 20, well, I guess we did. We're at 24.6 right now. I only saw it today. I was sort of not paying too much attention here. Let's just go back over to a daily chart here just to look at crypto for a little bit. Yes, there it is. So we did break above this weekend, 25, 275, stopped there. Now you're starting to retrace back. Crypto has to hold this 22 area. I don't really know why Block and PayPal and all that sort of follow crypto too much. That's not a huge part of it, but let's wait to see what their income statements talks about with crypto for Square. But I don't like them both, man. They're both below the 50-period moving averages, and to me, that's a no-no for longs.
All right, let's talk about, I just saw DocuSign, just be aware, DocuSign popping up on a UBS downgrade there, or cut to sell, so UBS cutting to sell. This is what is this? The 10-year. So this is a daily chart for the 10-year. So you got to go all the way back to December. So that was the December high that we're testing once again right now. In fact, 3.89 on the 10-year. You flip over to the 2-year, same story. We're right back to last week's highs here, 4.68, 4.7. Quick look at the dollar, not really doing anything as a daily chart, just kind of hanging out at the top end of the range as well. So strength in all of those going to obviously affect those rate sensitive types of stocks. All of big tech to the downside. We'll get into this a little bit more, but here's the story on, this is actually not the story I just realized, on Meta, but there is a story on Meta at Tencent. We can go to Sharif's screen to get that, guys. Tencent looking to sell the Quest VR headset over in China.
Yeah, interesting. You and I talking about this off camera. Basically, American companies need to go through Chinese companies to sell in China. Not is the case in the reverse. So interesting development there. But here's the thing, guys. Tencent had their own VR department, which they shut down because they complained about costs. So they're passing the buck off to Meta, who's been criticized for spending too much money on the metaverse, right? So we'll see. And their main competitor too, Brendo, in China for the metaverse and VR, ByteDance.
So they're going to be on two fronts, going head-to-head with ByteDance and TikTok. This headline, guys, you might have saw there, they are also looking at selling a Twitter-like verified tag on their platforms right across all of them. The service could be offered as low as $11.99, so similar to the Twitter model. But that came out late on Sunday as well from Meta.
Meta, and I think
Finally.
it's like Meta, AMC, and like one other stock on my quote board were positive today. I mean, UVXY is positive, but I mean that doesn't count because it's inversely related to the markets. And at the end of the day, relative strength is what it is. So whether you think that's a huge piece of news, that's actually a good piece of news. I think the ByteDance thing, the verification was probably some point coming anyways. The question becomes, can we hold Friday's close? Friday's close 173. Meta was definitely breaking out late in the day on Friday, and certainly had a pretty good run of it. If it does break 73, I will definitely be looking back down to the afternoon bottoms here at 171, like 75. Right around there, 171, 75, 72. So those are the two levels I want to be dip buying. I'll be on the bid just in case we get a big flush at the open. I think I want to pick it up in front of Friday's close. I just like the fact that the stock has generally been giving you, ever since the gap up, it gapped up and then finds a support level, respects that support level, gives you all kinds of, has been giving you all kinds of scalping opportunities off of that. Then it made a lower one, and that actually held up at 173 for a while. We spent one day beneath it, that was Friday, and now we're right back above it. So when I see that happen, it's like, okay, well, it showed strength beneath that 73. Let's reestablish that 73. So I want to be on the bid of Meta today at that 73. I'll probably take another shot at 72 as well, but that's one of the dip buys that I actually like today is going to be Meta, and I think we're probably going to get a shot at that at the open if this market holds weakness.
So I'm the same way. I don't have much else to say. I mean, it's on the sticky note here. You can join me at Trader TV, Sean, and Sticky Note Nation time. No, look, I have 173 as the same kind of thing as a buy. Let's just see if it holds Friday's close. I mean, it's pretty simple. There's really nothing else to it. We'll see if it holds Friday's close. I think paying for verification sucks, but if they have to do it, they have to do it. I think I have over 35 different fake accounts, even currently right now, let alone the thousands that all of you and myself have all reported for that. So I don't know if it's going to stop any of that, but at least I can get a check mark, and if other people want to try to copy me, that they'll have to pay for that. So I like that. Not only do I like Meta here, but I also think that you can get a bounce here, obviously on the verification, but then, you still have that 10-cent news today. They said that the verification process should give them about they don't know how many people are going to sign up, but $2 to $4 billion of added revenue a year. Might not sound like that much, but that's just free money for them because all they have to do is put a little tick beside your name. So I don't think there's too much work involved there. They're just accepting your money. It's going to be $12 a month, I believe. I don't know if that's US or Canadian if you do it through the website, or $15 if you do it through your iPhone, or I guess the Google Play Store as well, so those guys can get paid. But for right now, I like the name, I like the stock, and honestly, they're sitting on so much cash. They have a great PE. They're obviously making a crap ton of money. I like Meta moving forward. We're still above the 50 period, which is only here at 150. I think we test 173 today on a weak market. And if we do, I'm sitting there. I'm already bidding 173.25, and I don't want to panic sell this. So when it comes in and gets filled, let's look to see what it does. I could see a 172 as a this chart has this bad wick there, but I could see a 172 here as maybe a possible bottom, which is where we kind of barcoded around 3 o'clock before lifting a little bit into the close. And then if I have to, then we'd have to look at 170, but I don't plan on holding my 173 all the way down here to 170. We'll probably drop it at 172 if we're wrong. I'm a little nervous about that wick right there at 170, 150. Maybe we hold it all the way down there, but this is not going to be one of those names that just because I think it's a long means that we go to the dance with it. We'll try it down here. If it breaks, we'll try to regroup and get out of it. But I like 173 for Meta as one of the long ideas today. The market's not dead, guys. It's only down 1.1%. We had a nice rally on the Dow Jones on Friday. Let's see if we can get some love here on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has just been such a beast. I think you're up, what, 11% this year or something on it. So give or take a few points coming off. I could see Apple falling down another 2 to 3% from here. So the market could be in trouble for today. And if it is, the meta long won't work. But let's try it at 173. Go back to Friday's close.
All right, first segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code TTV. We'll get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Let's get some analyst moves here for you. Upgrades and downgrades for a Tuesday that feels like a Monday. DocuSign, the notable name there, mentioned that UBS note, very negative. It's actually, I just saw 6% now to the downside. There's no bid on DocuSign. Nothing else really notable on here so far today, guys, for analyst moves.
We're just talking about the fact that Remax out there.
Like, what's Glacier? Like, I never, like, Glacier Bank, that made our list?
Don't worry about
Glacier Bank.
They're slowly creeping up on the
Are they taking the market share out of, like, the big guys there?
Glacier.
I don't even know the symbol, or else I'd call it up. So
look, Glacier, I'm going to guess it's GLA. No,
GLCR.
I have no idea, man.
I don't know, but anyways.
DocuSign's worth talking about. Let's talk about DocuSign, because that actually is interesting. Not necessarily interesting because of the analyst upgrade or downgrade. I mean, it is the one on the board that's probably interesting to most of us, but a $60 level looks like it could be breaking this morning. So down 6%. You can see it's been gliding to the upside, and you have a bit of a double bottom potentially forming here at 60 even. Your 50 period on the daily running just beneath it. So, I mean, saddle up. Like, whoops, why is that still on APE? I was looking at APE and AMC, by the way, because AMC was up today, but there we go. DocuSign double bottom setting up here right at the open at 60. That could get spicy if we just end up like free falling through that level. Now it's been below here, but I think there's a couple of dollars worth of range that you could see if there's a flush at that open. I don't like taking breakouts or breakdowns in stocks that don't have pre-market volume, and there are 33,000 shares traded as of 9 o'clock or 8:56, which it is right now, which means there might not be a ton of liquidity until we see that open. So if we open beneath and start failing 60 bucks, I think that's more like a join the trend type of short, because there's not a lot of activity here in DocuSign. If this was another name, I hesitate to throw someone out there, but if it was a more liquid name, I'd probably just have a stop order resting, waiting for a 60 break just to go short. But there's plenty of other opportunities in this market if you like the short today. Docu beneath 60 is probably not going to have a good day if it doesn't hold us at the open.
I was going to go over to another bank that is battling with Glacier Bank right now, I think, for market share. JP Morgan losing, I think. They may be. I shouldn't throw any. I mean, I just like that name, Glacier. Like Glacier, like the tip of a glacier. I just feel like that bank. I don't know. Anyways, JP Morgan just hovering around here. I'm a little bit nervous about the banks. I feel like in this rate environment, they've done really well, and they've made nice progress, obviously from that bottom of 100 clean up to 144. This is 40% in a bank in 3 or 4 months. And right now they're not really, it's holding the top. I shouldn't say it's not holding, but I just, like this could violently move down. I know Morgan Stanley also at 52-week highs. I think all the banks are performing really, really well, but I am nervous about some of these 144 tops. So what about this strategy? What about no matter the bank you're in? I mean, even let's just go up to Morgan Stanley here. Should be able to just refresh it like this, and it should work. Like no matter see, they're all going to look the same up here, where you have a top and with a big, in my opinion, a big potential to get at least back down here to the 50 period, and then even lower, 86, 90s, things like that. And they all look the same. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan. As far as I know, WFC, I don't look at it too much. Actually, Goldman Sachs is the one that looks different. It's topped out even lower than where that's past highs. So Goldman Sachs hasn't actually had the retrace back up like JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley has. But I just feel like, why not just give these names up right now, let them fall back in here and pick them back up somewhere near their 50 periods or their 200 period? Like down here, Goldman, can't they get to 335 pretty easily? Well, then why give up that 10%, right? They all look the same. JP Morgan, like I just said, the same kind of thing here. If we are turning into a possible NASDAQ's, JPM, if the NASDAQ's pulling back, you generally get a little bit more love. You saw the Dow going up on Friday, but if these banks are going to have some red ticks down here, I could see it flowing back into 130 here for JP Morgan, even 124. So I almost think like you get out of these names today at 140, 141, and all you're sacrificing is $3 back to the top. And then you could just set in, like if you're saying, oh, Sean, you're way wrong here. The banks are definitely going back up. Okay, well then once it breaks 144.50 here, that top, then you just get back in. So you're going to give yourselves $3 worth of room here to be wrong, and then if you're wrong, you get back in, and hopefully you go back up to 166. Then it's not going to matter if you bought it at 145 or held it at 141. But to me, the move down could be into 128, could be into 125. So by getting out now, you maybe save yourselves that $10 to $15 when the upside, and I'm talking myself into this, I haven't done this yet, so I think I'll probably do it maybe today. Get out of all of these US banks, put a buy for when we break higher, and if I get, if I buy the top, I buy the top, and then I can maybe get out if we're wrong again down here to 138. But I think you can do that trade. Get out of the banks now, let them fall back in a little bit. If you're nervous, if you need to raise some capital, then, get back in when it takes out the top. They all look the same, whether or not it's Morgan, JPM, or Goldman Sachs. They're all pretty similar at these levels. So like here's Morgan Stanley, the same thing, right? Why risk a 101 failed top when you could get out now and then you don't have to worry about any of that? Oh, I thought a trade just triggered for me, but it didn't. Okay. So AI is starting to bounce out. Ooh. Yeah, go to Neil's screen. There's a little bit of an AI move there. Was there news on that?
No, I didn't see anything hit the wire on AI, unless maybe I missed it. We'll ask Brendan in a second. But yeah, big move. 23 it hit 24 change here up in C3AI. It was down pretty significantly. Now back to green. I don't really see anything specifically when it comes to C3AI, but these names have been beaten up there. There we go. See, Brendan. Expand strategic collaboration agreement with AWS, to deliver enhanced AI solutions. So yada, 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 partner with the big boys at Amazon, and you get yourself a little bit of a bounce. Interestingly enough, if it wasn't, like this stock was set up for another one of these short-term flat bottom breakdowns, I guess that might not happen today because I was looking at this sub 23, actually 22 and a half, and there was like 10% down. 3 days in, or 3 of the last 4 days. If you include this pre-market, it's held the exact same low. That's usually good enough for a flat bottom break. It's just earned itself a reprieve, obviously, with that news. We'll see if it can get through that 25 mark, but you can see some of the highs. If we see some of these highs from last week, or last 2 weeks, I should say, those are good fade zones because that was the height of the AI frenzy, I suppose. So those levels I would expect to hold up a little bit, especially in a weak market.
I would, just before we go back there, I would say someone in the chat said AI is a Ponzi scheme. I'm going to say you're not far off of that as far as the valuations. Obviously, AI is here to stay. I mean, Walmart, I'm surprised they didn't announce any AI or Home Depot or anything like that. Maybe they will, maybe they did. But no, big, huge move up here. The reason why I said short, I don't think, you never want to short something that has news with Amazon. We've seen that before, but remember when Affirm had news with Amazon and it went from 60 to 140, and now Affirm is what, $4 or something like that? I know it's not that low. But I could just see the same thing happening here with AI. Big move ups here, and let's just wait to see where it goes. I mean, again, if anybody can actually tell me what AI does, like the company itself, then that would be great. I think you got to make sure that you invest, and I don't know it, so you got to invest in things that you understand, right? And I just feel like AI is here to stay for sure. I wonder if it's better placed in the companies themselves, taking advantage of AI. Like this may benefit Walmart more than it benefits these guys. So that's C3AI. So that's where I'm looking at it. I think AI benefits AMD, NVIDIA. Obviously, we've seen Microsoft, we've seen Google make some moves like that as well. So I would just say stay on the sidelines for investing in these companies, in my opinion. But as far as trading them concerned, yeah, they're going to be great trading tools for a very, very long time. So to the moon with C3AI temporarily, I just wouldn't hold it. I mean, I think we've learned our lessons with Palantir, with these EV names, with the crypto names. and everything, man. Like when blockchain is hot, you can buy every single name that has anything to do with a coin or an exchange. And then the house of cards falls. So I just feel like AI, there's going to be big players that are left standing, and there are going to be players that get wiped out. So just do all your research in that and continue to day trade them. I'm just not sure they're going to be investment grade materials.
All right, I did see SOUN moved on that as well. There was some volume that came in, so that entire group popping up. We'll keep an eye on the AI stocks. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market as we head into the first session of a holiday shortened week. Going to be about those Fed minutes coming up this week, Arun. What are you looking at today?
Well, first day, coming back from a holiday, you kind of just, at least for me, I like to just wait until the market opens. There's a lot that has to be done coming out of a long weekend, especially with the big boys coming into the open. Everything that I've seen it before, where everything we've done in the holiday session, which was yesterday, and then the overnight session gets completely reversed off the open. So I know we're in a buy zone. We talked about this on Friday. We're clearly trending downwards. I just want to wait till the open to determine whether I want to respect the buy zone and go for the long, or if I want to go against it and see if we can't break it. So I'm just going to wait for the open, but I am going to put some levels down and see if we can work with it. Same levels from Friday. 40.35 is still in play. Obviously, we've gone below these 50s, which opens the door a little bit more. I mean, we've snapped out down as 47 or so, kind of came back in. Now we're still working around these 50s here a little bit. And I think off the open, you're going to see whether this area is going to hold or not fairly quickly. So for now, 40.35 is in play on the downside as a potential support level if we get the buy side support. And then to the upside, I'm going to keep 40.80, which is a new one. I'm not a fan of putting in levels that have been developed overnight because of the volumes there. But at the same time, I'm just going to keep an eye on that 40.80 level. There might be something between 40.70 and 40.80 that we can work with. Again, it needs to kind of get up there. It needs to trade a little bit, some opening volume, and then we can make a move off of that. And then above that is a 41.20 going back into last week. So 3 levels to work with, and all of them only make a difference if we can respect them going into the open or going pretty much after the open. And from there on out, we'll just kind of figure out what trades we want to make. But I would definitely wait until the open for this market to clear up what it wants to do and give you an indication. I mean, right now, NASDAQ's down 1 point something %. We'll see if that holds up after the open.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so, make sure you hit that QR code and enter your email address, and you can have the absolutely free watch list every single day from us. Before we come on, we send it out before we come on at 8:30. Super easy, guys. Just enter your email address. That just shows up every single day. We'll start things off with big tech in the sense that under pressure on Friday, as we saw rates starting to climb once again, we saw the dollar starting to climb once again. So these typical rate-sensitive types of stocks were back to the downside. A few headlines that we touched on already. This one for Apple. As far as Foxconn is concerned, I mean, it's a minor news story, but the chairman of Foxconn said to visit for a 4-day visit the iPhone plant in China this week and quote unquote will relay complaints back to the company is what I read in that story. So that's for Apple. And then we talked about these two for Meta. You might have to pay to be verified on their platforms. And Tencent going to look at maybe selling the Quest VR headset. We also still have some lingering negativity when it comes to AI demos that have gone the wrong direction, with Microsoft back on Friday not doing very well with theirs. And then we talked about Bard as well last week.
Yeah, kind of saving face a little bit with Google there, because Sean was actually telling me this last week. 100 billion flew out of Google's market cap and went into Microsoft. And you got to make the assumption probably has something to do related with the AI debacle, but hey, Microsoft making the same mistake now.
Yeah, still some lingering weakness because of that, guys. Early days, obviously, as far as AI is concerned, though.
Yeah, obviously, some of the bigger things that get really exciting with AI, they're in the future, and I think we've seen this in the market time and time again, where you sort of overreact to headlines, and price action is price action. So you don't ignore it when you're a trader. You have to go with it. So the weakness that we saw in something like a Microsoft to end last week, it has to be respected. It's at that 200 period, which maybe it bounces off there today. It's just kind of, 254 is right there for us. And even when I look at the 15-minute chart, it's not as if this is an insignificant price area either. You go all the way back to the beginning of February when it made that 254 half bottom. Then we got that big top and all kinds of resistance at 75. We're essentially testing that right now. So you throw in the fact that that would be a decent price area without the 200 period moving average there. And then you add the fact that it is there, and beneath 254, it looks pretty juicy for a shorting opportunity on Microsoft. Now, that always works in both directions. That level could hold, and then all of a sudden you've got a little something to work off of, but it has to hold that 54. This is going to be not that great of a week. For Microsoft, I didn't really look at Apple. I didn't really look at Apple. That 150 level has been a bit of a thing for Apple. I just feel Microsoft, Meta, those have my attention a little bit more. And it probably has a lot to do with the fact that they've been giving you good trend trades in terms of this AI story. Like when everyone loves Microsoft for it, it's going up for a couple of days, but when it found that weakness, like how clean was the trend last week? Like every single day for the last 3 days in the week, it was just you look for the short in Microsoft and it was just gliding to the downside.
All right, so I will. What's up to Sunhands Mrak right there? I don't know if you're supposed to try to put Mark or Sunhands Mrak right there. What's up? Palantir short today? Yes, I would say. As we look to break through that $9 mark, I was talking about Palantir. I didn't want to talk about Apple, but because I just saw this come through. You're through 9, right? So I think on Palantir here again, you had a big, huge move upside. If my charts, I mean, I thought they were getting a little bit better. You did have a huge move up to $10. We talked about that there in this environment. They just turned a profit. But then they had a lot of talk about M&A, which is why I thought it could keep going. But then it's completely stopped at that $10 mark. So yeah, as far as Palantir is concerned, you got to get back into this area before you really want to start to get it going again for longs. There's the earnings report. Obviously, it's a big move up from 7 to 9 right there in one day. We touched 750 up to $9, bounced back down, hit that 840 level. So unfortunately, as we make I don't want to say a flush, but you're kind of flushing out all of the profits there from last week right now. You've broken back down through $9. So for me, it's not a long until we test here 850. So unfortunately, I do think if you're going to ask me Palantir down, yeah, I think you have 5% more down until you get into this 840, 850 area, and then it can rethink about what it wants to do. I don't know, man. It doesn't help that the NASDAQ is obviously pushing down today for that name. I wrote down here Apple was a pretty easy short today, I think. And again, you just look at this level here of 155, 154. We had some big time problems rejecting after rejecting off of this top of 157 change right here. So I think you've run into this level. I don't know, we have all these crazy wicks on here, but you can see the basic idea of this 156 top. I don't see any reason why it needs to blast through here again. They didn't have a great quarter. They did warn of some slowdowns. We saw, it was one of them. It was the MacBook, I believe. iPads got the reburst theirs because they were redesigned. They got a flow through of more iPads, but the Mac continued to get hit. The iPhone, I have the iPhone 12 Pro, it's smooth, it works amazing. I don't see any reasons to upgrade, as a lot of you probably don't as well. The upgrade cycle doesn't come again until September, October. So we'll see some, they should have a good quarter. I mean, they have a great quarter. They have over $55 billion in cash just sitting there. So there's lots of reasons to like Apple, but I still think it falls back down. And for me, I'd love to short this name. If we get back, let's just use a 3-minute chart into this area here. 152, basically Friday's close. Just like Meta, we want to go long if it drops to 173. I want to go short. So I'm offering right now Apple 152. So if Apple comes to 151.80, we'll be short here on Apple, which I think it breaks through 150 today, unfortunately. So yeah, I think Apple's a short. And, that Foxconn news, I don't think it matters that much. I mean, they have a big relationship there, but again, they've moved a lot of their supply over to India for production. So, maybe Foxconn can somehow convince them to come back and give them a little more business. But again, without knowing the inside outs of that contract, I'm not super nervous about it. But whenever Apple's more aggressive than the market, I think it's not a great sign. Before we go back to Brennan, let's just check in on the imbalances because we haven't done that yet. Very, very mixed. Sells and buys. There's the banks with a sell. I didn't look at this before. I sort of said that about the banks, but actually it's just BAC, so no big deal. There's your Palantir, the super chat there as a buy. But again, whenever you're sub 200, it's really meh on all these numbers. So I'm not super excited about the imbalances today. I'm excited to short Apple though.
All right, just quickly, there's a couple of things that came through there on TSM, first of all, with the delay of an investment into a factory over in Europe. So down 1%. There wasn't much of a move on that. And then Intel comes out and says they are delaying an advanced chip order from TSM until 2024. So just a heads up on Taiwan Semi, downside already. Meta, you saw, I mentioned the story already. We talked about it briefly there. Is this that much of a deal, I guess? I mean, we are up in the pre-market, but as far as, comparing Meta to the rest of this group, but strong anyways on this note, teaming up with Tencent possibly on this VR headset.
I think it gives Zucky some positive affirmation because he's been pumping this metaverse and this virtual reality headset. So to get a big order from the biggest market in the world, you have to assume China. We'll see.
Yeah, see if they actually can sell, guys, over in China.
Look, it's hard to point to that and say it's going to be a bad thing at the end of the day, right? Like you have to look at it as a bit of it just gives it a bit of shine today. That's the way I look at it. I mean, the stock probably holding that 170 anyways was going to be look for support after what I saw on Friday. Like after it held 170 on Friday and bounced back up to 73, I do think I was probably going to look for longs off that level regardless, just the way that it managed to hold up down there. So this just gives it a little bit of extra shine as far as I'm concerned. So we look for the dip buy on Meta, and we'll go from there because I think there could be two swings at this. Even that 73, obviously, where we closed, and then even the higher low. Because on Friday, this was really strong in that upward move, and I liked what I saw when it kind of came back into the 172. I ended up trading a little more Tesla in the afternoon, and I kind of felt like Meta was the one that I missed, and then Tesla was the one that I was on. But that wasn't a bad decision. It was just sometimes you can always do a little bit better by having it spread out by a couple of names instead of just focusing on one for the long. But both those names were strong. I was coming in looking for some support on it, and I think this just gave us another reason to like that. The VR story is great. I mean, the verification one, I don't think that's necessarily gigantic. That's the kind of thing where it was probably going to happen at some point anyways. But yeah, we'll go dip buy hunting on Meta.
Yeah, we've already sort of gone through this. I think Meta, I mean, we can just pass on it because we haven't even talked about retail yet, but I think Meta's I saw a Palantir up here. I can call it up. Good job, Brad, there. I went back and forth on it. Look, I still think Meta 173 is a buy. It's up today. It's strong. You might even want to get this 174.50 right here on a 1-minute chart. If you go down to a 3-minute chart, it's 172. I was looking at 173 right here for a buy. I want the market to fall in so I can pick up some Meta. I love the Oculus. And I don't see any reason why, like everybody that comes over to our house and tries it on, all like my kids' friends, they absolutely love it. I think it is going to be something. And the fact that Tencent wants to get involved, I think that's great. I think that Apple wants to build a headset as well. That sort of justifies the space to me anyways. And then I love the fact that they're going to charge people for verification. I'll pay it. I don't, it's just one of those things where if it helps get around some of those issues of fake accounts and things like that, it's just putting more money in their pocket. Elon Musk wins again. He's going to bring Twitter back at a much bigger valuation, I think, anyways, than what he took it out for. So that, we'll see what happens here with Meta. But I still like that dip buy if we can get it. And again, the reason why we liking 173 is very, very simple. We'll just move off of this, is just Friday's close. There's really no other reason why I like that level. So we're going to see if it holds it. If it does, great. I'm bidding 173 quarters, but I'm offering NVIDIA and Apple. So a couple different ideas here on that one. Sorry, I'm bidding NVIDIA. We'll talk about that when we get down there. Retail is up.
Yeah, let's go. Retail with a couple of headlines this morning as well. Walmart and Home Depot, very similar here. It's the forecast that's a problem. Specifically annual forecast on both sides, missing expectations. The numbers not bad across the board. Just be aware, you saw the top right here, these are comments that are coming through right now. So both of these are still having their earnings calls currently. So just be aware if anyone's looking at Home Depot or Walmart. What are you doing in retail today?
Bit of surprise with Walmart. Not surprised that they did great in the quarter. Surprised that the forward guidance is not as good. We know that during recessionary times, consumers tend to go back to the discount retailers, and Walmart's definitely one of those. I'm going to keep my eye going forward on possibly the next earnings for Home Depot. I really want to see if this whole stay in place and upgrade my current home actually materializes, or is just kind of a talking point.
Yeah, on that note, they were actually just saying big ticket purchases, so $1,000 or more in the quarter, were up 3.8%. So maybe along those lines.
Yeah, maybe. Look, I thought Walmart's quarter was actually pretty good. Look, when the guidance isn't what people want, and that full year outlook doesn't meet expectations, you're going to get hit in this market. We've seen it before, but it's been performing pretty well. And you got to figure, Walmart is probably one of the names that can hold up in the recession a little bit. So at 138 is a level on the daily. It's got the 200 period as well. And that's kind of what I thought was going to be in play today when this was a little bit weaker. Now, this was down obviously more significantly when they first announced it. So we've already bounced $5 away from that price. If we fall back in double bottom, that's where I like the long on Walmart. At this point, I'm not really seeing a trade. You got the call on right now. If it's just floating here in the middle, I probably don't do anything with Walmart today, unfortunately.
Look, we've been absolutely on fire this year, and I haven't really traded any earnings names, so I don't think I'll do it today. I just don't. They're very violent off earnings. We'll wait to see if it takes 146. If anything, we hit a Roblox breakout, which was fantastic, and I think we continue to do that. But look, we only have 358 votes, but which would you rather own? I'll put this in the chat right now. It's only 400 votes. You can go over to Twitter and find out with my sticky note and everything like that. But people are saying Walmart, 63% versus Home Depot's 36%. I think it was pretty well known here that Walmart had a better quarter, but look what Michael Noss put right here on my chart here as well, on my tweet, but his chart, that Walmart, pretty massive HD relative strength over the long run. So I'm going to say that obviously Home Depot's the name here in the purple, making a huge move to the upside against a Walmart flattened out, right? So I'd say you might want to buy maybe some Home Depot on some of this weakness. Again, heading into what probably is a better quarter for them with spring. Well, I mean, the next quarter that they release won't be spring, but when they come into spring, you're going to see a lot of, again, maintenance issues and things like that coming through for the springtime. But again, pretty bar-coded right now, but breaking back down below. Whenever you're near a key level of 300, I think it's very easy to break it. And if it does that, then I think you're going to want to pick something up here around 280, 285. That's a nice move down. It's about 5% more, and you get back into this 280, 290 area where I just think you buy Home Depot and you just leave it there and you don't worry. This is one of those names where I think you want to put it into your long-term account and just hold it. Decent dividend there. We'll wait to see what happens. Bouncing off 300 would be key. That's where the 200 period is. So let's wait to see what Home Depot does. Not a great move to the downside, but again, 237,000 shares and not doing too much here in the pre-market. I'm going to stay away from this. But to me, a 300 buy makes sense because it's a key level. Then you get out of it once it drops below. So I like, I just seeing Amazon move to 95.50, but I like Home Depot here. I like the experience when I'm shopping there. I think Home Depot is going to be a forever winner. It's just a matter of letting this quarter settle down, waiting for, what's going to come through with their spring. And I think that's going to be bigger. So I think you let this one settle down for a couple months, pick up some bottoms on Home Depot. I prefer Home Depot rather than Walmart.
Are in the market for a new deck possibly this year. Just read lumber prices down 50% in that quarter that they just reported. So on those lines that Sean was speaking of, a lot of people might be putting up a fence or a deck maybe come the spring.
Yeah.
Let's go to JD and PDD here, both downside along with Alibaba. It's worth noting. JD jumping into the budget shopping app market of PDD, according to the South China Post this morning. That seems to really be the only news story here. So JD.com, more high-end typically, but going to take on some of the budget apps here as well.
Yeah, maybe they have a different economic climate than one we've got right now, because I kind of felt the online shopping was a little saturated. We've seen the likes of Amazon and Shopify all retrace. But coming to my chart here, the market does really not like this move, Brendo. 53 is where we closed off on Friday, and Huadunk all the way down into 48 almost.
Yeah, big move here, guys. What do we do with these today?
Look, I've been eyeballing a level on Pinduoduo for a while now, so this, you can, whatever the catalyst might be. This is the competition coming in for them, and both these names are down. Down 7% on PDD through the 50 period, through that 90 support level. So I want to short any pop. If it gets back up to previous support, that's actually at 92. I'll take 2 shots up to 90 and then probably up to 92. If it doesn't even give me the opportunity, once you gap a level like that, I tend to look for, it has to reclaim some kind of support before I start getting away from it, wanting that short idea. So beneath, it's pretty clear. It was a complete mess between 90 and 100. Like, look at this. Just gapping all over the place, no semblance of anything making any sense for you there. And yeah, I'm just going to be shorting pops in PDD. You could probably think the same thing in JD, only last I checked, I mean, there was supposed to be decent news for JD.
It's down 8%.
Yeah, I know, it's down 8. And I'm not making too much sense of this, except for the fact that this one beneath 48.50, if you go all the way back to November, that's that November higher low. So that looks pretty weak as well if it breaks 48.50 at the open. I just know that I've been hunting for that PDD like trend turnaround because that's been such a strong name, and we might have it here today. So I want to be shorting that one on any pops. Even Alibaba's down, which isn't related to either one of those two, that news story directly, but Baba's also down significantly.
Yeah, you might as well just flush down all these Chinese names like ASAP. They're not, they had their day, I feel like, and it's too much negativity here. And like we don't even really have too much news here today on some of these names. And then you're gonna see, I mean, I know Shakib, if you're in here, I know there's been a lot of traders that have well supported some of these Chinese names, but honestly, I'm a little nervous. I mean, look, we don't want to talk politics too much on this show, but I'm a little nervous, man. I mean, China was throwing out some shade to Canada, to U.S. for supporting Ukraine here again, and I know, and we don't. Like I said, let's not jump to conclusions here, but you're one headline away from seeing this stock and many of these stocks down 50%. Like, if China starts to say, okay, now let's talk about Taiwan, and I just think that with the U.S. sort of being a little bit in flux, especially with elections coming up and things like that, I could see China taking advantage of some mixed and some different policies and stuff like that between the different parties in the U.S. about how they may or may not treat China. I know Biden was talking about going to go visit China there, and he did have that all that balloon talk, and like maybe they were Chinese, maybe they weren't, maybe they were commercial, maybe they weren't. Like, give me a break. Like, you guys shot down, you spent $2.7 million on shooting down each balloon, and you can't find like the remains of these balloons and things like that, or you're not sure what they are. Give me a break. This is not going to end well, I have a feeling. So some of these names continue to move down here, and I'm nervous. I'm not investing in any of these names, and if you are, that's great. I feel like if you want to get a tech name, stick stateside or Canada, buy some Shopify, and let's not get too involved in any of these Chinese names. If there's any of them, maybe it's Neo, something like that. I just politically, and this is not a statement about politics or anything like that, I'm nervous about what China-U.S. relations are going to look like over the next X amount of input, however many years you want. So, until you get some certainty there, do you want to put your money in state-sponsored companies like Alibaba and Neo and all that? I mean, that's the question you have to ask. My answer is no.
Things up here. Let's talk Uber. Really nice week last week. If you go back and look at daily chart, even 3 or 4 days straight to the upside. Friday was the exception, obviously. The overall market pretty weak on Friday. Uber comes out actually yesterday with this story in India. They're going to add 25,000 EVs to their fleet, all of which are coming from Tata Motors or fleet partners from Tata. So a nice move, obviously, as far as the environment is concerned for Uber over in India. But nice week, as I was mentioning last week, for Uber.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely boosts their ESG with some of these hedge funds, and they'll attract some eyes that way. Some interesting tidbits here on the cars that they're ordering. They're called the Express T. They have ranges of 315 to 277 kilometers. They actually charge quite quickly, from 0 to 8% in about an hour, less than 2 hours. So interesting little move here, and big country, a lot of big market.
Yeah, we were just saying before we came on there, talking about the availability of EVs specifically. Last time I took an Uber, I was trying to find on the app where you might have that option to get a Tesla, and it wasn't clear enough to me anyways. Is there a trade here, guys? Pretty strong last week for Uber.
I wasn't seeing much on Uber unless it gets to 33. Check that, like 32.75. Maybe it breaks this, and then you have a lot of room to the downside. But I don't know. I don't really see anything in Uber. What I do see is the market starting to roll back over again. So we just broke the low of the day in the market, which is going to mean we could come into play at that 73 rather quickly on Meta. Just to name one, DocuSign already broke. I was kind of hoping it would not break this level until the open. It did break 60. We'll see if it actually gives any entry prices for that short in front of that 60 level. I'm not sure we're going to get it. PDD, which I was looking for any kind of a pop to go to the upside so that I could fade this one. That's also already breaking the low of the day here. So you are getting that kind of wick bottom and test the low, and sometimes you get a bounce off that. Worth noting, not breaking the low of the day. Tesla down 1.5%, but that actually held pre-market lows and afternoon Friday support levels right around that 204. Maybe we do see 200. That'd be an interesting level to come into play for Tesla.
I'm canceling all my bids. So I took away my Meta bid. Screw that. I took away my Nvidia bid. Nah. We're getting to the downside right now. A little bit too much with only 20 seconds to go here. You do get, maybe it's FUD. Who knows? I don't really see any big NASDAQ names on here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to trade Apple down through 150. See if that wants to continue to make a move down with only 8 seconds left. We do have Fahad on the bell here today. So, what day is it today? Happy? Oh, have a great day, it says. Okay, there it is. We are now open. Let's go. Thank you, Fahad, for that. Now Apple starts to make a little bit of a move upside, so that's fine. We'll still watch Meta down here at 173. Apple's starting to go up. I feel like it's a fade, but I don't want to get too involved here off the open. But here comes Apple. I'm going to take this short right now against 151.
Yeah, Docu obviously opened up right now, still beneath that $60 level. Looks like we'll get a shot at this one right at that 60 price. It is printing right around there. Looks like Meta's going to try to get to that 173. I haven't been filled yet, so it's not all the way down to the bottom. But my goodness, Pinduoduo, are you kidding me? This stock is already through 85 and just flush City off the open, guys. So I am going to look for the opportunity to try and catch a little something on the way back. But a huge flush on PDD right away.
Okay, so we did short this. You might hear some fire alarm warnings in the background. We are testing here, well, not us, the building testing here today. Okay, no, you may not have my attention. Get that out of here. I'm trying to trade right now. But okay, we are short Apple. I'm going to give it to that 151, maybe 150, 150, some of those tops right there. Let's just see. If I don't believe in it, I don't believe in it. That right there is 151. We'll give it a little bit of room. I'm looking at 150, 150 if we do climb to that. We canceled our Nvidia and our Meta buys. Nvidia doesn't get down to the 208 that we looked at it for. Meta does get to 173. And if I didn't cancel it, I still would not be filled. I was at 173.25. So
yeah, I was at 22. It filled 30. So yeah. Look, it's when you get that kind of a move, it might have already happened. That's annoying. But when it does happen, I always pull the bid, because if it comes back down there again, it's likely to find a different bottom than the one you happen to be sitting at. That's just reality. I am in DocuSign, but that's just about it. I think we retest that 173 on Meta. It's going to be a case for it. And I do need to get some Pinduoduo, because as the market tried to bounce there, I moved into the pre-market lows and then couldn't catch that dip. So 86 ends up holding a lower high. PDD is just churning to the downside. I want to try and short the pops. PDD, I'll cancel some of these orders. Alibaba also, Baba, JD, they're all incredibly weak right now. JD, look at it flushing. That 48.50, I guess that was gold.
Yeah, we're only in one trade. You can see at the bottom there. This is like, you guys know that I've changed it up a little bit, and we're just waiting for very, very specific trades to come through. Meta is now all the way up. So man, did we ever hit that right on the head with that one, all of those longs. Both Neil and I looking for that long, but it just didn't come in there. So Meta, yeah, right back up to 175. Maybe there is a break long opportunity in Meta, but look at the market, man. So we could be wrong. We're still 25 cents, 30 cents in the money here on Apple. I think let's just take a 34 fill if we can get it down here. There it is. It just stopped at 35. Hopefully we can get a mid 30. The reason why I said 34 is just because that's where it was, kind of randomly there. That bottom is 30. I am waiting for down here into the teens. So if we get a little bit of a move down here for Apple, we'll take advantage of that. But the market's rallying. Now you're above the 50 period. So we got to find something.
C3AI.
Yeah, is C3AI still bouncing? Because we need to find something that's relatively weak here. And it looks like I just did Amazon right now. The name that I always short, but for some reason not today. Amazon, ooh, that was a good break for on there as well. But here's a little rally, man. The market is rallying up. So let's short this in front of 96, man. But again, it's got to get back up there. Amazon's starting to rally. Meta Neil, we nailed that one, but we don't have it.
It's at 175 now. But Tesla's also strong. I mean, I'm looking for names that I like to alongside. I mean, Tesla was certainly one. It doesn't even challenge anywhere near that 200, bouncing off 205 right now. Docu's kind of in the money. A few pennies there, actually not that bad, 20 cents, but flat on PDD, and looking for something in this bounce to go long that isn't Meta 173, because that's gone. Brendo?
I just saw this one, not one we talk about very often, but Alcoa, guys, popped up on a huge volume spike there at the open. You can see compared to what it normally does, up to 49 on a new supply agreement apparently with BMW for AA.
Oh, that's not too bad.
That's a good one right there. I'm still resting on all these trades. We did put on right now. I got some more Apple on the short side. I did put on an Amazon right here at 20. We'll wait to see if that comes through. But then my Apple, I'm still holding out to that short. I just shorted more there at 55. So, you know, that's why my average price right now is going to show 58. But there's the fill at 30. So that's a smooth one right there. We'll just spin the horn here. Get it going. Nice little move. Short right now, 660s into Apple. Just took a 30 bid. We are waiting for lower on that one. Like I said, teens is how low I'm thinking for it. Alibaba's actually holding out pretty good here. I don't know. I heard you talking a little bit about some of those Chinese names, but Alibaba, big bounce right now. Bounce back right to some of these levels where, again, 97 bucks. If I'm going to think about it being short, that 97.50 is right there as well on Alibaba. So I don't know. We're short. We've only taken one trade out so far. It was Apple. It was for 25 cents. We'll see if we can get more going on here. But here goes Alibaba, trying to be relatively strong against this move. Nice little upside move here, looking like the market now starting to go even more aggressive. I'd hate to be super wrong on these shorts and not have any longs on. Is NVIDIA maybe something that's trying to run?
NVIDIA wick bottom 210. Just
yeah,
I want a couple of things here, because this is a big, look at the wick down. So I was able to get PDD and was able to get 85s there, but look at the wick to 83.5 and look at it try to come back up. If this holds above that pre-market high, that is a kind of like false bottom, failed breakdown, and then a huge potential jailbreak. So I'm being very cautious with PDD because I want net shorts underneath 90, but I don't want to carry this 86 all the way to that 90. Docu is cruising to the downside, and NVIDIA is strong along with Tesla. Brendo?
Here we are, guys. Citron tweeting about Etsy again. We saw this back on Friday. They really don't like Etsy. Back to the upside, though, right now, trying to go red to green. Again, Citron tweeting about Etsy.
They really don't. They were talking.
Yeah, they're not really feeling Etsy, are they?
No, not
Did
at
we
all.
get that, Phil? Oh my God, it went to 20 now. It went to 25
Oh
only.
my God, Tesla.
Yeah, so we missed out on that, Phil, right there for Apple. But, you know, again, that name's still trying to go downside. There was a name that I wanted to look at. We talked a little bit about PayPal here earlier on. And yeah, PayPal's a good name for sure. It's just, where are we trading on it? It's well above right now. So this is a name, again, that I didn't really think we were going to the downside on PayPal, or sorry, to the upside like this, but it looks like we are right now, trying to bounce back up on PayPal, looking to get positive right here on the day. So some levels to consider here, maybe a 75 break long on PYPL. Let's do a little bit more work on that one, because I think that's a good break. 75, yeah, actually, even on the 20-minute here for PayPal, it's looking half decent right there. So 75 break on PayPal looks like a good long. The problem is I'm into my two shorts right now as this market just continues to climb, man. All right, Amazon, I mean, here it goes. We just got a good short again at 95.50. So, yes, sir. Nice little pull. We got to take something out here. Nice little pull down here on Amazon off of that reload, not a reload, but into that average in short. Just dropped for us about 30 pennies, and we didn't take anything out. So, you know, we're now in the 30s for this name. Apple and Amazon, and I don't know about your names, Neil, but there's not a heck of a lot going on over here. What's up, Brendan?
More of a volume story than anything, guys, but AMC's up 10%. Look at these volume candles, though, coming in. Just popped up on a volume scanner for me here. Earnings next Tuesday, so a week from today, AMC will report.
So I just rang a little something on DocuSign because I was able to reload this trade. Like, it tried to get back above that 60 level, and then right at like 935 or so, just flushed back down. So I did grab a reload in front of 60s. Now getting back into the low today on DocuSign. But there was someone in the chat, and shout out to whoever it was that was mentioning AMC. Kudos to you, because I probably forgot all about the $5 level in the 50 period on AMC, and you can pretty much forget about it now. This is in breakout mode. Just watch out for this It's about $5.90 to $6 price area. That's going to be key. And C3AI has just went over under at 25 bucks. Now, I think there's going to be some fade opportunities here on C3AI. I don't know if it gets all the way back up to the high from last week at 27, but that first fade would have been 25 for me. I just missed out on this because that's a huge wick up and a reversal on C3. I'll probably allow it to get back to the high before I think about shorting this name. It does have the catalyst, so I want to be patient fighting this.
I feel like we were pretty right on NVIDIA, to say the least, as that is now blasting. Nice move to the upside. Wow, 214 for NVIDIA off of that 210 bottom. What a great trade that's turning out to be there for anybody that has an NVIDIA trade on board right now, as that just continues to make moves back up to the upside. 214 and still cruising. All right, very, very surprising. We did reshort Apple, so let's take another piece out here in the 30s if we could do that. So there's another win for us. We're just going to spin the money. It doesn't seem like it's a heck of a lot, but hey, man, money is money. And that's a good trade there for Apple. A bunch of shorts right there. We are still waiting for a 150 break. I'm still waiting on that short. And then honestly, man, what else is working for us? Hey, why not? Amazon. Still working. We just got a nice short, and we just got a piece out on that one. So until then, man, those are the two shorts that I'm working with, and we're just waiting. Is Tesla moving? And we're just waiting to see what this market wants to do right now. So let's see. AMD, wow, AMD blasting off as well, man. Yeah, let's.
Everything but what I'm in is going up.
Yeah, Google's going. I mean, I'm short two things, so I don't really have any longs right now, but let's see if Brendan can give us one.
One relatively strong here, guys. DraftKings, big day on Friday, coming off earnings. Number of positive moves here from analysts this morning on DKNG. Testing that high right now for DraftKings.
Well, check that. I jinxed it. Now PDD starting to get up. It's now back above 87, trying to take that 88. But Tesla's ridiculous. I mean, this is the name. I thought we'd get a dip to be able to go into the long, but at this point, you're seeing strong trend up. Got to be thinking about 07. Now, I know it closed at 08, but pre-market highs, it had a lot of liquidity at the open trying to fight through 07. So on the way back, I'd look for a 207 dip buy. If we get down around... Look, if PDD comes back to 86, I might take some off there, just thinking I have to get something out. And Alibaba, by the way, Alibaba actually broke the pre-market high and trying to fill its gap to the upside. If it reclaims it again, BABA could really start to go a little bit stronger than its peers at this point. And just one more for you guys. That docu, I did get another leg out there when it took out 59 even, 60 to 59. This got the downgrade. This is obviously pretty weak here. I don't have any targets past this. You know, when you get through here, you've got the 50 period on the daily at 58, and then that's about it. So I'll leave it at that one. And yeah, small cap names are out there. SRNE's running, but it's AI and AMC that kind of have my attention. AI not really coming back up to that 25 to give me the entry. I didn't want to fade this. Might have missed the one chance to grab the short on C3AI. It happened pretty quick. Thank you. Yeah,
thanks, Rob, for the refill right there. Okay, well, I mean, we just took advantage. Took advantage. Let's see if it's going to be taken advantage of or not here. Apple short again, those pops to the upside. I was talking about AMD there a little bit. It's just we've broken through, and it's just a huge move up right now. So I'm a little bit cautious of this move because of the fact that Apple's not really leading the way. So I'm pretty happy with the short, but these chip names really are starting to go. And it's broken through. Do we really believe in this move? Because I think like you could short again. Like look at AMD right now, right up to 78, 78.50. It's actually looking to take out Friday's highs of, I mean, we're not there yet, but we're getting pretty darn close, man, of 78, 70, 76. Obviously, we have the morning high, but then that flush in. So looking at these kind of levels, 78, 70, things like that here for AMD for a short. So we got to get up there a little bit, but that would be a level that I'm sort of looking at for a short there in AMD. Right now, let's just check out on Palantir.
You know what I'm seeing?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm seeing Microsoft holding up relatively weak here. So Microsoft popping up, and I hate to be looking for shorts when obviously the market is showing you guys signs of strength, but it is what it is. It flushed through 255. We talked about that level. If it holds beneath there, it gets right back. It's doing an over-under right now. I think it can reestablish a trend to the downside. I just don't want to be, if I'm going long, I want it to be Meta, Tesla, or maybe one of the chip names. And you know, the next dip on Tesla could be happening right now. So I want to hold out for Tesla, at least looking for a long, and not try to find long somewhere else. clearly just went green on the session. I know NVIDIA is as well. But let's try to stick to some of the strong names. And maybe it is just a 210 break on Tesla. I'm not opposed to breakouts. I just prefer the dip buy if we can even catch one at this point.
All right. I mean, it's 9:43 now, so the market's trying to settle down. Welcome back to the show, guys. I mean, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, and then, join us up here. Fantastic. It's $5 membership if you want to become a member. You know what? I think, so first of all, I mean, we can review some of our trade plans here just real quickly if you're in this with me. We've just been shorting Apple to the top here. I want to give this one a little bit more room. I cannot believe this market is like 8 or 9 straight up. I mean, 8 or 9. Basically, there's one red candle here in the last 14 minutes. So, yeah, you are getting a huge bump up here, and I'm not really certain why. I mean, sure, the NASDAQ's moving, but Apple's still relatively weak against the market here. 113 versus O's. 088 there, so that's something. We did talk about maybe shorting Shopify. I like your Microsoft call, but then when you're looking at something strong, Meta, first of all, we're still in the money on Amazon, so I think that's going to be a good short as well. Apple's starting to break. Oh, that's what I want to talk about here quickly. Yeah, Meta there, 178. Let's see if Meta pulls back. If anything pulls back, Meta to 176, we have to buy that one, that's for sure. But then here goes Apple. So look, if we're going to be wrong, Apple, we've talked about this, 150, 150, back up there to the upside is where we sort of want to be wrong. There's 152. This is what we wrote down on the sheet here was 152 short. So with the number coming out in just a couple seconds, I could see this getting back up to that 151 level. So let's be careful about it, but let's short some more as we get close to 151, 152 here on Apple. Over to Brendan.
U.S. S&P services and manufacturing PMI data coming out right here, higher than expected. So 50.5 on the services, 47.8 on the manufacturing side. So both higher than expected, guys, for the S&P services PMI there.
Alerts triggered on DraftKings, by the way. 2150 from Friday. It didn't break 2150 on Friday, but that's a double top there on DraftKings. You guys can see it there on the daily chart. It did just fail that break, so it's not really through the high. It wicked the top. Now holding beneath. A lot of times that'll give you that pullback. Everyone's looking at the same daily chart, right? So look for VWAP in here. Strong trend up since earnings. Going to look for the dip buy right around VWAP. You can be late to the party, but you better be well dressed and have yourself a good price. So I want to be sitting around here when it gets to 21 looking for the dips. It was a good long on Friday. I think it has a chance to give us another look at it. I just reloaded DocuSign for the third time here and scalps them out. Even this is starting to get a little bit strong, guys. So that's definitely going to be a strong one we have to watch out for. And then I want to come back over to PDD because this one could just take out the tops. I want 3 shots at PDD. I did have a scalp trade earlier, shorting off of the lower high here. But if it breaks out 88, I like the 90 level for short. I like the 92 level for short. Ever since it broke that flat bottom and beneath the 200 periods or 50 period moving average, I am looking for the shorts on PDD. Hasn't really given me much movement. And where is my Tesla fill? Even NVIDIA just came back $2. Tesla can't just pick me up? Apparently not. Apparently not. I mean, this
what are you looking to do? Long Tesla?
I'm trying to go long Tesla.
Yeah.
See, this has happened on Meta too. I was 207.5, like bidding right in front of it, and then just got missed by like 10 cents, actually by like 5 cents there. So it happened on Meta, now it's happened on Tesla on the dip buy. Let's be patient, maybe it'll settle down a little bit. The market is coming back in because the shorts just went in the money. So trying to pick up longs, instead of catching the falling sword, let's let it bounce and consolidate here because, quite frankly, in this open, it's been running away from your order every time you try to bid.
So, I mean, here's the U.S. dollar just continuing to make a move to the upside right now. So this is the DXY making a nice move to the upside. So I'm here thinking that, some of these shorts should start to, at some point anyways, start to print out there. Thanks to everybody for that. That was a Trading View chart, which I don't pay for or anything. So I might have had some some ads there. But nice move to the upside right now for Apple. I mean, look, we're long. We've only gotten out a couple times. Sorry, we're short. It's long, and we've only gotten out a couple times. So as Apple continues to make a march to the high side there, like I said, I'm watching the dollar. It's going up. Thought that would have been bad for Apple. Could be wrong. What is working out really well for us is this trade, and that is Amazon to the downside. We could be wrong on Apple, but I want to give Apple a little bit more room. Definitely not willing to get out of this name yet. I thought I was at 25 here on Apple. So if I'm not, let's just get it right now. So there we go. We just got 25s right there for Apple on the short side. I'm actually waiting for more up to 50, like we said. And then I want to give it to 152. 152 is my final countdown, the last straw for Apple. We will take an L on that if it does continue. We did talk about wanting meta longs. Then if there's any other names, I mean, I know there's AMC there. I don't know what, you know what we forgot about today? Bed Bath & Beyond. I haven't even looked at that yet. We can look at that. Meta's still a ways away. Let's check out BBBY. I did not pay for shorts. It's, 173. I just saw a little bit of volume going through there on Bed Bath & Beyond. There, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, okay, so it's making lows right now, so that's why. Bed Bath & Beyond right now making a new low. Does that look like from Friday the new low as well? Chart not loading. So yeah, we're taking out Friday's low right now. So that's 175 breaking low. We're on Bed Bath & Beyond. We're gonna, let me just throw 100 shares, whatever. See, yeah, we have to still pay for them. I don't have them, so I gotta, if I'm gonna do it, I have to go over there. But there we go. Now the names are starting to come back in. Apple to the downside.
Yeah, the short started to come back in, but the first long on the board for me finally. I mean, DraftKings, well, I don't want to say finally, but DraftKings pulling back. It gives that 21. I actually sat at 21, oddly enough. Don't usually do that. But I want to see if this can start holding some of Friday's resistance support levels, right? So it's already a breakout from 20.5, maybe even lower than that. And let's see if it can start holding higher. Tesla, someone was asking where my bid was. I actually moved it because when I don't get picked up the first time, like if you don't get filled on the bid and it bounces in front of you, I like to see where it's going to bounce the next time instead of just leaving the order in exactly the same spot. It ends up bouncing here off of 07s. So I'm going to take a shot on Tesla here. After seeing it bounce off 07s, jump in after it's made the bounce, and now if it holds 07, great. If it floats under VWAP, that's about 15 cents beneath the 07 level, so I'll give it a little bit of room. I am mostly short here all morning, but I've been looking for these longs. Of course, Tesla wants to float right through VWAP there, so yeah, I'm just going to take it out. I don't like the way I picked that one up, to be honest with you guys. It's just, it doesn't bounce.
That's the best.
No, I didn't like it, and you saw the way that it just absolutely flushed. We bounced once, second time through, we picked up the long, and you see kind of flush the second time. Whereas when I get DraftKings in there, like DraftKings, hold, you get the 21, it's kind of still holding sideways. There's much more room for DraftKings here. I don't think you're going 2-3 cents in either direction and caring about that overall in a $20 stock. But at the end of the day, the way in which it's testing in VWAP in this pullback, just a little bit stronger. I know I was talking about fading C3AI, but like now it's well away from 25. Like I'm not even sure where you short this thing anymore. I would have thought 25. It's already failed it so badly that the next pop you could be looking at like a 24 quarter or something, like $1 away from what I would have thought was the short entry. But once again, sell the news for C3AI.
And long weekend be damned. No matter the day, no matter the week, there's always money. All right, here we go. Look at Apple, man. We are printing. Now we are 70 cents, 65 cents in the money now for Apple downside move. So finally it came through. I told you we were looking at the US dollar. We're adding more to our toolbox. We're going to go deuce for deuce here right now, 2 for 2. I'm not trying to set the world on fire. Just make good trades. And that's that, man. And that's sort of what's been that's exactly what's been helping me. I mean, look at Amazon, right? I mean, there it is. We still have a decent position on. We're trying to hold out for this, man. We've only gotten out of like 30% of Amazon. Still have 70% of this one. Still have like 70% of this one as well. I'm gonna take another piece out though as I talk about it. There it is, another 140 fill on Apple. Apple now 60 cents in the money. Amazon now 60 cents in the money. And the thing is, it's nice when it works out and sometimes it doesn't, guys. So, be careful with all of that. It's not, you don't want to hold forever, but when you have a plan and an idea of what you want to do, it just makes life so much simpler when you have a plan of action. And that's exactly how I trade, and that's what I'm going to continue to do for you here. So let's just watch out for Apple. It's right back down to those lows again. Look at the NASDAQ. I said it's fugazi on that NASDAQ, so we'll go bang for that. Anybody who believed in the short, bang for you, because we did, and there it is printing out for us again. So nice move downside here for Apple. Nice move downside for Amazon, and we've really captured out for that. But that leads me to Meta. Let's wait for Meta to drop a little bit more, man. Like, we have a great Apple short. Let's not throw it away trying to pick a long on Meta. It has to come to 173.50-ish. Like, this bottom, I like it. We'll have a look at you, Meta, when you get down there. But for right now, it's Print City on the other ones, and we're out. But let's not think that it's going to continuously go down. The NASDAQ did a funny move here today that I really wasn't anticipating. So, you know, maybe this, Neil, I don't know. You're having a hard time catching some fills sometimes. I feel like me too.
But you know what? So
like,
here's
you're right at key levels.
But here's the thing, right? Like, I had trouble getting along on the way up on Tesla when it was strong, and then when I got it, it stunk, right? Whereas, like, DraftKings, it wasn't easy catching. So I'm getting some DraftKings out here. That's fine. That one's starting to come back up. But there was just a big move on Docu that I want to show you guys. So I was about to get filled. We shorted it, remember, like that 60 break, big level on the daily, like 3 times now. But it was just about to fill 59s and then slammed back up here. So pretty strong higher low just got put on DocuSign. If it gets above 60 quarter, then we'll just say the third time was not a charm. I do not want to get trapped at the bottom on this. And sometimes when a stock is good for you, you got to take the money and run. On the other end of the coin here, and by the way, the reason I liked DocuSign, just to show you guys, it's the old flat bottom break, double bottom at 60 even, trending down. They did get a downgrade, but that wasn't the reason. It was more technical than anything else. It's been technical on Pinduoduo as well. It did just hit. So first we got 85s in the first short. Then it hits 86s just now, bouncing down. As long as it's beneath that 88, I want to be net short. And even if I get stopped out, I'm going to short again at 90. But it's not really flushing to that 85 low like we saw at the open. You haven't been able to recreate that price, or I haven't been able to get it again. And I'm going over to now looking at, not C3I, AMC. This is, I'm not sure what the catalyst is over here. But AMC didn't even really pull back like everything else. This is still going strong to the upside, at least the last I checked. Look at the slim move back in here. If this takes out the top again, or maybe just gives us a decent consolidation, maybe this can be the long, up 9%. And other than the fact that I heard some good things about the Ant-Man movie, I'm not entirely sure why.
Because everyone loves Paul Rudd. Remember we had this discussion before?
Weren't you trash talking Paul Rudd?
Yes.
I think he's funny. But
yeah, I mean, so people agree with you, man. They're going to go see Ant-Man and Wasp Woman, and then there's going to be that other one coming out.
Why do you always have to butcher?
Quantum Leap or something's coming out.
Yeah,
Quantanamera. Yeah, what's up to Wyclef right there. But
what's it called again?
Hey, you're the self-proclaimed man. I just sit here and try to.
You guys know what it's called.
Anyways, yeah. Look, I mean, you want to go watch a little ant guy running around there? That's cool. But I think AMC. Look, they have that conversion with Ape, like all that. I mean, we'll have to. Let me figure it out before I start talking. DraftKings is $21, by the way.
That stock is.
I just heard you talking about it. That's why I was like, hello.
It's doing okay.
Oh, that one's doing a little okay. Okay, so what's doing really okay right now is Amazon. Amazon just came like right back to life. So when I see that, I go, thank you, come again, I'll short you. And you run away from my short. I should have just punched a bid there. But we're on the offer here at 50, so let's fill us up back here on 50. Get a fill back. All right, next time.
You say get a fill.
Next time before I start talking about Paul Rudd and all that, I'm just going to take the Amazon fill at 50 because it's an instant right now 20-cent winner there, but I'm going to slap a fail on that because, geez, wow. I better watch what I say there because that is, darn it, guys. We just 25 cents just threw in the garbage there. Should have had that. All right, but that's fine. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Why? Because Apple just continues to give you that chicken dinner winner for you. Right back down, incoming Apple, back into the 50s, into the 40s, and starting to go lower is Apple. So, again, the number one name here on the sticky note today is the Apple short, and it is the number one name here for me. Apple short, Meta's long, NVIDIA long, Apple short, Shopify short, and then we just missed picking on Amazon, which should be an absolute tuned up winner that we do not have. All right, we have it on board, but we should have got out some more. And there it is. We just got out of Apple on the side here at 32. Let's keep on watching this falling down to the downside. But here it is, man. It's just one of those days where we've only made 2 trades, but we've averaged into them. These are been great trades right there. We're going to go 2 for 2 and stick with that now. Have you looked at, I apologize, have you looked at, you're in PDD. So how's that working out? Because I want to go short some of these Chinese names.
So it keeps bouncing off 86 and a half. I have an 87 short, so it's not like it's bad. It's been holding in the money, but it flushed. Here, I'll do this because I want to talk DraftKings next. I'm looking up my black chart for you guys. But it flushed right at the open. Now you're seeing higher lows. So it is still in the money, but it's looking pretty strong. If it holds 88, great. If it breaks 88, then I'm getting out of this one and then looking for the next price in. We did just get a high of the day test again on DraftKings. So it's already given you like a big breakout, 20 to 21.5, bounce off 21, give us another entry point here. It got to 21.50 and you're seeing it pull back. So I want to hold the trend. Well, I want it to hold the trend and stick with it, like buying the dips, if it can hold the channel. Obviously, it's a relatively strong name. In that market pullback, and we came all the way back down to more than 1% down on the NASDAQ, and DraftKings barely even pulling back here. Docu, once again, feels like it's going to be safe. So third time, I didn't get in a fourth, but now it looks like it wants to just fill me at 59. So we got the 60 short 3 separate times, and it's played to 59 twice. I think if this one continues to flush, it's just too big of a level to ignore. This is what Docu looks like on the higher time frame, and it's not a pretty one. There's your 200 period moving average. There's the $60 level double bottom break, and there's what I think could be the next support level at 58 and change on the 50 period moving average. So we'll see if we get all the way down there on DocuSign. 8% down. This could go SSR at some point today.
I love DocuSign. That's just a good stock to trade. All right, there it is. We'll take another one out. We'll go awesome on this one as there's Amazon. Again, I was just waiting for 95.50, hoping it would get up there. Does not, so we missed that reload one more time there on Amazon. So that's okay, but there it comes right back into the downside. So all is well on Amazon. I still think we can test those low marks there of 94.80. That's the low of the day there for Amazon. So that's a level that I think comes into play sooner rather than later on AMZ. And then on Apple, which is still our short that we're in right now, you're back. I mean, let's just put a 25 bid. I mean, I'm getting lighter on this, and I really think we could still flush more. So I kind of feel like I might be missing the boat by getting out a little bit too early here on Apple. But what if it doesn't flush? Then we want to make sure that we are able to reward ourselves just a little bit here, as the DXY is starting to level off a little bit. Had a nice move down in what price is Meta? 173?
174. It just broke 75, so it's now heading down.
Okay, yeah. So for Meta, I still want to be careful with it because we are net short. Well, we're only two names short. But the thing about Meta is I still like that 173.50 bottom. Let's just see, like we went down there early off the open and then basically stopped. Both Neil and I were waiting for 173. So let's just not. I don't want to be too foolish. I don't want to talk for everybody, but I'm gonna wait for it, whether or not Neil buys it or not at these levels. Do you want to buy it now, or are you
73.
waiting? Okay, so yeah, so both of us right there. Before we go to Brendan, we're both gonna try to be, yes sir, as patient as can be. As there's Apple, cha-ching, 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 right there as the cash cow. That is Apple is waking us up here with a huge move to the downside. We just got 150.18s right there. Wow, good call on the Apple short so far, but hey, it's not like we're printing tons of cash here. Brendan, give us some more movers here. I'm going to go with happening now and just take a risk. Yes.
It is correct.
Hey guys, just getting some existing home sales data from last month in the U.S. comes in lower than expected there, but a bit of a down move anyways for futures. That's a look at the overall board. Happening now, brought to you by TD Direct Investing. Personalize your investing experience with advanced features like heat mapping and customizable charts. Watch lists as well across a range of investment products and accounts. Open a TD Direct Investing account, get up to 12 months, commission-free trades. Offer ends March 1st, 2023. Conditions apply. QR code at the bottom of the screen will tell you all you need to know. There's a link in the description as well. Shout out to TD. As you saw, a very red board to kick things off. First 30 minutes in the books. 1.12 right now for the S&P 500, 1.2 for the Dow. The Russell all in the red as well. It's the 2000 that is leading as far as small caps are concerned. NASDAQ Composite and the 100, 1.3, 1.25 to the downside. If you were with us early on, we were discussing a few things as far as earnings are concerned this morning. Home Depot, one of those. NVIDIA, we were talking about multiple positive notes coming out on NVIDIA this morning on the watch list. And Uber, yeah, that's a nice story on EVs for India. JD as well, we were discussing, just made a session low there, 47.5. There's Uber, still struggling as well. I'll give you a nice flush off the open, about 50 cents worth to the downside there, guys, for Uber. Back over to you.
Yeah,
I knew I didn't like a long on Uber.
We kind of ignored that, didn't we?
We did ignore it. It was a positive story that it's not going up. So a good thing that we ignored it. PDD's trying to break this 86 again. So it's there. I got a couple of legs out on VWAP. The initial chase, I mean, look at that 85 level. I think 85 probably holds again. If 86 breaks, I'm trying to get out some 85 and then just see how far it can go down. But as this happens, like, look at Alibaba. Alibaba's holding up pretty nicely here. Higher low, same sort of setup, wick bottom, and then showing some strength off 96. This could be a breakout candidate if it gets through the top. So watch out for BABA. This looks like it could be a strong one. Meta's getting pretty darn close now. You know, it just touched 174. So this is a pretty strong up-down move, right? So you get the top, bottom, wait for the bottom. When you have this many, this is a 3-minute chart. When you have this many red candles in a row, you should anticipate that it's going to give you a shot at the price you want when you're looking for a long. So I'm going to wait. Let's be patient with it. DraftKings, the only long I got on right now is DraftKings, and it just bounced the second time off that 21 area. So I will take the bounce, but I wanted to see it bounce first. I went over to Meta first. I'm like, okay, well, we're testing 2090, and we just bounced off it now. So we'll see if DraftKings holds up. Maybe we get another run at the high of the day. Strong name up 2%, but this market's not very strong at all. And even the strong names sometimes succumb to market weakness.
Yes, I like that, succumb to it. Okay, so I'm just going to edit my trade here because I like an AMD short. I just got to make sure that we put on the right amount of shares because this is one name that is possibly not a short. But we're going to try it right here, breaking back down below this 200 period on a 1 minute chart. Right now, we're going to go short this name through 50. So, you know, watch out for that short to come through. And if not, I'm just playing it off 78. So 50 cents, we're going to try to get a 50-cent winner here on this trade. Try to just go 1-to-1. It may just be a scalp because AMD has been strong, but whenever you're back down to a relatively strong name that's coming in to a level that, let's just see if it holds. I was actually debating letting it break and then seeing if I can catch a short, like let it break, trap people like me that are going to be short, and then hit it a little bit up here. So that's why I was talking about adjusting my stop orders and my shares because I do want the break, but at the same time, I also want to short up here against this 78. So it could be one of each trade here. So I don't know where we're going to go on it, but I still think that I like the short break through 50 for AMD. Let's just see if it wants to be weak. We are below on the 50 period right here. We can all see that on the NASDAQ. We're trying to approach 12,200. I think we want to test it. So let's go to see. I guess I got to change my oil contract. That must have switched over. So what is oil? It's not H. The next level, we'll find out what it is. There's AMD. We'll get the oil level for you. Did AMD just break there? Like, I don't know. We're short now 49s on AMD. Let's see if it goes to the downside. We did have a little bit of a stopping here at 30, so we'll put a bid out on AMD around 30 just to see if we can get something out like 20% and then hold the rest. Because right now, guys, flush. Look, Neil, I was ignoring Amazon, my guy. Right now, yeah, huge move to the downside right now. I can't feel my fingers. I don't know how yours are doing, but nice win right there for Amazon. We'll spin the money for you right now as, yeah, tips. Like, how is it colder in this office? I guess because I had a huge winter jacket on, but like I'm sitting there at the rink all weekend and I feel completely fine, and I come in here into my place of work and can't feel my hands, but that's all right. Nice downside move here into Apple, coming back in, man. Yeah, buddy, we're $1 in the money on Apple. We are 70 cents in the money on Amazon, and new position alert, so hit the sirens for advanced micro devices.
So I just got wicked out of DraftKings, but I actually don't mind this. Because this needs to settle down. The market needs to settle down off these lows at this point. Hold on to your shorts, hold on to your butts. They're going to be fine. It's just about what's going to happen here. The NASDAQ just continues to kind of touch the bottom and bounce. Touch the bottom and break and bounce. But it's an overall downtrend that if it holds, you could see a 2%er. And when that happens, you don't want to be caught holding long. So you like the shorts. They're definitely going to be working for you. But I never got Microsoft. And here it comes. So we missed Microsoft on the way back from 255. Now suddenly 254.5. Just to remind you guys what we're looking at here. Microsoft is at the 200 period moving average as we speak.
Ooh,
that's at 50. That's at 54. So you're seeing it bounce off this level a few times here. Actually, not a few times, like many times. I think it can hold this trend to the downside, but it's finding support at the 200 period. Once that breaks, all bets are off. Pinduo Duo is kind of weird. It just keeps holding 86. So what I'm going to do is I think it might bounce from here. Just seeing what continuously is happening in BABA. I'm going to get another leg out in front of 86 off the 87 short. And as long as this continues to show me some strength, like scalp inside that dollar. And if BABA starts to break out, fantastic. I probably want to look for longs over there. But if PDD does not ever break 86, I'm kind of a fool not to take more out inside of this range. Hold the rest for that 85 bottom. Docu, I'm not even sure we get a reload at this point. I have to hunt for a different price on DocuSign. This short off the 60 level, I'm not sure we get back up to 60. If it breaks 58, well then, just to show you guys, it's valid even for a 58.30 break. It's the 200 period. Sorry, the 200 period's broken. The 50 period is still yet to be taken out here. And I just want to be net short DocuSign as long as this trend holds. I'm going to look for re-entries, but it might not be back at this 60. Might have to get a little bit lower.
So bonehead alert here again. Oh, there it is. Okay, I just got filled now. I thought I got filled down there on Amazon at 75, but I did not. I went and looked, and my order just didn't fill, which is fine. So I just took a piece out there at 91. I was just like, yeah, maybe we're retracing back to the upside. Some of these wick bottoms always scare me. Whenever you have a dramatic wick bottom like this, I always feel like, okay, the buyers have stepped in and now are pushing this up, which is exactly what happened. But then it only went to 95 and 05 or so, and now it's falling down a little bit here. So we just take a 91 fill. It should have been, I thought I got 75 and I didn't. So we'll unfortunately have to sacrifice about 15 cents there back to the upside, but I didn't have to because it just came right back in. Before we go to Brennan, I just want to update people. I did take out 30% here at 55 right there for a 6-cent hit on AMD. I'd rather get filled up here. We just tested a little bit higher. We could easily be wrong on this short, and I don't want to be short Apple. I only have shorts. So Apple, AMD, Amazon is just like, let's just regroup here. I didn't need AMD because I had decent position. Didn't need that ripping up. I said this was one level that I was sort of cautious on, so that's sort of what I remain. So if you're wondering, I'm now out of 30% of AMD, looking for more. But one person that's always looking for more information for you guys is Brendan. Brendan's mic
Intel,
was off there. He's talking about Intel. Do you have it?
I haven't traded Intel, but I want to point this out for a quick second here because let's go here first. Walmart's now green on the day. What a monster bounce Walmart just had off of the 140 level. It just got to the upside, and it's going to be hard not to look for a fade here. Here's the daily chart. That's 147. You guys can see that. Resistance at 47. If it's going to turn somewhere, this would be it on Walmart. So this one caught my attention first. I haven't even looked at Intel today, guys. Which it's been a while since I haven't looked at Intel, but I'm looking 147 short here. Walmart, it came into play. Why not? I'll have a quick look, see at Intel, see if I like it. I probably don't, unless it's going to be a short. And is it a short? Is it a short? Oh, goodness. Wow, it is a short. And it's a good one. Okay, well, maybe you look at shorting some pops at 27 on Intel. One of the good things about it is I know it's beneath the 50-period moving average, but that's all the way at 28 even. Let's see what Brennan has to say.
New battery. Just going to mention, guys, on that Intel note, we were talking about that Taiwan semiconductor story. They've delayed that order until 2024. A few additional people now circulating that once again on Twitter. So just a heads up on Intel.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's ugly.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm sitting here with AMD, and that is now breaking a little bit lower. I'm just noticing that we're just cracking through the 200 period right now. So, okay, here we go. There we go. Yes, sir. Finally, man. Spin it one more time. I know. I'm tired of these as well. We are trying to get some more graphics going on right now, but let's just keep the money bags where they are. And right now, they're we're going to go perfect today. The shorting of Apple all day long, and it's at day's low. The shorting, I don't know if you guys, we talked about that. I said that the NASDAQ probably has 4 or 5 more % to the downside before we start to retrace up. So Benny the bull, the bear, I don't know if we have a different name for him depending on what he switches over to, but we're pretty bearish on that here today, and it's definitely paying off as we're at the highest spot we've been at all day, man. Amazon's at the lows. Apple, I'm going to go short 150 break Apple as well. So let's watch out for that break to come through right now. It's one that I'm looking for. It's Apple. It's short 150. So let's just trade that through as well. We're almost out of our Apple. We have like 5% left of this trade, so we want to add to it. And we want to go short 150. So let's see if it breaks. I still think there's more downside. We're just now taking down 12,200. So again, there's a reason why I'm net short, man. It's because I like the short. So let's just stay with it.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I just added to, I was about to say Alpha, but Walmart there, thank you. Walmart, and I'm going to jump back into some PDD up here at 87. It's going to give you a second shot at that price, well, at least give me a second shot around those prices. And I understand Walmart had a good quarter, and it's pretty strong, but the market just took out the lows. And this is giving you that resistance at that 147. So I want to give it to the top here. This wick makes it hard to see, but that's going to be 147.5. If it cracks 147.5, the stock is too strong. And with this market coming in, you might have guessed a little something that's going to be in play in a few seconds. I probably shouldn't say a few seconds because I just jinxed it, and that's going to be Meta. So Meta has finally made that break of 74. It is now headed back into 73. I'm not sure how much support is going to be there because it might have already given you the bounce 73 to 78. But all I need to see is one shot bouncing off that level, and then I'm going to jump in the second I see any buy support around the 173. I won't be sitting on the bid like earlier because this is quite a different move at 10:15 than it would have been at 9:30. So got to give it some respect. Like I said, reloaded into PDD. I can't seem to find any more docu. This one now flushing through 58. It is through key support at that 50 period on the daily. If anything, I'm now looking for VWAP retracement shorts to get more shares of DocuSign short.
All right, yeah, market's at its lows right now and starting to go even lower. So, I mean, you know, I'm just watching these positions, man. We took some more short on Apple, so that's why you're going to see we got some out there at 86s and at 90s right now. So you're going to see like an average price here for Apple, so it's not great. But we're still in this name, looking to see about a possible lower move here in Apple. Did we just get 81s there? No, we did not. So I'm bidding 81. So 82s, 83s, just one more tick down, and we should be able to get another. There it is. So, I mean, let's just go. I don't want to keep doing the same thing. Let's just flush it down, not for our nets, but for the stocks. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, man. It's great to be back. I love taking vacations, and you got to spend as much time with your family, but like, you know, when I see this kind of movement here in the market and the damage that we're doing, I hate taking time off, but it's definitely a good reason to do that for your family. So, but here we go. Market still making moves to the downside now. You know, like Neil and I keep talking about it, make sure that you have your plan of action. That Meta has come in to that 173. It's right here, right now.
Microsoft broke.
Microsoft, yeah, like I like the Meta long now. It's just, like I'm sitting here, and you guys know what I'm sitting in, right? Like I'm sitting in Apple shorts, Meta, Amazon shorts, AMD short, and yet I'm debating taking a Meta long. So I don't think I'll do that for right now, but it's not horrible. Look at AMD. That was a good take. It's trying to bounce around a little bit. We'll put a 27 bid right there and get that trade. So yeah, so far so good here. I
still plan on taking Meta.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's what I was going to say. It's not the absolute collapse here that should really be scaring me away from Meta, I feel like.
It's starting to slow down a little bit. I know you're not getting a lot of support from the futures, but there it is. That's actually the first little dip. And I wanted to see buying come in here instead of just assuming, oh, it's going to hold support, the level that you like, the line on the chart. I don't want to make that assumption. Oh, don't make me chase. I don't want to chase this move. Give me a break. See, if I just sat on the bid at the exact price we had before, it dips down, kind of touches those 20s, but I'm going to get it here somewhere in the 40 to 50. Be patient. The market is weak. Yeah. It's going to come back to you for sure. But one name I am not looking for longs in is going to be Microsoft. It's just going to be, this pop in Microsoft is going to give us an opportunity to short it, I think. 254 is that 200 period. So as it starts to come back up here, I just want to be short up that level. You saw it do a little bit of a dance, 55.5 into 54. Now it's go time. So go time, trend to the downside, down 2%. I think the market can do that kind of a move as well. Any pop into 04s has to be a reentry to the short. If I got a short that stinks right now, it's actually Walmart, man. Walmart holding some strength here. So yeah. It's now testing that high. I shorted the 147. It is testing that top. If it breaks out, fair enough. I would have liked to have played the long off of 138 on the daily, but we had no opportunity to do that. Now you're seeing the stock absolutely jammed to the upside. So we'll slap the fail on Walmart up here, but I might have a shot at this again if the market rolls back over. Market's bouncing now, but if it rolls back over, we can always revisit the same price area. It's definitely an area that I do like for that short trade. And of course, Meta's now gone. But that just means short the pops on Microsoft to me.
Oh, no.
It was a good long.
But Meta?
I waited for the turn. I waited for the turn instead of just standing in front of the level. I always feel like that's the better way to go when you're going counter trend, but you can miss the trade when you do it that way. I am now short Microsoft here, 253.88 in front of 254. I think that's a good line in the sand. Obviously, VWAP's going to be here, but I'm playing this entry off that key 200 period on the daily. That's the rejection I'm looking for, not necessarily my 3-minute chart, but the higher time frame.
Yeah, that's going to suck a little bit there. I was trying to get that. Yeah, it sucks. I was trying to get that meta low. I wasn't trying to. We should have probably sat in there, but like Neil said, you're going to miss them. Maybe it comes back again there for meta. Just an update. I did get another piece out of Apple, so unfortunately right now I only have 35% left of this whole trade rate. Well, 35% left, actually, sorry, of this trade right here. We already got out of all of this. We only had 5% left when it broke back down below. But it was just that instant break there on Apple that sort of gave us that flush through to the bottom. No longer am I really convinced that this name really wants to flush too much. We actually got exactly the movement that we thought we'd get today on the NASDAQ, which was down to other key levels. So 12,200 just came into place right there. We got, like, right now we're short on Amazon, or sorry, on AMD, and almost out of all of this as well. Remember, we got a little nervous. We got out 30%, then we got 20%. So that's only 50 left, and then a bunch of 3 other 10s. So only have 20% left on AMD, but our last outs were pretty good down here in the 2025 area. So pretty good outs for that. Now let's just wait to see, guys, in what Apple and Amazon want to do. Amazon's still near the bottom of the day. I think, Neil, that's probably the weakest name out there for me today.
1% down?
Amazon, it's only down 2.5, but it's just, it hasn't really got that bid yet. So, all right, Brennan, what you got?
There's another note, guys, on Uber, talking about Uber Freight specifically, working towards their first electric truck test pilot run for Uber. I noticed this as well. So Uber down 2.5. Look at Lyft here, 5%. Just took out that low from Friday. Lyft relatively weak.
Yuck. Well, Lyft had a much worse quarter than Uber. Uber actually had a pretty solid quarter. Actually, some were saying it was one of the best quarters they ever had.
Oh,
that's probably stretching it a little bit, but they still loot. Look, man, Uber has lost more money than any IPO, just raw dollars. I don't mean the actual stock, but since any IPO that I can imagine. PDD's back to VWAP. So I reloaded 87. It's been pretty solid, but now it's starting to channel. So it's going to channel here. If I was taking VWAP earlier. Now I'm looking for the bottom end of the range here. Why make a decision if you don't have to? Get out where it makes sense. If it's going to go all the way down to 86, no point getting out 86.5 as far as I'm concerned. Microsoft, a little bit of a bounce. Double bottomed, just double bottomed on me just now. That's kind of annoying. So I got that short, 88s. I was trying to get some out in front of the low of the day. It's trying to bounce off that bottom. I should be able to get a fill here. Where am I sitting? Oh, I know why. Let's actually not bid at 253.50 and bid a little bit in front of it, buy a couple of pennies, and when you do that, a lot of times you actually get the fill. So this one could be a nice gentle downtrend, but it's more about, for me, this is if we hold beneath the 200 period moving average and the market holds trend down, Microsoft could be toast. So I just like that level. It's another reason, it's a reason why I'm in DocuSign, because that broke the 200 period and broke 60. That's the reason I'm going to be holding that short hopefully all day long. Meta, oh, that's going to suck because Meta's now bouncing again. So let me cancel those bids. I don't necessarily need those. I am still bidding. I was still bidding on Meta, but I didn't let it pick me up on the way down. I tried to catch it after it made that low and on the way back to the upside. So Meta's got support at the right place. It's just a matter of can it continue to hold it throughout the day. But the shorts have been the jam today. At the end of the day, if you've been looking short, you've been winning. Quite frankly. So if you miss out on a long from here and there, it's not the end of the world. I was in DraftKings once, got 21 on a pullback, back up to like 21.40, reloaded, and then boom, it broke trend. Now it's heading to the downside. I'm not touching this until it's either A, above 21 again, and we can start working that trend back to the upside, or it just bounces off 20. If it wants to show me that 20 is the low and bounces off an obvious level like that, that's where I would go for a long on DraftKings. I haven't traded or looked at any of these, but so let's go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, a few big movers to talk about today in small cap land. A few small floats, teeny tiny ones, just going on no real significant news, including this one, AMAM. Haven't been able to find anything on this, but just straight to the upside ever since the word go this morning. This thing also went back on Thursday, popped up to $4. We're at $5.50 now. This is a 10-minute chart. Still no red candles for AMAM. This ARBE, on the other hand, big gapper this morning as well. Really hasn't done much, kind of chopping around between 625 and 675. MOB, the other one, big move to the upside overnight. 260 held at the open there very briefly. We're back to 225, grinding back to the downside. The CMMB was this one, an FDA nod on a skin cancer drug. There was a secondary push back to 250 there, but just failed trying to get back to the downside. And we talked about this one in the pre-market a little bit. AI, C3 AI, expanding their collaboration with Amazon and AWS. OL, $25 let go there, and it's straight downside, guys, even for AI so far today.
That stock is just right to the bottom. What goes up must come down.
And I had that little rant earlier about AI and investing in the right names, and I just wasn't sure that was the right one. But yeah, straight to the upside, then to the downside on that Amazon.
It's down 5%.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, on that Amazon news, it actually crushed that thing. But okay, we'll just keep trading here. Apple. Again, Apple, slap the fail on Apple today. Nice move to the downside, man. We've just been shorting it early. Then we took that break as well. So if you took the 150 break with me, I just got out at 71 right there. We're still holding some pieces, but it's continuing, obviously, to disastrously fall. So there we go to the downside going Apple right now, and that's good for us. Because we're short, so that's a good one there. Amazon as well, back down to the day's low. But let's try to find some new names, and I just want to give an update here as I can still barely feel my fingers. AMD, so here comes AMD. I'm just going to short this against 78. Like I said, we only have 20% left of this trade to begin with, but it's a short trade, and it's going down. I've been in it to a short amount of time. I don't know if it's physically short, though, because AMD continues to make a move up. Look at it. There we go. So now we're short. We're going short against 78. So Brandon brought that Intel news, obviously going a little different spot here than AMD as this continues to move up. So this is where my mind and my concern is right now. If we take out 78, we are gone. It's a new position here for us against 78, trying to trade something. And Neil and I, we don't have to be in everything, but let's just try to be in names that we think can trade out for us. So there's, yes, sir. So there it is right now. I don't care, be damned if you like money or not. But there it is. We're going to spin that again. We just took a dime quickly on it. Let's just regroup, see if it wants to fall back in. But we do know that AMD is relatively strong. So if I can piece something out here on the way back in and just continue to stack it up, then that's exactly what we'll do here on the day. I'm a trader. I'm a day trader. My name is Sean. How's it going? And we're going to try to still stay trading these names to the short side right now, but we are cautious. Yes, sir. Holy cautious, my you-know-what. There it goes right down to the downside right now. Let's take a 71 out, and there's another AMD banger for you. So we've put on like 5 trades, and, we're thankful enough to be going 5 for 5. There's another AMD reload right up there at the top, and there it is coming right back down again. So let's go. Let's go. I'll take a 66 right there. Give me that Mario Lemieux right there. Shout out to everyone in Pittsburgh. Give us that to the downside and everyone in Canada, of course. There it is right there. Another out for us on AMD. We just took 20 cents like we're robbing a candy store there.
Yeah, and the shorts have been robbing the candy store, but you have to make sure that you get out the store with the goods.
Yeah.
And if that's going to happen, well, you got to put bids out as well.
Yeah,
so I've been really patient with Pinduoduo because, quite frankly, like every time it gets to 87, it's been like that's the money fill. You can get some above there. VWAP's okay, but 86, this is where it's at. Like the 86 fills are money because it's giving you essentially that dollar trade. And if it breaks this, it's probably toast. Now, this is not the only name that's out there moving. I understand JD, Alibaba are all relatively weak. They've stopped doing much of anything. It's a trend to the downside, now going sideways. JD's 10% down. If one of these is going to break up, I'm still thinking it's Alibaba, only 3%. It just got to VWAPs. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to ring the register a little bit here on Pinduoduo, watching it get to that 86 level again, because I think Baba could make a bit of a turn. I'm not going to do anything with C3AI. And Lucid, they are getting a lot of people, I think it's Brian James in the chat asking about Lucid. They're not having a good day. A lot of names aren't having a good day, but Lucid, there we go. 8% to the downside. Now, when it hits 10%, it's short sell restricted. Obviously, that's not good. However, there's a thing that sometimes happens where you get a bounce when a stock goes short sell restricted. Lucid would end up hitting support on the daily at that same price. So if it gets beneath $10, which it's about to any second now, That 980 area, 990 to 980, I have to double check exactly what that's going to be. I'll look for a little bit of a bounce when it goes SSR, the old SSR bounce. But this has been a dumpster fire all morning. Not even sure specifically what it is to Lucid. I think we get a report from them this week, but yuck. There's weak names out here today. I didn't realize they were down 8%.
Guys, we'll have to start tweeting some of these positions out. Like, honestly, we just reloaded AMD, and now it's just like, okay. I mean, I don't, this is why I say it, man. I keep saying it over and over again. Like, I feel blessed to be able to sit here every single day and do this to the market. I mean, honestly, this has been such a fun couple decades for me for trading, honestly, that like look at it. Look at these markets absolutely fall down. And, you know, again, just be patient, and hopefully you're rewarded. And I just want to thank everybody for all your patience with us here as we continue to move through what are pretty turbulent markets once again. But I mean, we've just been short. We've been talking about the short, how much we've liked the short, and it's really nice to see the short printing out. If I say it more, then maybe it will continue to make moves downside. So here's Apple. We were short from 151.20. I mean, that's almost $2 in the money. The AMD short is actually the number 2 stock now net-wise because of that reload and how well that worked to the downside right now. So yeah, like we're just, and then Amazon, we really only have a few fills early. We stepped out and took a break, and that's, you know, didn't work great early, but working great late. And then we got a huge bump up right here as well. It's only 10:30, and honestly, we are to the moon right here one more time today. So I can't remember what I made on Thursday, but I'm pretty sure it was around what we're doing now. And we've only been open an hour, and our first trades were just a little while ago. So today's been great trading, man. The only name that we missed on the downside was Meta, and I could see us taking this again if it does come back in. I think it's going to go there, but I don't want my mind distracted from other names that have been an absolute cash cow. So there, now it's appropriate, right? So, you know, we're going to go 3 for 3, AMD, Apple, Amazon. And honestly, man, it's Sticky Note Nation's in the building. We have AMD, we have NVIDIA long 208. Maybe we have to look at that, but we're all over this trade today. So congratulations. Hopefully you guys are. Put something in the chat if you want. Oh, before I throw it back to you, Palantir, I know there's been a lot of people talking about that. It's right into that zone that I said I would look at it. So yeah, maybe this is a name that we have to look at right now. Palantir. I told you we were coming back down here, man. I said you're going to wipe this out, back down to that 850 area. So we're there now. The problem is I'm not going to go long this name. So I'm going to have to wait for Palantir to go down. I'm just glad we got the target area zoned out for everybody. But there it is. Palantir just dropping. I was asked about it early. You know that from that new member, 3-month member. I said, do not touch Palantir. It's coming back down to 850. And there it is right now. 850 came right in. Maybe this is an afternoon play for me, but as this market keeps coming in, I'm going to hold out tight here on Sir Palantir as Apple just continues. I might just be hands off, man. The net is just rolling.
Yeah, a bit of an up-down move here on at least one name showing some signs of strength here, Microsoft. It's in the money, like, don't get me wrong, I'm short, and it's good, that 54 short, but it just did a wick bottom into 253 and could be bouncing here. So if it does a double test, if it does another test to this level, I might just take this one out, look for the VWAP retracement. I am short a lot closer to the low than the other ones that have been in the money all morning, so I have more concern with this than anything else. And before we go to crypto, I just want to point out DraftKings is starting to round out. I thought it was about to get to 20. No, it looks like it's going to put in trying to put in a higher low. I do want the long again in DraftKings, but it's either above 21 or off the next consolidation or 20 even. It's trying to consolidate here off 2050, so I'm going to respect that. Look for the long off 2050 as we go to Brendan for our crypto segment.
Yeah.
Hey guys, back to the downside we go for equity markets, back to the downside for crypto markets so far this morning as well. It's pretty shocking, honestly, to see this, but here's a headline that caught my eye this morning. People still being duped, I guess, into fake ChatGPT tokens. Hundreds of them apparently luring a lot of people with money these days. So just be aware if anyone gets those kind of messages in their direct messages. It's definitely not from us, that's for sure. BTC, ETH, both downside, as I mentioned, after nice moves higher on the 24-hour time frame. 25,200 was that high. You got to go back to last week. We got that 25,200 test once again, back downside for ETH, but nice flag forming here on the daily chart for Ethereum so far. That's the way the board looks so far this morning, down 1.7 is Bitcoin trying to hold 24.5 right now, 1666 currently for Ethereum, down about 2% as well. But mostly red numbers here. Matic, Dogecoin, even Solana, all 6, 2, and 5% in the red, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Crypto.
And the frustrating, look, first of all, I feel for anybody that gets scammed by something like that. But, you know, when it seems too good to be true, it usually is too good to be true. And everyone's trying to capture the magic sauce that is AI and what's going on with ChatGPT, and just be cautious. You know, obviously we know that's a private company, so you're probably not, if it sounds too good to be true, you know that it is. Coinbase is oddly enough holding support off the old morning breakout. So I want to highlight this level here because this 63, it's kind of not random. We did have a bit of a bid here last week as well. So if it can reestablish this level, don't get me wrong, I usually like short this name, but you saw it hold it and just jailbreak in the afternoon on Friday, and now it's got another double bottom. I think it's worth a shot maybe for a long off this area if we get back down there again. That's a lunchtime scalp trade. However, if we take out Friday's low, to me, this is a short on coin. That's not a flat bottom break, but it is a significant breakdown if it does take out Friday's low. I think there is a ton of room on a break there to get another 10% down to 54. But until it breaks it, there's probably a scalp long. So I'm going to be watching Coinbase in the afternoon, or sorry, during lunchtime, I should say, right at that 63 level first, then that 62. The real short to me is when it fails this 62, I think there's 10% into the mid-50s. But that's probably a couple of moves ahead from here. I'm still waiting for Meta to come back down, and Meta's still not coming back down. So
yeah, that might not.
I think at this point, you know, maybe we're not going to get that one till bit later on in the day. That 173, it's kind of embarrassing. I'll slap a fail on it because when you say I want to dip buy Meta at 173 and it does it twice, should probably have had a long there. Instead, DraftKings is the one I got. DraftKings is the one I'm going back to.
Yeah, that's, like I was saying, that's pretty much the only missed opportunity there. And at least we talked about it when it was coming through. It's on the sticky note. We talked about it earlier on there that the Meta 173. So yeah, it sucks to have missed that, obviously. But we'll get other trades. We'll get other trades, don't worry. Back in on that one. So yeah, so far so good there on Meta and on some of these plays. But what's not happening right now is Apple. So we, like I said, now we're only into 20% left of that block because we did get an out there at 68. And then we put another bid out, I believe. That was way lower. I'm trying to go not too crazy, but back up here to 150.50. So if Apple does make that move to the high side, that's an area that I want to get out on for Apple, is up here at 150.50. So we're going to wait to see if we can get a short there. You know, otherwise, let's just let sort of Apple fall down here. And if it does, then that would be great for us here, especially if it does make that move back down for Apple. So that's something that I'm looking at. And other than that, let's maybe try to find some longs. You're already on DraftKings right now. NVIDIA's come back in a little bit again now, I guess, to some key levels. So we can definitely have a look quickly on NVIDIA right now. Again, 209, 209.50, right? Like, that's been the bottom of the day. It's like, how weak? I'm already short AMD here. And not super nervous about it, but I am short it. So I'm thinking about NVIDIA here on a drop down. What about 209.50? So if that comes into play, you can see here on a 3-minute, you take it all the way back to what we were doing on Friday, and it is 209.50 as well. So that could be an area right now that we're looking to get out on a bid. So 209.50, that could be something there. If we're going to miss Meta, maybe we'll have this one. So that's something to look at here for me with this name. NVIDIA 209.50 is a bid I'm going to look at.
So I actually haven't gotten DraftKings yet. That's the first thing. Like, I haven't gotten it yet. I am looking to go long off that 2050 area because it's found some support. But I just added to Microsoft in front of that. Oh, I typed Meta because I'm thinking Meta in my brain because I keep wanting to get it. But I just got this in Microsoft. Look at that bounce, but it's got to be 254 for me. I'm not playing this to VWAP, that 54 area, a couple of pennies above it I'm going to give this to. I'm looking at it on the higher time frame. But there is one thing you can do if you haven't done it already.
Yes.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
All right.
There we go. So, like, you guys know we've all been shooting hours. So I hadn't seen Katrine's.
Nope.
And Katrine works for us here in sales, so we just got to see that one. So thank you, Fahad, for lining that one up for us, guys. We don't ask you guys for anything. We just ask, A, that you enjoy the show, and then hit the like and subscribe. Pass it on to your friends, everybody. It's definitely, we think it's a good value.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Yo.
Who is this guy?
You see the look on his face?
Who?
Yo, Fahad was fired up right there.
I have to look at that
Like
again.
he had his stank face on. Like if he could dunk, that is the face he would actually give if he was going to dunk on you. Now, obviously, this is all fictional, and Fahad can't dunk. That's why it's just a graphic, right?
He can't touch the rim, let alone dunking. So,
I mean, he can look at the rim.
He can look at the rim.
He can roll up the rim.
Yeah, oh, he does Tim Hortons rims. Good call there.
And
Yeah,
he can drink a coffee.
He's great at rolling up the rim.
But he can't.
Yeah. So that's a good one. We'll see. Thanks, Fahad. That was fun.
That was great. I love it.
But personally, I mean, I would favor
boys.
Katrine's over that one. But
Well,
obviously, I guess at that point. So all right. So AMD is making a move back up, but you can hit the like and the subscribe for sure. Right. You notice how Fahad, like, no one's saying anything in our ear anymore because
I can't hear anything.
There's no. Everyone gone silent. All of a sudden. So we'll see. Hopefully he can dunk on some little kids this week, or is it this weekend or next weekend? That should be a lot of fun for the guys. As we are again. Shout out to Fahad. Hopefully he does that again today. Come back on the midday show. I think is a good idea because we all saw it, and we're raising money for charity for a hoops tournament that Day Trade the World and Trader TV Live is sponsoring. So Fahad will be all over that. So thank you, Fahad, for that. That's obviously. That's the big thing right there. Okay, so we didn't reshort AMD. Strange. Normally I'm about that, reshorting AMD, and I didn't right there. So 77.90 should have been reshorted for AMD. Unfortunately, it was not. So we're going to watch out for that, 77.80, 77.90 for that, as now AMD falls back in. Let's just take another bid out here. There we go. We just punch a 41 out there for AMD as it just fell right back into our lap one more time. So we have to take it out. Fell back in there for AMD, so let's do that. Rinse and repeat that trade a little bit if we can get it. Amazon continues to fall down. We got a great fill down there. You saw me get that at 73, 74, whatever that was when it came back in. We talked about grabbing that fill. And then the only one left for me really is Apple, and that's just at its day low right now. So I like that trade. Let's just put it out right now for it. We'll just bid 72. Hopefully we can get that 72 fill here for Apple. And if we have to hold the rest for the rest of the day, that's exactly what we'll do. So right now, Apple coming in a little bit here. We'll try to grab that bid where we've already been bidding. So that should be a good little fill right there right now if we can get it. But I'm bidding 72. So here comes Apple. I think I'm bidding 72. Yeah. So hopefully we'll get that fill. And then, yeah. We'll wait to see what's next. Intel down 4%. Yeah. That could be a one that we just want to short all day. Look at Shopify.
Everything it looks.
Yeah,
I just took some Microsoft out here, but I'm going to hit the Gronk spike because we're finally making some changes in our fantasy league. It's hilarious because it's happening because of something you said on the show, and now we're changing something in our league. I know it's not football season, but Softy 254 once again it reloaded it. Now you're back testing that low of the day. However, I got a long. See. There's actual longs in the market today. Now that I've said that, let's watch DraftKings probably stop me out. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't mean it has to, but DraftKings is kind of relatively strong. It's still green on the day. We went 1 for 2 on DraftKings, but again, take profit, have a tight stop. Don't try to lose as much as you make. Try to lose less than you make. Usually how you stay positive. And if this can manage to hold this consolidation, then at least if the market bounces, this is a relatively good name. I think you can get back to VWAP and maybe even break it in the afternoon. It's not a guarantee, but I didn't want something long. Meta, obviously, we've missed that one, but DraftKings looks like it's setting up. Let's go to Brendan for Sector Watch to see what else might be strong.
Hey guys, still a red board to look at so far this morning. I'll show you the S&P 500 here as we break it down by the sectors this time. 1.25 currently for the overall market. It's actually the industrials that are leading right now. NDSN on a negative note this morning. Big time move downside, 10.5%, but capital goods leading. Transportation names all here as well, including UPS and FedEx, both 3.25% to the downside. All of the airlines down 2.5 through to about 3.2% in the red as well. Tech stocks all across the board, very, very negative. Intel leading. 3.3% after that note on TSM canceling that order. The entire group, though, in the red today, along with software and hardware names. Banks are weak. Some consumer discretionary names stand out weak as well in the retail space specifically. That's Home Depot, 4.5%. It's actually KMX leading, 4.9%. Lowe's being dragged down off of Home Depot's poor earnings report and forecast. There's Amazon, 2.5 as well, obviously getting hurt on that forecast. FCX over here, it was CLF came out with price hike this morning, but FCX with a nice move back to the upside, 3.8%. But everything outside of consumer staples down here, pretty green for consumer staples. The rest of the market, though, not so much. 1.17 right now, guys, downside.
Yeah, huge move.
It's bouncing now.
Yeah, it's starting to bounce now a little bit here. So we're going to try to go short again, Apple, against this 150. We talked about 150.50, sorry. We did talk about that. That was a level that I was looking at here. So let's see if we can get something going on for Apple upside right now as it's starting to go. So I'm waiting at 39s, just kind of randomly. That's sort of where that VWAP is. So we'll wait there for that. And then we will also wait for a 150.50 level there in order to get out. So we'll go short here around 40. Then if it breaks the 200 period, we're going to get out and then just regroup from there. Because like I said, we don't want to throw, sort of like bad money after good. That makes sense, yeah. So we've already traded this really well today, so let's not like get too carried away. And at the same time, I said I would reload this AMD. We're still, and I was gonna say we're still below the 50 period, but we're not. So that's not the case at all.
Meta might break out.
I think Meta might break to the upside.
That's a big might because I just added more Microsoft shorts. I'm still kind of thinking we're trending down, but I'll show you. I led with that. I should probably at least talk about it. But Meta, look at it. Like it's right. This 175, 173 is already held. If it breaks here, that's VWAP right there for you. So that could be an interesting level if it gets taken out. That said, I just reloaded on Microsoft, right? So this is now the third time off that 254. I didn't take the break when it happened. Let the opening range play itself out. And then when it failed that support, eventually like 54 was going beneath like 15, 20 cents. Once it actually failed that area, then look for that to be the actual break of the 200 period moving average. Short it, get some out on the way to the low. Try to hold a core position because quite frankly, you don't want to cover your shorts completely today. At any point, that hasn't been the right call. DraftKings, I never got everything in front of 2050. But I did take some out in front of VWAP on that last pop. It just got to 2079. Well, 80s, I took 79s. I'm going to get more in front of 2050 here. I want a better price. I'm long at 64. That price needs to be in the 50s if we're going to make the risk to reward work. So, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, I'm hoping for Meta to break this out, but the market's going to have to hold up as well. It'd be great if we got 173s, but at least I know Meta's relatively strong. We have that to hang on to, so therefore this afternoon, I like DraftKings longs if it can hold support. I like Meta longs off 73. I'll probably like a Meta long if we can get above VWAP. That's not a guarantee that it happens here, but at least something is going to be strong. And look, King of the Ring, PDD is relatively weak versus Baba and JD. The reason I think so is this. This had been the strongest of all those Chinese internet companies by far on the daily chart. Speaks for itself. Finally took out 90, finally took out the 50 period, gapped beneath it. So I knew I just wanted to be net short this sucker into 85. It's about to hit 85 now. Instead of getting out at the bottom, I'm going to hold and give it a trailing stop, see how far this one can go. It's not even SSR yet. And speaking of SSR, neither is Lucid. Lucid still having a bad day, but you know what? It bounced off $10. So decent bounce off 10. I was waiting for the SSR level, 10% down, to catch a bid. It looks like it's going to catch a bid at 10, which means I will cancel this for now. Lucid catching a little bit of a bounce here, despite getting destroyed all morning.
So I see what you're saying there, Adam, talking about AMD not looking as good. That's why I kind of like stayed away a little bit there from AMD on that reload into the short. I'm not sure the shorts are looking that great anymore, but we've already hit it. Here's the NASDAQ to the downside. We just keep rejecting off this, like, we don't really reject off anything, actually. It's just kind of doing it all. I was going to talk about this 12,200 spot right there, but that really hasn't been overly important. It's more just, I feel, doesn't it feel like, the market's getting a little bit stronger right now? So I don't, maybe it's not. We're still down that 1.5%. So just Apple, again, made that top. We were waiting at 39, and we talked about that. Just came to the top and then fell back down 30 pennies again. So went right back to 150. You know, if we shorted the 30s, then we'd be 25 cents of the money. And if you did that, I think I'd start just scalping. Just scalp the rest, not the rest of the day, but for now, I feel like that's, you know, a pretty strong play. And then AMD again off this 78. It just keeps on coming up here. I'm going to try it one more time, but I've taken my shares in half. So if it comes back up to here, you know, you're going to take 300, take 150, 1,000, like whatever. I'm a little nervous that we do eventually break this 78, especially if the market gets a little bit of a bump. Like all the NASDAQ needs to do is just retrace back up here and just keep going a little bit. And then traders will think that the bottom is in, which it's not. And then that could create, you know, a nice move back up to the upside for AMD. And that just reminds me of course, its friend and confidant here, NVIDIA, made that move off 209.50. And we called that as a bottom, but we didn't take it. You can call whatever you want, doesn't matter. We don't take that trade, just like that meta trade. But right now, that's looking like a good level. And then it's just, I think it's pretty simple of a level. It just goes back to where we were on Friday. So, you know, still down, but strong. We know that when the market bounces, NVIDIA likes to bounce, and it's not near the low. Like, look at Amazon. Amazon is right at the low pretty much, right? So there's Amazon right back to the low. So that's where I'm looking at NVIDIA and AMD and stuff like that. They're probably stronger than the rest of these. So Apple, not even anywhere near the low. So let's just, I think this is a stock picker's market. We just have to pick the right ones. And I know that that's kind of sounds crazy to talk about it, but that's why I'm only in 3 names today. And that's why they're banking out for us, man. And they're trading really well. We've got a great read on them, and that's what I'm going to continue to do. So right now, Apple trying to fall back in, and that's the short I'm looking at. Palantir did bounce temporarily, it looked like. Yeah, so good bounce off Palantir. Again, we talked about that 850 level. It was a great level, but you know, now it's coming back in. Look at that short off Palantir right there. 64, 65. Look at it with the 50 period, and then look at it bouncing off 65. That's probably the short you're looking for Alex Karp and Palantir.
Yeah, and there haven't been many longs to be had. I think you guys have seen that. It's a bear for a reason here today, but the last one I'm kind of battling with is maybe we're in a range here. Hopefully we're in a range on DraftKings, and it can hold this support at that 2050 level. It did break briefly, got down to 44s and kind of came back. I did just reload there. I want to add one more time, but I'm going to let it test into 50s. Like, let it break that 2050. If it goes a couple of pennies, then add to it just to like 51, 52. But I want to see it test the low before I make another move. But everything, I mean, it's an ugly day, man. Microsoft just broke the low again. So it's now breaking 253 and continuing to flush. I don't really have, in terms of levels, now that you're through the 50 period, so the 200 period on the daily cleanly, it's more about finding places to rejoin the trend if we continue trending down. I like the 54 short, but that's now come and gone. We've scalped that and now holding. Going to look for the next level up. It might end up being 53.5, and maybe it's that simple, but I'm going to let it bounce, see where it curls, and then run for that. PDD's almost 2 in the money. DocuSign's really calmed down, but if you look at these entries, like DocuSign was all about the 60 level. Now it's trying to bounce here. I think there's another play to be had at VWAP and that 59. So joining the trend is going to be about VWAP here, rolling back into this at about 59 1/4, and then see if it can't reclaim some of those lows. It did go 10% to the downside last I checked, so DocuSign should be short sale restricted. Can still short the pops if you want to, but I got to be worried about DraftKings because the market continues to flush. And I got one long, and that's the one that has to be my concern right now as the market is looking relatively weak. One last one for you guys. Tesla. I did have one brief trading that I was very impatient with Tesla. And I don't think I'll be touching Tesla unless it gets right back into some significant levels from Friday. Like it's kind of clear through like the afternoon support at 05s. And at this point, 200, 198. 198 was the money long down here. The higher low 99 just as good. You might be having to think about those prices if we break the low of the day. So low of the day kind of is there just because it's the low of the day from the morning. And then after that, I'm probably not even thinking long till 200 and 199. It was something I liked to the long side early, but like Meta, I never caught it. And I have to reevaluate because the market is too weak to be aggressive with longs. Brendo?
Hey guys, quick look at currency markets so far today. As we've been seeing, we've had this move in the dollar back to the downside after testing multi-week highs here once again early on this morning for the DXY, but drifting back below not only 104 but 103.80, which was a key level, 103.78 right now, now down 0.08 for the dollar. Euro higher, 106.85 on that move. But only just going green right now as we speak. A little bit of a pullback in the Canadian dollar back to 74. Pound back to the upside again, 0.8 on, there's a few headlines this morning talking about interest rate hikes to come, both in the UK and the Eurozone coming up in the next month or so. So 121.3 right now for the British pound. Red for the most part, top to bottom though, outside of that. Bitcoin now 0.8, 1.8 for Ethereum, guys, still holding on to key levels, though, for both in that top end of the range for crypto. Back over to you.
All right. I feel like I really love those hit subscribe things, but they're definitely not working. We only have 1.6K likes. This is like the lowest I've seen in forever. I don't have a losing trade, so maybe it's just not entertaining enough. But if you're here for winning trades and what I think we put on a good show, then I'd like to see a little more right now than 1.6K. So I don't know. We might have to just go back to scrapping those graphics, but I don't think we need to do that. They're pretty popular, I thought. But 1.6K, let's see if we can get a little more likes. Like we're probably going to get more. See, like just by me asking right there, you know, we just got more than any of those graphics ever showed. So 2.6K, thank you so much. We just crazy. So thank you so much for hitting that like button. We really appreciate it so much. You know, and we are floating over to Luca and Sharif right after this. So in just 7 minutes, I have no idea. Fod, you might want to get Luca going here as I don't see anybody at his desk. With only a couple minutes left to go, need to get over there. So Apple, downside move right now. AMD, Apple, Amazon, all starting to float to the downside right now. So let's go, man. Hit the like button. There it is, 2.2K. We just got 35% more right there by asking. So thank you so much again for that. Maybe, Neil, they do like us after all.
Well, I think they do. It's just, you know, there was a good discussion about those because, quite frankly, we'll be talking, and I think it's difficult to understand what's going on in them unless you really tee it up and patiently wait for it, because if you're really listening to the show, sometimes that graphic hits so fast, you don't know. But you know what else we can do? We can talk about names that are moving a little bit more, and I've missed this one. I want to thank Sharif for SRNE, because this was a runner late last week for 2 days in a row, and when you see something like this, penny stock, double bottom, clean breakout after a gap down. However, I'm about to pay for locates because, quite frankly, you can see what happens when this gets up to 45.50. Previously on the weekday, this was a big support level that turned into resistance. So that 45, that's going to stand out to me like a sore thumb, and I'm looking for shorts off of this, probably into the 50 area. Big parabolic mover. Yes, they can continue, but I'm going to pay for some locates here because I think it's at a price where it could get a little bit of a turn. I am going to come back over. I talked about Docu there, and I didn't mention like a potential breakdown on PDD. Excuse me, now I have a frog in my throat. So Pinduoduo is at a big 85 level. That was the best out I was able to get. It's going to look crazy. This is a real wick at the open at 83.5. If it breaks and holds, now it's holding beneath 85. I'm looking for that as a bottom. 83.5 to 84 is going to be my out for Pinduoduo short. I'm going to want to have a trailing stop, but I'm going to give it one more chance to get me back in on the next pop before I think about where to put that trailing stop in there. This has been dying all morning, down 9%. All of those Chinese internet companies have been taking it on the chin. Like I said, I have one long, and even that one is starting to get back under pressure here. It doesn't look like we're going to hold up in DraftKings. You got to have an out in this market, especially if you are long in this market today. Some good earnings, to be sure. Didn't really do much with Walmart, even though it's having a good day. Let's see what else is on tap for tonight and tomorrow morning. Brennan.
Yeah, we're getting into more retail to come over the next couple weeks, but a few notable names on here, guys, including tonight after the close.
Okay.
Palo Alto is interesting. But
yeah, I mean, Coinbase is going to be one for me because that could be a zero. Caesars at some point there. I really like, I mean, I'm just going to be looking at Coinbase for tomorrow. Yeah, Palo Alto, of course, another name there that I've really liked. I don't actually, I haven't
They
watched.
have the reverse split, right?
Yeah,
So
I
it's
was gonna say, I
actually,
haven't watched that in a bit.
you can actually trade the stock a little bit better now.
Oh, Baidu is there.
Oh yeah, Baidu. Baidu's another yada yada yada.
Palo Alto should be interesting because that split. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
good.
the split puts them in play, but Baidu, they're another AI play. They've been essentially kind of giving those headlines all last week as well, so Baidu should be in play. I'm going to assume Baidu's having a rough day today because, it's actually not that bad. I was about to say Baidu's having a rough day almost automatically, but it's only down 1%. But what I do remember is it was breaking out from 140 on all this AI chatter, and now it's right back at that 140 level. So it's going into earnings on pretty large support. On a similar looking chart, you saw what happened to PDD today when it broke down. Maybe that catalyst gives us a similar trade here on Baidu. Maybe we have something breaking that 140 to the downside, carrying to the 50-period moving average. Heck, I love that setup when it happens. It's the entire reason why I'm in PDD. Hold support, break it, absolute flush city, and we're likely to get something testing that 10%. Ooh, Meta could still hit 173. We're at 174. I want one price long in Meta, and that's the only price I want to take. We might get it at lunchtime here.
You know, you just reminded me, man. I didn't even realize what the market was doing right there. Let's just take another piece out right now. We'll just go, oh my God, because we just got AMD down here. You know, we were thinking about reshorting it. We didn't do that. We should have obviously reshorted that, and we didn't. So, yeah, missed opportunity there for AMD. We talked about the reshort, but yeah, not in right now as everything else falling. So we've got $1 right now. It looks like we're right back. Yeah, I was going to say we're right back to the lows. No, we are way low right now on Amazon. That is just absolutely cranking to the downside. So, yeah, man, another good day here for the show. Thank you for hitting the like button up to 2.3K. That means a lot to us. Amazon flushing, AMD flushing. I did want to look at Coinbase. I'm serious about this being a zero. Like, I don't know if it's going to be a zero tomorrow. I don't think so. It's $65. But
definitely not a zero.
You could be disappointed in holding this stock. But let's just see what happens tomorrow on all this talk. I think Kevin O'Leary obviously was here last week, and we did talk to him a little bit about regulation. And I think that, that's just regulation's really what's needed. So hopefully that can help the crypto space. And we're going to wait to see what happens tomorrow with Coinbase. So let's watch out. That's 61.50. Anything's in play tomorrow for Coinbase, that's for sure. I'm going to find that website for you, and they'll probably have it on the midday show where he talked about what the here it is right here, the implied move is right now. So let's just do this for Coinbase. There it is. So let's just search up here Coinbase. What is the implied move here for Coin today? Earnings right here. It's going to be in the teens, I would think. Yeah, 15 right now for Coinbase. So, yeah, that's going to be quite the move. Get ready to rock and roll with Coin today. Hey, I'm just happy to be leaving you guys on my highest note here today. So, yeah, everything falling down, man. Really good day to trade, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves, everyone.
Yeah, we got less than a minute to go. Luca is in the building.
Yes,
He's locked
sir.
and loaded. I did pay for locates. My new position is going to be SRNE off that. It broke 45. It got to 47. Now back beneath 45. That's the level I like when I pull up the higher time frame. So I'm going to look for a bit of a fade play in there. Had to pay less than 1/8 of 1 cent for locates, so pretty free locates, and I just got out of DraftKings. So it's the longs, they've not been great. You can find little bounces, got VWAP there, 21 to 21.40. We're able to catch it a second time there for a scalp trade, 20 cents, but eventually the reloads just do not work. So going long once has worked on DraftKings, but the second time at the same level, no good. I will not go long again until it's above VWAP or it's at 20 even. So I'm still looking for 20 even there. PDD is now almost $3 in the money and still falling. I'm going to assume Bob is as well. Microsoft, everything is a good short. However, we have to leave you. We're back at 2 o'clock, but you're in good hands. You got the professor himself and the scalp demon. Go get them, boys.
What is up, beautiful people? Happy Tuesday. This is the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. That's Luca. Let's get it started. Luca, what a move on the market today. Down 1%.
Yeah, man. What a move. Red down 1.4%. This is the move that I thought was coming, man. After earnings, bid kind of getting a little bit soft. Morning pop, you get that in all these names, and now we're just kind of drifting to the downside. I think, hindsight's easy to say, but obviously hold the short. Hopefully, everybody had a great weekend, nice long weekend, relax with the fam and friends, feeling a little better. Hopefully, everything goes well. Yeah, so we'll see if we get a couple trades going today. I know a lot of these names up to the upside. You know, AMD off the top, Apple off the top. I traded a few different names. I kind of butchered the Tesla short. Just a product of, I don't know, maybe I got in a little too early. I thought this move would start to fade, and then I was like, hey, let me add the next portion. I didn't add the third in front of 210. This was the mistake. Then we actually flushed lower, which I was holding. Then we popped back to the upside. Basically took that portion off and then held the initial, came back down. So yeah, it was a losing trade. It wasn't actually like a big loss or anything, but it was just kind of butchered because I had the right idea. Kind of frustrating to see, scaling into the short, wanted to go for the low of day cover on this thing. We actually got there, so it was just a mistake. And in real time, obviously Tesla gets away from you, and I just kind of changed my decision. Went for a little bit of a long, like super light size just to feel it out, and offed it right away. I was like, no. Yeah, man, the short was good. So kind of sad that I didn't hold that one, but it's all good, man. Life moves on. Amazon as well. I think I was going for the long here in front of 95, then flipping short. A little bit of slippage was kind of frustrating, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. And yeah, everybody, guys, hit that like button. It's crazy. We're at 1,600 likes, and Sean's like, hey, guys, if you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. And now here we are, 2,400. So I, myself, am hitting the like button for myself. And yeah, see what we get going here.
If you like the show, like the video, and subscribe.
What a great sweater that is. Oh, would you look at that? I got the sweater on today, too.
So he's actually got it on in person, guys. All right, let's see what I've been looking at today. Just two trades on my board, Meta and Walmart. Walmart, absolutely paper-handed trade. I mean, I sat this morning, I came in, I saw it at 7 o'clock. I'm like, okay. So they blew away earnings, but the guide is bad. Let's see what we're looking at chart-wise. I see a little bit of a rounding bottom. So I'm like, okay, let's get in. That was 140. That was 140.50. It took me to 144.50 to get in, and when I scalped about $1, 145.50 as best I could do. Obviously, it's continuing to run. We're now looking 148.50 in the face. So, actually, sorry, we're 140 retracing into 147. We came up almost as high as 148.50, up into that 148 and 34, I think was the high there. So nice move on Walmart after kind of retracing that move. If you took that earnings in the morning, it kind of wicked up and wicked down, so probably shook you out, but nice little rounding bottom there on Walmart. The trade on Meta was basically a futures trade, but just on a stock. So what I was looking at here was a 40-30 hold on the ES. That being the bottom, I was looking for that to act as a level of support. So took the long on there. I got a nice little bounce on Meta. Scalped about 75 pennies or so on that one. Nice top. Almost made its way to VWAP. Not quite a VWAP retracement, but I suspect this one will probably be relatively strong going into the rest of the day if we do get a bounce. But that doesn't look like it's going to be the case at the moment, as we're much closer to lows. 40.27, the low on the ES futures. We're at 40.28.5. So it goes without saying that we're definitely printing towards the lows. In terms of small cap world, let's get into that, because there's actually some action going on over there. Let me just pull up my trade ideas chart if I can find where she is. There we go. Where's my trade ideas? There we go. All right, let's bring that in. So I'm just kind of looking at three names here, to be honest with you. MM, you heard Brendo bring that to you during small cap recap. That obviously had a big move. It's a continuation from last week, so it's not a new news catalyst. Breaking through that 5, making it almost to 550. I was betting this one was going to stop at 5. I didn't have the play on this one, but this one looks good. It's a possible VWAP hold and bounce here. Michael Noss and I were talking about that ad nauseum last week. There's an entire scanner that he's built. By the way, if you want to take advantage of these opportunities, it's constantly looking at VWAP retracements from the high side and the low side, so you can set up that trade quite easily. And you can email him for that if you're a Trade Idea subscriber. Look at it pumping to the high side there as I'm talking about it, holding VWAP. Now $5, looking at it in the face, where are we here? 491 top, 495 top here on this 3-minute candle. So MM I had my eye on. I also was looking at DraftKings. That was before it made this really ugly double top and broke down below VWAP here. This is looking like more maybe of, I don't know, maybe this a mean reversion retracement at some point along the day, maybe at 20 bucks, who knows. I'll keep my eye on that. MOB, M-O-B, this one had a really good flag, a bull flag pattern, but look at that. It just breaks down. So this kind of makes you, you know, yeah. What are the chances of the bull flag breaking down on these small cappers in the pre-market? Well, there you go. Here it is. It's we were taking these shorts, I want to say up to a month ago, and then they were kind of continuing rather than breaking down above the high, so we started looking long. Now we may start having to look short again, because that's an excellent, you know, flat bottom break consolidation, flat bottom break consolidation again. Let's see what this one does. Do we retrace back into that 240, 250 area near VWAP, or do we have another consolidation breakdown into $2? MOB, if you've got shorts for that, good on you. You're probably using them. And then you heard Neil talk about SRNE. This one, he was dead on with this one, with the short. Look at that. Tops out at that 46, 47 cent area, and now we're having a VWAP retracement right into 40. So if you loaded up on that one short, good on you. Good call to Neil there. I don't know if he actually took it or not, but so those are the small cappers that I've been kind of looking at for the day. But you know, most of my trades, Luca, have been on big cappers.
Yeah, for sure, big caps, guys. I am short Walmart off this level here of 147.50. Again, bad earnings starting the day down at 143, as you guys know, but running all the way back to the upside. And I want to pull up the daily just to kind of give insight into why I'm trying the short here. Now, again, if we trend to the upside, we already did break to the upside intraday. So my stop is going to kind of be discretionary, but around this area. But I feel like this little setup where we had the blow off top, dip back down, sideways action. I scalped it once. I tried it again, and I lost the second time. We already did the over-under. Now we're sort of back down. So if this level wants to hold for whatever reason, I feel like that 147 break to the downside will give a little bit of a move and maybe a retest of VWAP, right? Maybe a retest of VWAP. So again, keep in mind, you know, post earnings, Walmart, they were down at 143. They ran all the way back. And I'm looking here at the daily, and the level that I see just kind of at the top here is that 147, 148 general area of resistance. But again, 147 has not broken to the downside, so I'm not really too sure what to think of that. But I just feel like because it hasn't broken all this time, then we actually got this pop already. So I feel like because this already happened, if it happens again, okay, I'll be wrong for sure. But you know, if we actually break 147, we dip down, maybe get a 50 cent to $1 winner on that. I'll consider adding to it on a 147 break, but it just depends how it sets up. At this point, if we do flush and break, I don't want to add to it. But if we spend a little more time here, and then it's like, you know, 11:20, and we're still over here, and we didn't go higher, then I'm going to add to it. It'll just feel a little better at that point. So yeah, we'll see. I'm going to put that line there. Not sure if it's going to stay, but yeah, 147 did not break. Kind of interesting. You know, not crazy amount of volume, but I feel like we're at least going to get that flush down. And then depending on how far we go will be discretionary covers for myself. You know, obviously, in a perfect world, I will be covering at 145, 70-ish area. That's VWAP. I feel like that's where I will potentially flip long. Yeah, we'll see if we can get there and go from there. I want to look back here quickly at Tesla. It's not something that I'm going to trade right now, but if this setup, so we're down 2.4%. You know, the overall market's down. We're sort of going to the downside right now. I think 4,000. If we get to 4,000, which is 25 points away for whatever reason, I think I want to try longs, and I'm just not really too sure where I want to try those longs. Obviously, look for relative strength. If you guys have an idea of what you think relative strength in the market is today, feel free to throw it in the chat, and I'll pull those up as well. I'm okay to play any name based on levels. So, for example, the 200 level on Tesla, if for whatever reason we get a market flush into 4,000, I don't know, 18 or 16, I'm just calling out random numbers here, and Tesla bursts into 201 like very fast. Like if this move continues into 201 and flushes, I like that bounce play. It's not something that I personally think a stop below the level is warranted. You know, Tesla's going to move around. It's been through 200 before. Heads up for you guys, you know, I was trading the bounce play on Tesla the other day, and I put my stop on 200, and I actually got filled 99.68. So to give you guys an idea, like if you guys are traders, you know what I mean. That slippage was disgusting. Usually you get slippage when you put it below a level, but I actually put it on the level with the size, and I got that type of slippage, right? So, you know, every broker is different. Every route that you kind of send your orders to is going to be a little bit different, but I just feel like in this market, the moves are very violent. Sean said something really, really great. today, and I didn't write it down, and I wanted to repeat it, but essentially, the velocity of these moves are sharp, right? And so when you're in a market with lower liquidity where the velocity of the moves are a lot sharper, you're going to get these moves where it breaks the low of day and then instantly rips back to the upside. It doesn't necessarily mean the short is off the table. It's just like that's where like low of day break, that's where people are probably covering the shorts from up there, right? So yeah, if we go into 200, you know, I wouldn't necessarily justify a stop, to myself at least, a stop at 200 or below. It would be, you know, discretionary stop, watch it go down. I'd want to see it rip into the level very quickly and then bounce play, rip back to the upside. So yeah, that's kind of a trade that I'm eyeing, but obviously we're, you know, $3 away from that, so it's not something that I think is going to happen, you know, in the next 10 minutes or so, but we'll watch that for today and see what happens. Back to Walmart quickly. This thing is flushing to the downside, and now let's see if we do that sideways action. Again, 5 to 10 minutes. If we're still there, I'll consider adding to it on the break of 47. If we break right now or in the next 2 minutes, I'm not going to add to it. So yeah, that's basically my gift. Daryl Flinch, what's going on, Daryl? Nice to see you. I would love a gift of 197 on Tesla, like last Friday. I know. See, I wasn't here, and I saw the fall off on Tesla, and I obviously Sharif and Ian, you know, trading live with you guys here. This move down was crazy, and this is sort of why I like the short. Obviously, I should have held that short. I mean, hindsight's 20/20. I just butchered it. Is what it is. Make fun of me. I don't care. But this is where we dipped, right? This is where we dipped. We bounced. We dipped. We bounced. We got the news that came out, and we flushed hard, right? So this big flush reversed all the way back up on the Friday, which is, Daryl, I see what you're saying, that kind of 197 area, and then move all the way back to the upside. But look where it kind of topped out, right? It sort of rejected the 210. And so we sort of bounced at the 210, then we broke. So now support turns to resistance. And today we sort of ran to the 210. So, I mean, nobody's perfect in this game, that's for sure. You're always trying to learn from the mistakes that you make. And for myself, the biggest mistake, obviously, is just not respecting the 210 and not adding the third piece. And if you guys can see, I added here, and then here was just too close to this ad. And so this ad maybe should have been 208.50, and then I could have did boom, 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 risk off 210. The risk would have been maybe like 1 point, give or take. And then you actually have upside on that move, and it literally gave you, you know, 4 or 5 points. So 5 to 1, I kind of butchered it. That's why I let it go. You know, live and learn, trying to get better every single day. But yeah, we'll see where Tesla wants to go the rest of the day. Again, 200, not a hard level, just an area, maybe potential bounce play on the table. We'll see where it goes.
All right, guys, as we continue to print newer lows here on the ES, it bears looking at. So 40.2375 is where we're low. You got to assume, you know, if we continue to print low, we're gonna start looking at 4,000 pretty quick in the face here. And you have to also make that assumption that, you know, 4,000 is going to hold. You know, I mean, obviously nothing's for sure, but that's something that I'm going to be playing. So if we make it down to 4,000, definitely I'm going to be looking for a lot of these longs on some of these big cappers, but we got to make it down there first. Having a look here at the hourly chart on the ES, it looks like we have a bit of a bottom that we made back on January 31st around, I want to say 40.06. So we may find a little bit of support right above that 4,000 level. But I still think the better level is definitely going to be 4,000. 40.23.5 again is the low of day on that. So I haven't got a real good feel for today's market. I know it's been obviously a good shorting day, but you know, it's not something that I've been, you know, ready to jump into. I've kind of been looking for bounces off some of these key levels here on the futures, and we really haven't been getting them. So I haven't really been punching anything too heavy. MM is something that I'm looking at here. I got in, then I got out immediately. I was looking for a continuation breakout through that kind of $5 area, thinking maybe, you know, we might get some momentum through the whole dollar break. Not really. It's going to probably stair step up, consolidate sideways, and maybe move up and then try to test that 550 again like it did earlier. In such case, and then I kind of want to get it at a dip trade. I want to get it like maybe in the 80s or somewhere like above VWAP, low 80s, mid 80s, maybe even high 90s. But I'm not going to just get in here for the sake of getting in. I'm going to try to build a good average price on MM. I kind of really like how it's holding VWAP, and it looks quite good. Let's have a look at the daily chart. I keep forgetting to put that in. Here we go. So we're going to go show in all windows and exit this way. There we go. Let's bring this one in. It bears looking at the daily on this. So let's switch the daily time frame. Here we go. This one's a mover from last week, and you'll recall this one was moving in December as well. We traded that numerous times, but it started kind of getting off the schneid again about a few days ago. I want to say Thursday or Wednesday. Big candle wicks. Either way, we've kind of broken through recent highs. That break of 5 definitely is a key break on the daily chart and obviously of the whole dollar level. So really looking to set something up here, build a position, and then kind of look for a continuation. But hey, don't get married to the position. If it flushes below VWAP by a significant amount and closes, let it go. It's not a big deal. You can set up either another short or look to get in long again. So be flexible on the position. Be fanatic. We need a word of the day. Yeah, that's coming. It's got to come organically. We can't be forcing these type of things.
It's got to be organic. But I'm sure Sharif will think of something. Coming in clutch every day. And I find myself Googling all these words, learning new things every day. I learn things about myself as a day trader. I learn new words sitting beside Sharif. Kind of nice, man. Kind of nice. You guys were talking about AMC in the chat earlier, up 10%. This thing's approaching, was this through 6? Oh, this is going to 6. Okay, we're up 13% here. Love a good squeeze, man. Love a good squeeze. Let's see if this wants to actually break 6 to the upside and go. What are levels on this thing? Because I did not actually expect this to start moving. Is there, I guess there's no, news on this move, and I don't really expect it with AMC just moving to the upside. But yeah, approaching 24 million shares traded. It's pretty interesting, man. I don't even think 6 is it's just an even dollar level. There's maybe 1,500 lots pumping there, but yeah, no, it is. Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about AMC. Yeah, it's it's definitely interesting. I know it's definitely pay for shorts too. Yeah, always AMC with the pay for shorts. Let's see if this thing can get going and go to the upside. If we get towards 657, it becomes interesting. And the reason I'm just mapping that level, that was the recent area where a lot of volume was traded. So this is kind of those looking at it through this lens where this was the pop, then we actually broke the high. We did more volume up here at 7. We did the over under 7, and then look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 red days in a row before actually making the low, dipping back down. Now moving back to the upside. So yeah, 6 could be an area. 6 to 610, I would say, is the first area of interest. Does it do some type of over/under action here? I'm actually not going to pay for shorts on this thing until it gets to 657. Then I like it a little more for scalp trades in this particular vicinity. I just think that 6 is a level of games. I just don't know if we're going down or up. I don't have high conviction at the 6 level, so I'm not going to get myself into trouble and pay for shorts prematurely on this. So I'll put this one on ice, but I just feel like, yeah, if we dip, maybe it holds this general area, 580, 585, into the 50 period for the next leg up. That is a nice volume spike right there into the 6 level. So again, watch that 6 level, watch how it reacts. If it breaks 6 and doesn't come back through 6 to the downside, then maybe this thing has legs to actually get to 7. If it gets to 7, feel free to say AMC 3 times in the chat so I can pull it back up and watch that thing. We talking AMC squeeze? Oh, baby. Yeah, we talking AMC squeeze. I mean, it's possible, 14%. But yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. Lots of volume coming in now, approaching that 6 level. There's stops above that. It's going to break this right now, most likely, and then probably get to 618-ish area before it fade down. So yeah, I would definitely watch that. Watch your positions on that one. Market making that quick little low and then bouncing a little bit. Tesla is still too far away from the 200 level for me to consider at this point. Again, it's not something that I have bids out waiting. I'm just gonna, we're so far away that if we flush, I'll see it and I'll just react in real time. So best of luck to all the AMC traders out there. I will not be trading this until we actually get to 7. And I say until. I'm confident that we can get to 7 because how many times have we seen these just kind of go wild and move, right? So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. Keep that on the back burner for now for myself. And watch a few of these others. I did try a Palantir long play in front of 850. I didn't think it would work, but I was like, let me just try asymmetrical risk. It just doesn't, it won't hurt. But I think, it was down 7%. Again, not SSR yet. I'm not really sure where the SSR level is, but I feel like it's much, much lower, maybe like 830, 825 if I had to guess. And if that's the case, do we actually get there? That's the only next kind of long idea that I have on Palantir. At this particular time, the short was obviously a banger. This thing broke 9 to the down. It kind of popped, broke 9, and just never really looked back. So again, volume is 32 million, but we'll find some more volume as we pass it to Big B at the big desk for volume leaders.
Yeah, Palantir showing up on this list this morning, guys. I'll show you what is doing the most volume so far to this point in the day. This board showing you 10,543 U.S. listings, of which about 1,600 in positive territory. That tells you what the day's like. 7,800, on the other hand, red on the day. Pretty ugly. New lows currently 136 versus just 74 new highs. We already have a 100 million clubber. TRKA, little 25-cent stock, just went past that 100 million mark. This one about to. Sorrento already, yeah, almost 100. Should be actually right now. 40-cent stock as well for Sorrento. Mullins here. Tesla, TQs, SQs, Boyle, Zila, AM, and there's Palantir, as I mentioned, 32 million right at the bottom of the list so far today. This AM. The one leading the way as far as percent gains, 53 right now, guys. Tons of volume on a Tuesday.
MM's back, baby. I'm long MM at the moment, trying to build a position into this sucker, kind of retraced off that 5.25. I'm also long AMC. I'm going to give this 1 to 6. I kind of just built a position. 605 is my long. I'm risking 5 pennies. If it breaks through 6, I keep seeing size come in right at that 6 break. So if it breaks through 6, I'm out. No big deal. It cost me 5 pennies to find out. AM though is the one that I'm going to be a bit more patient with because I feel like it's stair stepping up. Okay, so I'm out of AMC there. Cost me, how much it cost me? It cost me 7 pennies. I kind of wasn't paying attention through the break there. MM is the one that I'm looking at here. It's stair stepping up. It's the one that I'm looking to kind of test that 5.5. It's only up 55% of the day. And the reason I say only is because this one can go 200-300%. We've seen it do that in the past. I showed you the daily chart. The daily chart's an absolute beast. But the red days can be quite red. The green days seem to close near the highs. That's what the daily shows on this one. So let's see what this one does. I'm looking for a continuation through 510. Looks like we've got a top brewing here, a flat top at that 510 area. If we can kind of get through it with some oomph, we wicked above it there, then immediately closed below it. We didn't actually close above 510. That's an interesting little observation there. So I have a dip trade in the low 90s. I like that level. That's a former area of resistance, current area of support. If I can get a bounce off there, all the better. Otherwise, I'll just kind of like build my way on the way up, adding 10% positions at one time. AMC absolutely flushing. Happy that I, listened to my rules on that one, but, unhappy that it cost me a few more pennies than I would have liked on the slippage there. I should have been quicker on the gun than that. But where is it going to retrace to? I mean, we could look to that 585. We've got a peak here. That could be an interesting area of support. Looks like it's bouncing off it for the moment. But that 580 seems to be a bit better of a level. We got a couple of peak rejections off there and, just a perfunctory break. We're not going to hit the word of the day for that because we use that too often. Through that 580. So I'm thinking maybe that 580... 585 is an interesting buying zone if it makes its way up there. Obviously, super tight stop, just like I did with that 6 break. VWAP's hanging around at 579. Where's VWAP in this chart? 575, so about 5 3/4 is where VWAP's at on AMC, up 13% of the day. It is what it is. It's AMC. We'll trade it as it comes, but my focus is on MM, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I kind of missed this reload on Walmart. So basically my plan here, again, discretionary stop out up over here. As we got this little bit of a flush into the 50 period, I was trying to get some shares over here. I missed. I canceled my stop through 47.50 to try to get those, and then obviously missed it. So at this point, because I missed the sort of move that I wanted to get myself into, I'm going to see if it can come back. I'll watch it on the back burner, but I am still eyeing that 147 level for the breakdown. This was, again, discretionary. It just looks sloppy, but a lot of the times what I'm looking at when I trade, because day trading I can just easily get it in and out, is I take the shares, I hold them, it goes against me, I take it out. If it goes up, okay, whatever. If it goes back down, I want to try to add it back at the same price. So time is also a factor, especially in my type of trading. So that's essentially what I tried to do there. But, with that style of trading, you will sometimes miss the kind of reload, right? So just be cognizant of the fact that that is a potential with this style where you're sort of trading over-unders and managing risk in this sense. With myself, it's not a problem because I definitely find multiple trades per day. So if I miss one, I know there's going to be another one. There's no way that there's not. Heads up on DKNG. Somebody was like, DKNG short is money. And I'm like, yeah, man, the short off the top, that double top area, that was absolute money. I had my bid sitting at in front of 20. I was like, this 20 is the low a day, or give or take the low a day. and we just kind of exploded off the morning. And I just felt like if we get into that 20 level, then we're gonna see like the rip into 20 and then the pop, and that's exactly what I was going for, that quick little scalp trade, liquidity vacuum. We essentially broke 14s, we flushed into 20, take the fill, instantly back up out of the trade. Again, you know, scalping for a few pennies, but these are trades that I can easily find over and over again. So, you know, I take my shots where shots are warranted. And Lucid, I was actually going for the same thing, but this is where it just didn't work, right? So I wasn't necessarily wrong on the bounce, but essentially in the kind of world of asymmetrical risk, and again, I was trying to get out on 10. So I was trying to do like a 10.01-ish, give or take, and then out at 10, but I actually got 96s or 97s. So that was kind of bad because it should have been 10s. I know it sounds silly to kind of say like, oh yeah, you know, 4 cents, but it makes the world of the difference, because if you're going for 10 cents to the upside and you're risking 2 cents, that's a 5-to-1. But if you risk 4 cents, it becomes a 2.5-to-1. It completely changes the risk to return on that, the risk structure. So again, you know, you want to play the long game. Probability has no memory, and you just want to kind of find those trades and repeat them over and over again. So there's that. Let's quickly look back. I don't know if Sharif is back
buddy.
in AMC long. Here we go.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, no, but I'm looking at MM. There we go. We get the breakout through 510. We need a continuation and a close above this level. So finally we get that 510 break. Sadly, look at this. I mean, this is really frustrating. It comes right down into my dip buy area, above it by 1 penny. I don't get the ad. I actually had a bigger position down there. I'm in the money now. It's flying to the high side on this one, 506 long. Let's look for a 550 test. I'm not taking it out. AMC, again, probably not a great trade, but it's going to cost me 6 pennies this time if I can get the trigger, if I can get it quick enough here. I'm looking through that 585 dip. I'm going to probably have an ad right there at 585. Let me sit at 586 just so I can make sure I get the fill. And then if we break through that 580, I'll be out. So trying to coax my way into AMC to see if there is some sort of long to be had here. Maybe a dip below 5. What do I have here? I got 595s. Okay, so in the money. Doing nothing. There we go. Back to MM now, pumping through the 520. We're getting that continuation on MM. You know, but I'm probably going to sit in front of 5s. Now, I have my dip trade at 491. That's probably not a level anymore, because 5 is going to be the level now. Now that we've moved that far away from it, you're going to want to see 5 hold on this particular occasion. So that what I'm looking for now is a dip off 5, but we're pumping into 5.25. Again, look for that 550 rejection. We rejected off there earlier. Maybe you're looking to take profits a little bit in front of, or you know, before the high of day today. The high of day currently 545. Maybe takes them out at 540. I know. Yeah, I know.
I can. I just want to quickly comment on DKNG. So come to my screen here very quickly. Somebody was saying DKNG. Yeah, I had slippage of 40 cents last Friday, on Friday, I think, on the 17th of February. And I'm like, 40 cents? That doesn't sound right. That must have been like some type of catalyst. And again, I wasn't here, but yeah, here's the move. And I think this is probably what you were involved in. When news comes through, again, I'm not really too sure what that was, but when news comes through and you get these very, very sharp moves, if you're in the trade, you're gonna experience some crazy slippage, because obviously liquidity dries up very quickly as the robots try to figure out what's going on, as everybody tries to figure out what's going on. And yeah, that'll do it to you, man. So even if you have a stop in, if there's just nobody to pair that order, it'll just go to where your limit, and you just sit there as a limit order, right? That's what a stop order essentially is. You cross to where your limit is. It becomes a limit if there's no other liquidity to pair that trade. So yeah, you know, I've been caught in that, man. It's not fun. But I just had to comment on that because I was like, 40 cents, DKNG, like what? How? I don't believe you. And then I'm like, oh yeah, right there. That'll do it to you, right there at 12.10. So I feel your pain, man. Lots of frustration. Just keep in mind, at least my approach, especially to day trading, is I expect that this can happen at any time. So you always have to have a general area where you think, if it gets here in a flash, something's going on, right? So you might not have the news right away. Obviously, we kind of bring the news very, very quickly. Very quickly, we trade it live. So obviously, stay tuned. It's really helpful, you know, just kind of watching this channel. But if you are in some of those moves that happen very quickly, it's okay to just punch out and reevaluate, right? It's okay. You're gonna live to fight another day. Day trading's all about taking fills, taking more fills, finding repeatable strategies. So that's basically all I wanted to say there, guys. Tesla is now. It actually dipped here, so I thought about 261 bounce, But then I said to myself, I don't know, like 200, it didn't really like flush there as fast as I wanted. I thought maybe a little bit lower. So I think we actually get closer to 200. And to be honest, the low from last week is, or I should say Friday, the low from Friday is kind of the better give or take area. I want to sort of draw a line here because it spent a lot of time here. It's kind of in the pre-market was bouncing, then off the open kind of bounce, 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 break, dip, rip, and then back to the upside. So this was like the catch. And I feel like I want to capture that if it's going to do it again today. So, you know, that level is just below 200. Again, it's a new day. It's a fresh day. I still want to try that 200 bounce. But if we're going 250 and then we don't really bounce, this is not really the area to bounce play, right? So, yeah, we'll see if 200 wants to kind of give something there. Yeah, I'm going to sit on the bid now. We'll see if it wants to give it. We'll watch this. This is my main focus right now. I got nothing else going. I have a Walmart waiting for 147 break to the downside. I still do like that. That's on my other screen right over here. So if we break 147 to the downside on Walmart, I'm taking that short. I'm waiting for Tesla bid long here. What I want to see is a dip into 200, fill that order, and then just rip back like 60 cents to $1. That would be great. I'm going to kind of watch it at 200, but if we go like straight through 200, not going to get jiggy with it, just going to let it go. It just kind of, we are heading towards, yeah, man, we are headed towards, we're breaking 40-20 on the ES right now. So this is kind of that level for myself, at least, where it's 40-20. If this is going to hold, we're going to sort of dip into it and then possibly reclaim. I'm not sure if I'm sitting in the perfect spot for this trade, but we'll see. I'm pretty close to it. So let's see if this thing wants to give me the fill right here. And if this is the low, man, I will be, maybe I just, yeah, let me take it a little bit there. Okay, perfect. So we're long here. Let's see how this wants to react. There's some size, again, not crazy amount of size is going to fill, but 220 just filling. Okay, 200 tests. We're going to get 1,500 lots at 200. So again, not crazy amount of size, but it's always interesting to see a level that's recycled and then getting to that level and seeing some size there. What I've been noticing with Tesla just kind of over the course of the year, this is more of a long-term kind of take on it, but the bids have been reloading, and I just feel like the offers have been decently thin. So, yeah, let's see if this thing wants to rip back. I feel like that over-under level is like 240. If we get back there, trigger 251. Yeah, we probably get back up 80 cents here. So I'm going to throw some offers out to see if it wants to fill me on the way back up. If we get the bounce, again, if you guys are looking at bounce plays as a part of your strategy, whether up or down, you know, whether you take it short up top or long down below, the risk has to make sense, right? So structure in a way that makes the risk make sense to you. For myself, there's no stop in at 200. I'm just watching this level. You know, I could potentially add to it if I feel like that's going to be the case, but again, not really super committed. And if I'm risking 20 cents and I go for $1, that's a 5-to-1, right? So I'm not necessarily risking 20 cents and then going for $3. As much as I'd want to repeat that strategy over and over again, not really too sure what the win rate there would be. So yeah, we'll see how this 200 holds for the time being. Chilling with Walmart as well, waiting to see if that one wants to fill. And AMD, kind of interesting. AMD, this level was a little bit of intraday support right here at 77.20. And I thought if 77 holds, maybe that could be like a dip, fill, and then pop. But didn't really give it there. I like AMD long closer to 76.50. So let's see how it reacts around here. Again, it's down 1.8%. You know, maybe we make another low, and then I want to try to get along here in front of 76.50. So 50 cents away for now, so not really too worried. And yeah, Tesla just kind of ripping to the downside. So I think Sharif's got something going there.
Yeah, no, I'm out of my AMC. I'm out of my MM trade, both for nice little winners there. MM popping up into the back, right into that 545 area. I think it made a 540 top. AMC breaking through 6. I know the chat's freaking out about the AMC. Yeah, 620 top right now, guys, on AMC as it continues to move to the high side. We get that dip at 595 and we get that takeout. So nice little move. Nothing really to write home about. Little small winners today, but now I'm kind of looking at what Luca's looking at here. You know, Tesla has a way of shaking you out, and you know, it's going to tell you, oh yeah, we're going to go below 200. Here comes 199. Here comes 198, and then we have a top tail wicking candle. Let's see if we can actually close above this. So what I'm looking for here is a close above anything above 225, right back up into that area. Again, you know, the algo is probably going to fake me out into this, but this one looks good. I like it. Let's see if we can move into that 201. This is an interesting one. Brendo's ready for us at the big desk with the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, that time of the morning already. Let's get some final numbers for you here. Some prints still coming through, but we'll see a red board. Unfortunately, all of these to the downside so far, following North America, including the stocks 300 and the 600, the big one down here, 0.15, ends the day at for the overall index. Only the Swiss market in positive territory. Everything else pretty negative along with North America, guys.
Yeah, it looks like it's negative on both sides of the pond. There you go. Tesla looking now 201 in the face. We're back at 260 something. Sadly to say, didn't punch into this one, but definitely looks like, you know, at least it's going to give you $1 of a bounce here. Now we're in the 70s. The market holding up, at least for now, 40.1775 is the low on the ES March contract. We're at 40.23.5 at the moment. There goes 201. That's a nice little move there on Tesla. Very predictable. But then again, you had that wick down. Is that an actual wick here? Let me just look at my Tesla chart over here. Yeah, you did get that 199.07 wick down. So the algos really, you know, they're gonna force your hand into a lot of these moves if you're not ready for that kind of wick. But I've seen it before on Tesla, and there you go, and you get that nice little bounce back up. But do we continue here, Luca? Do we retrace maybe to 40.30 on the ES, maybe something like a 203.5? That seems to be the kind of the bottom here on Tesla. 203.30 seems to be the area that we broke down from a couple of tests at that 203.30 before the eventual breakdown here at around 11 o'clock. So, I don't know if we get continuation. I'm not really liking the longs for a hold. Obviously, scalp trades are different, but a hold today, I kind of feel like the longs are a little risky looking.
Yeah, for sure. Just to quickly cover this, again, I'll move on to the next trade here, but I want to cover this because it happened in real time. So basically, my logic on the first bounce play, and again, it's something that, you know, because I'm multitasking, I don't necessarily do it the way that I say, but essentially what I'm looking for is the dip into the level and the rip back, right? So that's the first bounce play. By the way, taking that out at 201 there. I think we drift up. I just don't want the. I just want to make sure the risk is in check. So initially, the bounce play, you dip into the level. The perfect trade, obviously, is you get the fill. It just instantly rips back. You take it out, sort of like the way DKNG was. DKNG sort of filled me, popped. That's the trade. And then if we drift up the rest of the day, this is something that like I'm not really confident on. I mean, it's down 1.8%. It's you know, like 20 levels significant. But again, we already kind of put the range in, the volume kind of slowing down. So again, bounce play, scalp trade. This is what I want to see. I want to see it on Tesla as well. So I take my shot. It ends up breaking the level. Again, no stop there. No stop at the level. We go all the way down, and yes, Sharif, that is a real wick, down to 199. And I'm in the middle of an explanation as I'm looking at it and saying to myself, this is not supposed to happen. This is not good here, guys.
You just knew that was going to happen, though. The algos on Tesla, it's brutal.
It is, man, it is. But the thing is again, being patient. The market always gives you an opportunity to get your money back. It just depends if you want it. And so we dipped down. I watched it. I was considering maybe I'll add to this, depending how it holds, right? We still have 198, 197. So it is a wider range. And so because it's a wider range, because it's Tesla, for myself, I have to size down. It's just a product of the trade. So, you know, the size I take on Tesla will be different than the size that I take on, for example, like a Neo bounce, just because of the way that managing risk has to happen. For any new traders, that's basically because the spread, the velocity of the moves, can you get the fill very quickly, et cetera, et cetera. And so essentially we break down, we pop back. Now in this situation, you guys can see I covered this trade because I'm like, let me just take my money back. I can just flip long again. And so it came back to 200. My worry was it wasn't going to break 200. If there was actually a seller at 200, what would essentially happen is it would retrace the whole move. It would tap 200. It would recognize the seller there, and then it would flush back down, and we'd be breaking the lows again. So I didn't want to get into that kind of situation. You know, you have the stops, the liquidity vacuum. It starts to retrace back to the upside. I have my order out. I get filled. It breaks back above 200. I flip back into the long, and I take it all the way up for the dollar win. So again, round trip, it didn't work exactly the way that I wanted to. Obviously, I want the first trade to work because then I don't lose any money. But in this particular case, it's basically long at 20s, you know, out at like 95. So essentially, you know, lose 30 cents and then basically make back like 85 cents. So still a winner, not as much, again, not as much as it could be, but still traded that very well. And I just wanted to give that quick example of how if a level breaks, watch the level, right? I didn't have the stop order in because it's at 200. It didn't come all this way to not break 200. I take the shot, but again, discretionary, understanding that I have to give it a little bit of room. And then as we go back to the upside, willing to add back, right? Willing to add back, because if I didn't, it would just be a losing trade. But again, the bounce play idea was not wrong, but maybe closer to 199 next time. Let the stop break, watch the level, then take it back to the upside. So yeah, that was a little bit of kind of, you know, finessing it a little bit, but yeah, we'll see where that goes. I think Lucid is now SSR. That's what Neil's saying here. Yeah, Lucid is SSR at this level. I wonder if this level holds. Where is this? 980. Yeah, I'm going to take a long here on Lucid. I think I'm late to the party, but it's all good. I'll just take a little bit less there.
Yeah, I've been looking at this. It's kind of crazy. I didn't really see a news catalyst on it. Check the chat real quick to see if there's anything on there.
I think it's, so the news that I saw, and let me just quickly verify if this is correct. I had a picture of it. The Ontario Pension Fund are loading the boat on, no, I shouldn't say loading the boat, but
really,
somebody's laughing in the back, so I think I'm right there. It was posted here.
Pension Fund?
Yeah, here we go. So the Healthcare of Ontario Pension Plan picking up 500,000 shares of Lucid.
Okay.
I don't know where they picked that up, but hopefully they picked it up at the bottom over here, not so much at the top, and then facing the sell-off. Instantly out of the money. Never a good look, man. Never a good look, but obviously they have long-term, kind of long-term take there. But yeah, you know, I am long here, basically SSR long again. I think the SSR level probably was around 85s, 83s. So I'm long here just solely off the, and I like the way Neil said it. He said, the good old SSR bounce. I'm going to say that, man. The good old SSR bounce. It's already starting to bounce, baby. So let's go back to the upside. We probably get a test of 10. So I'm going to try to get this out at 10. So we'll see if that actually wants to print me there. But yeah, 10 is like the area. It's just a psychological level. I already tried the bounce. It didn't work. We're back through. Now SSR bounce. This thing could easily go to like 10, 10, 10, 15. But I'm not going to be too greedy with it. If I can get 15 cents on this thing, I will take it, man. I will take it. You know, it's already in the money, so life is good, man. I'm noticing that I'm not short Walmart, which is kind of interesting. Maybe the long off 147 is better. So, I mean, I don't know what you guys think, or I don't know if you guys are trading Walmart or anything, but what I see here is this thing is just holding, and every time it gets close to 147, it literally goes back to the upside. So, yeah, I thought I had the short good the first time. Didn't add it back. It never traded above the 50 period. So it's kind of giving me the vibe that the short is still good. But I just don't know if I'm going to take this for $1 or 50 cents or, yeah, just be discretionary on the out. Stop order still in to take it short there. It is what it is. I'm just going to be very patient. And we'll see if that one wants to go, go there.
I took SRNE long. The idea here is the VWAP hold and bounce up. So I'm long 41.5. Now we're up. We're looking at 43. I'm looking to scalp out here at 43 and 44. I took a little baby scalp out here at 42.5. Aaron, the machine gun sneezer back there, you know, doing his thing. So 43 is where I'm looking to get out. There we go. Now we're seeing 42.25. And 3/4 come in on the book. Some size showing up there. Some more size though at the 43 level. So we'll see how that one pans out. Still looking relatively strong on the day. Again, that short that Neil called right at that 46.6 was absolute money. And then you had a beautiful VWAP retracement. And like as you talk about, Luca, you know, it would be great if the trade did what we all want, which is to give you exact bounces off exact levels. But, you know, that's not really how she works on that one. There's the bounce I'm talking about on SRNE. Now we're up to 42.86, 42.85. We can hit 43. I'll get printed 43. We'll need to cross below that. Sorry, can't even talk. Above that. Burke, €2 super chat. What about Tesla? We were talking about Tesla. I guess you're just joining us because Luca had that bounce off that $2 and then went $1.99. He rode that for $1 up. So Luca has been on that. I was looking at it too. Didn't have the guts to punch in though there on Tesla. So better luck next time for me. We're finding a bit of a bounce here on the market. Some of these big cappers showing a nice bounce here. Apple bouncing off that 149.36, looking at 149.80. Likewise with Amazon and Meta, and Google also bouncing as well. Now looking at 92.40. So a momentary bounce here for some of these big cappers. All right, let's see what else we got. The only thing I'm really looking at the moment is this SRNE. I'm out of AMC. I'm out of AMAM. Let's bring in the big chart here, the trade ideas chart. This is the daily. Let's switch that back to the 3-minute. Yeah, so you've had multiple VWAP retracements. If this comes back down on into that 4 3/4, 480 area, I'm going to be hitting the buy button. I'm looking for another possible hold here, but I need to be cognizant of the fact that we do have a double top brewing, and that, you know, it could materialize. So how do I protect against that? Well, I'm going to put my stop right below that 470 area, which is kind of the bottom of the V here, right? So if you see this trough break and it doesn't hold VWAP, then I'm out. And then I'm actually looking to go short there. I don't think I have shorts for this one. I'll have to secure some shorts for but that's what I'm looking for, a VWAP bounce long. If it doesn't, I'm looking for the break of that 468, 470 area. And if it breaks below that, I'm looking short on Just need to secure some shorts. Back to SRNE, we're still knocking on the door of that 43-cent level. We're getting real close, so like 0.2 pennies away. I'm seeing some buying coming in here. I'm seeing some size following me up on the book, which is what you want to see to kind of support your move up. There we go. Now we're like 42.9. If we can get 43s, I can't believe I'm talking about 1 penny, but that's what these stocks are. That's what the trading these stocks is all about, guys. So we'll have to celebrate 1 penny wins here like we do $1 wins for some of these big techers. Printing on that Tesla long, I like it.
No, it's short, man, short.
You're
but
shorter, okay.
yeah, it's yeah.
There we go. We get the fill.
Let me just let me cover that because I was trying to cover actually 201. This is the thing with so again, guys, we're sort of we topped out a little bit at 201.50, and I was like, let me try a little bit of a short off of the high here. Cheeky short because I could have easily got stopped out. Was going for 50 cents, missed the fill. Wasn't sitting there, missed the fill, and now that's why I punched out 20 cents higher. Again, when you try to, this was just kind of a discretionary. We're approaching the 50 period. If we're going to actually go back down, market is now back up at the moving average. If we're going to, go lower just a little bit, then yeah, I was going to see where that one wants to go. But again, that was a cheeky, nothing too special there. Lucid actually coming back down. So I was sitting here at like 97s or 96, I think. And we sort of stopped out at 93s, 94s, and then we flushed back down. So I don't necessarily want to let this go just yet. This could be the original scalp trade that's kind of gone, and then we could still come back up, eventually print 10. So I am watching that low of day. Again, anything down 10%. I like the SSR long idea, just kind of bounce play. Shorts cannot hit the bid. So people who have to sell this are essentially longs that are then selling and hitting the bid. So I'll take my chances with that. We'll see where it goes. I'm going to try to hold out for 10. I feel like we could easily just be barcoding there. So I like that one. I like it a lot, guys. Hit that like button.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Hola, okay, I hadn't seen that one.
I haven't seen that one.
Katrine, shout out to Katrine for that. Thank you. I like it. I just wasn't expecting that. I thought she was going to do something different. All right, guys, we've broken through that 43 penny area on SRNE. We're looking at 43.5. I'm sitting at 44s. If we cross 44s, I'll get my next fill. We've got 41s long. So nice little VWAP hold again on SRNE. And I don't want to keep repeating myself, but here, these are the plays. I mean, what can I do? We're looking at the same thing materializing on here. We're looking for that 490. I mean, sadly, VWAP was below 5. You always want them to kind of have the same level so you can get that whole dollar VWAP bounce, but not is the case on this occasion. VWAP is at 4 3/4. So, yeah. I think I'm going to put my my order a little bit below where we're at now. I'm going to sit maybe at 480 on Let's go ahead and put that order in now for that. So we're going to go 480 on this bad boy over here. We'll get that filled. Hold on. Why? Oh, that's okay. I see. Okay, I hit the wrong thing. Yeah, I tried to go short there, Luca. I should probably pay attention to what I'm doing. There we go. So now back to SRNE, still hanging around that mid 43s. Nothing really to report on that. But yeah, the futures, slow and very much near low of day. You're not getting much movement on these big cappers either. Let's look at the scanner, see what's popping off on the scanner. MM's top for me, then IBIO. I really haven't touched IBIO all day today. Let's have a look at that one. We'll replace Walmart here on the scanner on this chart, IBIO. Okay, so this was a continuation from last week. This was already on my charts when I opened up my computer. Here's the pre-market action. It kind of got off the schneid there at $1.40. Volume started coming in around, what time did it come around there? 8:30 or so. And we got that big move right at the opening bell, 9:30. Make a long story short, on IBIO, we're 198 high of day, so we rejected off 2, but we've got a kind of a double top brewing here. The good news is it's kind of shown its propensity to respect VWAP, and either earlier, whether that 9:30 bounce and the eventual flush, bouncing off VWAP a number of times from the high side, or rejecting it from the low side, or again bouncing off it. So we're looking for something to do with VWAP on this one. IBIO, what is it up today? It's up 25%, not bad. It is a dollar stock. With respect to its float, we'll talk about that. It's an 8.7 million share float. Let's have a look at what the Trade Ideas scanner says about its short float. IBIO. Oops. IBIO, there we go, we hit that. The short float, guys, is 14.37%. Nothing to sneeze at. That could actually get going if it gets enough volume. But for the moment, we'll just kind of hang tight and see if some of our levels come in on that one. SRNE continue to make us wait at this 44 level, retracing now back into the mid 42s. MM though, coming real close to our buy. It kind of, where did it get down to? Got down to like what, 81s or 82s? Let me just check real quick. 82s there. We're sitting at 80s to get filled, so we don't get the fill quite yet. But I'm looking for a bounce here. I need to pay attention because the volume could come in any moment on this and kind of ruin my entry point. So these big techs all look like they're headed south, and some of these small cappers though, they're showing relative strength relative to the market. I'm not enamored with SRNE comp SRX when it's just kind of the only thing really happening at the moment. I'm got to trade what goes. Quickly before I send it back to Luca, we're getting another VWAP hold here on AMC. VWAP kind of right at that 580 area. We haven't really broken down below it. We haven't closed below VWAP on AMC. Where is my AMC chart? There we go. This isn't the right VWAP. VWAP currently is at 580, so it's a little bit lower than this. It's around right here, guys. Enamored? No. Okay. That 580, guys. So I'm looking for a possible view update. Luca wanted me to hit.
No, but I was like, word of the day. I'm Googling this. I'm like enamored. But no, because you know what? Yeah, propensity, enamored. Sharif's like, no, man, I got more words to come here. So I'm kind of excited to see what happens next. But I know Andrew's like enamored. Word of the day? Question mark. Even me, I'm over here. Hey, Sharif, word of the day. What's going on? That was a 50-50, guys. I just want to say very quickly here. I'm looking at NVIDIA. This thing is sort of bouncing very, very sharply when it does make low, kind of new lows and gets back into this level here. So I feel like I'm going to try this. I'm going to let 209 break if it wants to. And essentially what I'm looking for is basically this move, like a break or a get close to the low, break the low and pop. It kind of gets there, breaks the low, pop again. I want it to break 209. I'm going to sit just underneath that. To get run over by this train. If it wants to pop right now, it's basically going to pop without me. That's fine. But again, look at this kind of setup that it's showing you here, right? It's literally the low is, and again, it's by a cent. It's nothing substantial. But look at the type of market that we're in. The previous low of this move was 209.19 or 209.20, and the low of this move was 209.17. So it literally makes them, and this is NVIDIA, guys. It makes a low by 2 cents, then you get the pop. So again. It doesn't justify, at least in my opinion, it doesn't justify the long off the lows by 2 cents. Like, I'll just let it go. There's no problem with me kind of letting that go there. But essentially looking for that move, looking for potentially low moves, and then has it shown you that it wants to rip back to the upside? And then if it does that, then great. Okay, I'm taking it. If not, then I basically move on without it. No problem there. I do have bids out on AMD, so I'm again waiting for that 76. 50-ish area if it wants to actually break through this pre-market low and where it wanted to bottom out at 77. Again, because it is down 1.86%, I don't want to start the long right now. I actually want to get a little bit of a flush. Somebody's saying Biden is talking live right now. So, yeah, Biden's talking. I don't know. I don't know like what he's talking about, but I know that if we get a move, I'm gonna get really excited. So, yeah, I'm watching my positions very closely. This lucid trade is probably not gonna move. My stop is out. I'm not worried about that. The Walmart trade is just kind of very slow. I still want that trade, so I'm just very patiently waiting for it. It's the AMD trade that I think we could potentially get this flush for whatever reason. And if we get the flush down and the rip back up, those trades are going to be money, man. And I just think, for myself at least, it's am I sitting in the right spot? Am I sitting in the right spot to get the fill? Because it could come down and maybe I missed the fill by an inch there. So we'll see where it goes. Jeff's saying he's in Poland talking about Russia, Ukraine. Okay. So he's talking about the war. So yeah, maybe watch defense stocks, you know, LMT, RTX, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, the most prominent names. I personally don't really trade them. Again, you guys know how I feel about these like $300, $400 stocks. I just kind of don't get involved in them. But let's have a quick look to see where LMT is right now. It's high a day being 482, low being around 475. It's, yeah, with these, they're always kind of in the range that they've been in before for the most part. I think 491-ish shows in front of that 500, that's resistance. And we actually already dipped down, and now we're kind of on the upswing with the rest of the market. The real question is, I guess, do we break back down below, and this is, again, this is not going to be hard levels, it's going to be more so areas, but do we actually get back below 450 and then trend lower? I don't think so. I think, you know, this is kind of showing you that obviously, you know, it's unfortunate, the whole situation of the kind of geopolitical landscape that we're in. But this thing is going up, man, and then it gives you the dips, and then it goes back up. It's potentially going to give another dip, and then maybe that's a swing, right? When in doubt, zoom out. If you're looking at a name, you don't know where we're going to go. You always want to look where did we come from, right? Where did we come from? This thing was already down here, and you know, just making its way back to the upside. So I would watch that kind of area that it's in, the general levels. It was resistance before, now potentially back into support. And I want to quickly look at RTX as well. Look at both of these here. This name I regret not swinging in my personal account a long time ago, because I feel like I could have picked this thing up for super cheap. And you know, when in doubt, always want to have these names in your portfolio. I feel like you know, they do pay dividends if I'm not mistaken, and they always seem to bounce back. 80 is the bottom, very, very far away. 100 psychological level, but guys, make note, because some people ask me this question, make note of how 100 looks on a name like Apple or Walmart versus on a name like RTX. RTX, even though 100 is psychological, it's not so much a hard level every single time, as you guys can see, and I'll draw the line here just to kind of visualize it. It's been up and down through 100 so many times, so it's not really a psychological level, right? I would almost say that 90 is more significant than 100, and the thing is you can also look, and I think somebody was saying this before, you can also look at the market cap of the company. I think a 100, and I'm using arbitrary numbers here, it's not the value of the company, I know that, but a $100 billion valuation could be more significant than a $100 price level, right? So it really does, valuations are more important than price levels, obviously, because valuations, you know, is basically the value of the company, and then you look at the dividend that they pay, you get the true value, you kind of look at it against the risk-free rate, and that's how you sort of model these things for long-term portfolios. So valuations are more important than price levels, but intraday price levels, for example, the 100, the 50, that will be areas that show you, you know, size on the book and kind of even dollar levels. That's where option activity takes place. And so, for example, maybe the $100 billion valuation or the $500 billion valuation on RTX, again, maybe I should look up the kind of valuation on this thing, RTX stock, as I talk about it so I can give accurate information here. RTX stock, yeah, so this is a $148 billion valuation. So let's say 150. Maybe the $150 billion valuation is more significant than the 100 level. But again, they can't price options at a $150 billion valuation because that might be, for example, 102.36. So nobody is selling options at 102.36, so they'll sell them at 100 or 105. And so you have the kind of options that the tail wags the dog. You have the you know, the psychological level, but also factor in the the valuation of the actual market cap. Okay, guys, very quickly, Nvidia did give me that like kind of dip and rip there. I'm out of this trade, man. That's exactly what I wanted to see. 108.80 was the bid, waiting for, or sorry, 209, waiting for 209 to break to the downside, getting the fill. I assume those are stop orders in my opinion. Taking that offset, we rip back in the liquidity vacuum to the upside. I take those bounce plays 10 out of 10 times, and it's either they work or they don't. This one gave me 30 cents, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'll find it again and again. Do I think that we could go back to the upside? Oh yeah, there's definitely room to go back to the upside. I mean, we saw Tesla, it sort of did that, and then it went all the way back up $1. So who's to say that Nvidia can't? This is the 50 period. If you look for these trades and you want kind of wider margins of error, for myself, discretionary out, it's a low. I need to be cognizant of if this continues, even though I think I might be risking 10 cents, 20 cents, maybe I get more on that, right? Maybe the risk opens up and I butcher it. So this is why I take it off as a discretionary trader, because of all those factors. I noticed that I'm also long AMD here. So getting that first fill, I actually want more AMD if we go lower. So this is not one that, I mean, if we pop, we pop. I'll kind of see where this goes. I think eventually we get back to that, 76.90 area. So my first fill is 76.76. And again, I do want more of this. I'm basically playing off of 76.50. The market is not really selling off, but it did make a low, which I think looks really good. This is the area that, let's see what happens next. Again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know what's going to happen next. No, as a trader, you don't know what's going to happen next. You sort of react to what happens. So again, this is the kind of long that I'm looking for. I want to scale into it. If I don't get the rest of the position, it is what it is. I just don't get it. But again, if we rip back to 77s, that's a 25-cent win. So let's see if we can get back to 77s. If we do get there, I think it'll be magnet. We'll print the level. And then everything over under that is beyond me. I'm just not really too sure what happens next. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. Right. But going back to, just to kind of summarize this, back to the RTX situation, as a day trader, you want to factor in the fact that people are also, there's a lot of players in the market. There's long-term players, there's swing traders, there's day traders. And so use price levels, understand why you're using those price levels. That's where liquidity is. Options, kind of the tail wags the dog. So like options, if there's a lot of outstanding options there, it might magnet effect into the level. And then also don't discredit market valuation. So market cap of the company, 100 billion, 150, 200 billion, 250. This is where you say this is a large cap, this is a mid cap, this is a micro cap, there's a small cap. Like there's reasons for this. So 1 billion to 5 billion, that's kind of one type of movement. 5 to sort of 15, then plus 25. Then once you get over 100 bill, you obviously have a cash flow there. So all these things to consider when you're trading these things. I just used the example on RTX, but again, you use this example across the board there.
Someone asked me to look at Roku, so let's have a look. This is one of those Chinese names that's absolutely been destroyed through 2022, and even before that, it started its descent in 2021. But yeah, guys, look at this. I mean, I can't even zoom out here enough. We're at 458 top. Obviously, we're at 65 bucks now. But since that this December bottom here that we kind of made towards the end of December, it has been really pumping up. $37, 38 bucks is kind of that bottom area, and now we're in the high mid 60s. Asking me if we could continue. I mean, we've seen, again, we talked about this quite a bit. We've seen the biggest inflow of big U.S. money into Chinese ADRs for that 4-week period in January than we have seen since 2018, essentially. So a lot of money flowed in January into Chinese ADRs. Let's see if we get that continued move. But so many headwinds politically, with these Chinese names, you just don't know at what point, it's the economic side of this is going to get crazy. We already know the political side is already tumultuous. We had to hit it at some point, guys.
Well,
right?
What was that?
Tumultuous. Okay, so there we get, we have a basically 76 and a half top that we got last time around. We're 10 bucks off that at the moment. Anyway, we could see continuation here. The levels, if I could really say that there was a long consolidation area, it's in and around that 100 to 9 to 80. Like it's like a $20 range there between 80 and 100. So probably counter some resistance there, Luca.
That was incredible, guys. Tumultuous, feel free to share my screen very quickly here. Making a loud, confused noise.
Yeah, well, no, that's not the only thing. Tumultuous can just mean like,
excited, confused.
Yeah, exactly.
Disorderly.
Yeah. Disorderly, yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. That was an awesome transition. And I'm over here trying to, I'm like, I think I may have spelled it right too, so that's pretty awesome there.
Boy.
Let's go. Learning new things every day.
I just want to mention something real quick. I got into SRNE, guys. I added into SRNE. I'm going to lose it on MM here in a second. So I see that VWAP retracement on SRNE. I say this is an absolute ad. So I get that 40.05 print. Now we're back into 41.05. Scalped out already. A couple of pieces now waiting at 4.4. But look at this again on MM. I don't get filled. It's like 1 penny. This actually came down to 81s. I'm sitting here at 80s. You think I would have learned my lesson the last time around when it didn't quite make its way down into 80. Anyway, now pops above 507, continuing to go here. I would have had an excellent average price if I had just been able to kind of weasel my way into the stock. The idea is sound. It is a VWAP hold, and it's, you know, this is like the 4th or 5th time it's bouncing off VWAP here. So VWAP being respected on MM. That $5 level, though, giving it trouble, breaking above it, breaking below it, and we've had kind of that dance back and forth with that $5 level on MM. So keeping my eye on that, Luca.
Yeah, for sure. That's, yeah, man. It's, yeah, sure, I'll take one. Thank you so much. Wait, you're asking for a Spro? Yes. Spro Life? Oh, yeah, oh yeah, 100%. 100%, baby, Spro Life. Spro's in the building, Spro's all around. Sean, you want a Spro? Ask Sharif. Yeah, guys, so AMD is bouncing back to the upside. I like it, man. I like where this is going. We'll see where it wants to go. Again, looking for that 77. If you guys are like me and you throw out multiple orders, watch your order log through the day, because I just noticed that I had so many orders out that I forgot about. So those are canceled now, so not too worried. And yeah, man, this is basically why I off. Again, speaking towards day trading, you guys obviously watch the channel because we are one of the best channels, if not the best channel. I mean, who are we kidding? We are the best channel. Find another channel out there like this where people day trade live for you guys and say, look at this, man. This is why I did this, because then we went lower and then the bounce plays off the table. So I'm literally showing you guys in real time just my trading strategy, my kind of style, how I approach the markets. You know, it's not perfect. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it's perfect. If it was, then I would be saying, guys, look how perfect I am. I never lose. But no, I lose all the time. It's all about managing risk, man, and doing it in real time. And yeah, I think it's exciting, and I think this channel's awesome. So yeah, definitely hit that like button. If you are enjoying the show, I'm still in this lucid long, which this is butchered. This is butchered, guys. I'm not embarrassed to say it. I should have gotten out on the bounce. You never really know how far a bounce play is going to go. And you got to just take what the market gives you. And for my particular setup and what I look for, I get the trade. Now, again, SSR bounce a little bit different than the Tesla bounce and the DKNG bounce that I was going for. But essentially, taking the long on the SSR level bounce play, it bounces, right? And you want 10. I want 10. I think it's going to go to 10, but it stops here. So watch the book, watch the price action, and in these situations, this is where you kind of gauge, especially as a discretionary trader, you sort of gauge, okay, it stopped at this level, so this was the sharp move up, it stopped at this level, this is the out. And so again, what's the difference between 96 and 94? There's not really much difference, especially if you run this over and over again. If you're risking like, you know, low of day in this situation, probably risking like 4 cents on the trade, you know, going for 4 cents, or 6 cents, it's basically the same, give or take, right? So, yeah, don't use specific levels. Always take what the market gives you, especially as a scalper. That's kind of my style. And now at this point, I'm just kind of holding this, and it's not bag holding, but I want to say I'm bag holding because like I should have been out. I feel like I'm going to lose. Stop is in. We'll see where that one wants to go. Guys, just a heads up on Walmart. It gave the quick flush there, so I'm covering the first portion of that trade for the scalp trade. This I was waiting for, man. Very, very patient. And literally waiting for the trade to come through. As you guys can see, I have 146.97, so not a bad fill. And when I take these sort of breaks to the downside when they when they set themselves up, what I go for is I like to kind of take whatever my full size on the trade is, and then wherever it goes and wherever it stops, like that's the free money liquidity vacuum. So for myself, my cover was at 146.83. And again, it's nothing special, but it's basically, I'm basically playing this strategy where I take a trade, it flies in the money, it stops there, like that's where I get out. So obviously this trade, I kind of think we're going to 146, so I'm holding the next piece for 146. And if we get there, I'm not going to say to myself, I should have held it all. Like, I'm never going to say that because I'm just going to stick to the plan. It just spent so much time above 147. Now that we're finally back through, this is exactly what I want to see, man. A flush through 147 and now continuation to the downside. I'll be discretionary on where I cover, but I do think that we eventually get a VWAP kind of area trade. So, you know, maybe we flush through 146.50 and then anything around the 40s to like the even dollar, like that's like the area of VWAP, give or take. This thing, again, bad earnings, but never really tested VWAP yet. So, yeah, I think we're going to get the test of VWAP. Let's see where it wants to go. Always have an out on the trades that you're in. So for example, this trade, my out is not 147.01. It's discretionary, but again, I don't think that it should go back through 147. I think I should spend some time here, and then the longer that it stays below 147, the more that everybody realizes, oh, wait a second, this might not go back above 147. Everybody who's long above 147 is now underwater, so maybe that gives it enough steam to actually go to the downside. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. We'll see where it wants to go. AMD still chilling here, but getting its way into that 77 area. I think it popped to where? 95s. Yeah, maybe it wants to give one more little bit of a pop there. But yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. It's unfortunate that I didn't get the second fill. I wasn't sitting at 71s. I'm sitting like much lower. And this, again, is more so an area, not so much a hard level. So I'm going to hold on to that trade because I think we probably get to 77. So yeah, I'll see where it wants to go. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sunhansmrak, thank you so much. Palantir long question mark. Let's have a look at Palantir. I traded it only once today, and then I didn't trade it again. I don't think, when I see names that are down 7%, and again, I know this was, it had a nice run up, the earnings trade. Let's just do a quick little zoom out on this thing because I think it's important to kind of look at this and see where it came from. This was earnings, and we actually dipped down in the after hours on that earnings trade, and then we ripped back to the upside. Then we had the follow through, right? So we had the nice green day off earnings. We had that kind of secondary, chop day. We had the follow through into the 10 level, and we could not break 10. So again, guys, if you're watching the 10 level, and then you look at it 2-3 days later, try to remember back, or even if you recorded that 10 level and watched how it trade, you can say to yourself, now that it's kind of hindsight, you can say, well, look, we're back down at $8.50. Let me go back and watch my recording at the 10 level because 10, psychological level, key level, it hasn't been above 10 for so long. Look at the daily, guys. It has not been above 10 since, mid last year, right? And it's sort of rejected that 10 area before actually falling off. So as a long trader, as an example that I'm going to give here, for myself, obviously I was trading this going into the 10 level, but it didn't really spend a lot of time at 10, and it kind of, in hindsight, I don't have the recording. I didn't watch it this day, but I remember watching it the first day that it broke 10, and it was just a very, very weak break of 10. And so looking at that level, if you have it recorded, watch it back and say to yourself, okay, now we're at 850. So that action at 10 was actually, the short was money. So watch enough of those recordings, and then going forward, when you're actually trading it at the 10 level, your brain might recognize the pattern of, oh, wait a second, I remember watching so many recordings when something hit a psychological level, when it looked good and when it looked bad. And then if you get enough repetitions in, if you have enough recordings, it's just patterns over and over again. Hopefully your brain can recognize that in real time, and then instead of being long at the 10 level, you say to yourself, I've seen this before, I'm actually going to be short at the 10 level, and I'm going to risk 1050, and I'm going to go for the swing trade down below. And then here we are, kind of 3 red days in a row, right? So 10 would have looked much different if we were now at 11 or 12 to the upside. We are not. We're back down at 850. And I just think, honestly, Palantir is not a long or a short until we actually get back to VWAP. And then maybe you could say you have the VWAP overhead. There's a big, strong sell-off in the morning. It cannot really break the 50 period. It's down 7.5%. I'm personally not going to go long this name. Again, I tried it once. It didn't work. I risked like half a cent or whatever, so it wasn't bad. But essentially, I'm not taking a trade on this. If we get to VWAP, maybe I would try the VWAP rejection and then back down just because it had that sell-off. Or is everybody dying to get out of this? Does it even get to VWAP is the real question. So maybe I'd watch that. But again, it's not a trade that I love. I actually think, so thank you for sending the super chat. And I know you're asking long. But my opinion, just kind of give you a different perspective. I like the short. But always trade your own book. You can't depend on other traders. It was actually funny this morning, to give you guys an example. It was Neil who was saying, yeah, maybe I'm going to go long Tesla. And I was actually short Tesla. And I thought, maybe I should get out of the short because he wants to go long. And then I got out of the short, not based on his reasoning, but based on my own. And then I heard him say, I removed my bid because it's just coming down too fast. So it just goes to show, and this is just one example, you can't listen to other traders. You just have to listen to yourself. It's just kind of the way the game works. You have to have conviction in your own trades. You guys, anybody who kind of follows our trades or even our kind of ideas in general, you see that things change in real time. You don't have the conviction. For myself, if I follow somebody else, I start to feel lost. I don't know what's going on. So I'd much rather just be in my own trade and follow my own plan there. So yeah, we'll see if everything is basically in the money right now, but give or take, not too deep in the money. So we'll see if this Walmart wants to continue. It feels good. AMD long feels good. I'll probably get that print too, and yeah, find a few other trades as well.
So SRNE actually ends up shaking me out, breaking through VWAP here, making a more recent low. I want to say the low was 38.25. So I had it right there at 39. So broke 39 and I'm out. Let's see if it bounces. I mean, if it does, what can I do? I got to have rules in place, especially for these sub $1 stocks that I trade so seldomly. So SRNE, I'm out of that one. Ends up being a loser, to be honest. So we'll have to see how that one does. What just happened here? This window just wants to go all on its own. Now, what I've done though, I'm building a position in MM because this one I have a bit more faith in for it to hold VWAP. This isn't the correct VWAP, so let's bring in MM's side chart here. Here it is. This is what we've been doing on MM the entire morning, holding VWAP, holding VWAP. So let's see if that's gonna continue to be the case. My breakdown, is going to be below that 468 area. So if it goes below that, I'll be out. I've gotten in here at 485. I've got another dip order hanging out at 480. And then I'll probably give it 12 pennies from there. But I'm definitely looking for a breakthrough 5 and then to test that 550 high again. The drawback on this, though, is we're continuing to make lower highs, not lower lows. We're holding the same kind of low area, but the lower highs is kind of concerning, but you got to expect at some point, especially, with this being up 50% on everybody's radars and a continuation from last week, we might have that VWAP bounce, especially since it's shown itself to be relatively strong on the day. So that's the plan going in. Let's see, there we go. Now we're coming right back down into that 481 area. This is the area that we bounced off a number of times, and we haven't broken down to that 480 exactly area. So we'll have to actually cross 480 for me to get filled. And that's why I took the 485 fill, because I was sick of waiting and not getting filled. So there we go, 485. We'll see what this one does. 505 or 506 is that recent peak on there, but I have no trades on these big cappers because they really have kind of found their bottom. The market has kind of found its bottom as well here, but I shouldn't even say that. It just printed a new bottom. 40.15 and a half is that new level we printed. We were talking about that 400 bounce. Do we see that 400 today, guys? Maybe we should put that in the chat as a survey. Do we find 400 today? If somebody, Pradley or whoever, Justin's, anybody listening, do we see 4,000? I said 400. Do we see 4,000 today on the futures? We're not that far away from it. 40.18. We, in the pre-market, we were as high as 40.70 and even higher. So we've come a ways since then. Yeah, again, no trades on some of these big cappers. Looking for these small cappers to hold up. Yes, some of them are, some of them aren't. Let me have a look at the scanner here. Let's bring in the Trade Idea scanner, by the way. This is the new setup. Now, if you like this setup, let me first tell you what it is. You can get it from the Trade Ideas website. Each of our own proprietary setups, including mine, Sean's, Neil's, Brendan's, they're all available on the Trade Ideas website. So when you subscribe to Trade Ideas, you can go ahead and go to their site and download the layout and just kind of load it the exact same way that we have it. So this is my scanner, my gap scanner. I want to see the biggest percentage movers on the day. This is the stock window that shows me all the information like flow, high and low, earnings date, etc. All like the major stuff, revenue, market cap, and then the news ticker here to see why the stock is moving. And then I have a daily chart and a 1-minute chart. And these beautiful things on my left, that they're all red. These are my watch lists, and I have like big tech, chips, whatever's moving, I'll kind of prioritize on the left here. But the cool function about this is I like this little bar in the middle here. And see how it can be like green all the way to the edge, or partially green, like the bar is, it measures, it's like a bar chart. So if it's all the way right, that means that the stock is near its high of days. If it's kind of like in the middle or lower, it means like, it's pulled back off the high days, which I love because that can give me the idea of what is relatively strong at the moment, not what was relatively strong like a couple hours ago. So I'm incorporating that into my use. Anyway, so now top percentage mover on the days, we're already talking about that. We're already in that. We're already in the money on that. So That's not going to help us. Now let's look at what's doing volume. There we go. Now that this one's over here, IBIO, we're already all over that. That kind of rejected off too. I saw the chat talking about that, like, oh my God, I got out of IBIO right at that 2 break. Yeah, look at that. You have a bit of a flat top here on IBIO. Finally, you have that 2 break, and then you have an absolute rejection, moving right back into 20 cents to the sell side here at 180. But you know what? It's holding VWAP. So like MM and like maybe some of these other plays that we've had today, let's have a look at IBIO. Is this an interesting area to get long? SRNE, crappy. IBIO, it's NQ. No, it's not. It's New York. No, it's not. It's MX. There it is. Okay. So finally we get it right there. IBIO, hurry up. I should upgrade so I don't have to do this. Anyway, we're coming back into that VWAP area. IBIO, the exact VWAP, I'll tell you guys in 1 sec, is 180 at the moment. So this looks good. I mean, we've rejected, bounced, I should say, off 180 quite a few times here. If we make a newer low, maybe I'll get out. So how much is it going to cost me to find out? It's like 10, 15 pennies or so. Let's go ahead and punch here on IBIO for a possible $2 retracement. But we are absolutely printing here on MM. We get that 480 fill. We pop right back up into 490. So we have an average of 482. Let's look for that 5 out. I'm going to take out half. How many shares do I have on MM? I'll take out half here at 499. Should we test that? I said trust that $5 level again. Let's see. We've been holding VWAP like a glove on this one. So if we can break through that 5 again, I want all the smoke on that. Maybe let it run through 540. That's the other peak there that we have to contend with. 540. Thank you there. There we go. Now we get the survey and the trade. Will the ES hit 4,000 today? I'm going to hit yes. Just because, you know, I really want that dip bounce on some of these big tech stocks if we do get that 4,000, assuming, of course, there is a dip bounce. But that's the idea there. IBIO now holding that. Where did I get in on IBIO? 184. I got in 184. So nice little move there on IBIO to the high side. Let's see if we can get that $2 test again.
Yeah, guys. I'm actually long Apple here. It's yeah, I just noticed. So I actually, you know how you guys probably saw me. Peanut butter protein bar, baby, and espresso. You know, peanut butter. Just to quickly say this: peanut butter, banana, black coffee. Keys to success, man. Try it. Don't knock it till you try it. Anyways, back to Apple here. I'm taking an anticipatory long, which is, you know, it's. I don't know how I feel about that one, honestly.
I got excited.
Yeah, sure, you got excited there. But yeah, guys, this is I'm kind of long, and it's super small size just to see how I feel about the trade. So sometimes, if I like the 150 level, if I think we're actually going to turn back to the upside, look at the market. This thing is now, you know, it's obviously the shorts were good. We are now barcoding and chopping around. We did make that low, and then we ripped back to the upside. So because we did this move on the market, sorry, it's not even showing it there. Because this candle here, and again, guys, this is 5 minutes. Because we breached the low and then quickly popped back, I sort of said to myself, okay, let me pick a name to find a long in, and we'll see where it wants to go. So I looked at Apple. 150 is kind of interesting. We're above 150 before. We're back below. Again, down 1.8%. So maybe this is not the long to be in right here. Maybe this is not the area to be long in. But again, small size initially. Try it out. Say to myself, how do I feel about this position? Does it look good? Does it put me in the money right away? Should I add to it? Should I not add to it? So I ask myself all these questions in real time. I give myself the ability for this market to make that decision. Maybe it wants to spend like 10 minutes down here. Maybe it actually wants to search for another low. And I'm looking at the poll, and you know, 58% of people, mind you, only 330 people have voted, but 58% say yes. So if we actually get a flush to 4,000 right now, this Apple long is not going to be good. So you know what? I actually, let's see if I can just offer this out. Again, I'm not going to panic with it. It's, you know, it's just kind of barcoding in this area. Probably gets back to the upside. Let me just get out again and then reevaluate this at 150. But this is basically off this play that we sort of dipped. I want to find a long. I'm just not really too sure which longs I should be looking at. So we'll get back to that Apple trade. It probably fills me there, or else I'll make a decision. Somebody before was saying coin. Do you have any thoughts on coin? I pulled it up quickly, and I didn't really have any kind of strong conviction on this name. I thought maybe we could bounce back. What I was looking at the time was this. We sort of bounced in this general area, then went to the upside. we broke the low, and then we went back to the upside. I was wondering, are we going to then test, 63.5 and then bounce back to the 50 period and then maybe go back to VWAP? The answer is no. We're actually back down, and now it kind of looks like a potential for a not so much flat bottom break, but maybe kind of, giving you the lower low, the higher low. Now maybe we actually flush down and break. When in doubt, zoom out, guys. That's the main thing here. So I want to quickly look at the daily to see where we are. And the low from Friday, it looks like 61.50. So we're basically more than $1 away from that. But if coin is, are we going to really sell off? The volume's sort of light, just less than 10 million shares traded. I just feel like if we actually dip back into that low, that might be a good look. So yeah, I actually convinced myself into this one. So let's see where this wants to go. Again, we are far away, but this level I love down here. So I'm going to remove this line now. This level I love here, so 61.50-ish area. Let's see if it can get to 62 and break. And then I'll try to get a little bit of a dip buy for a bounce at that level. Again, it is kind of far away, so I don't really expect to get the fill, but sometimes I don't expect to get these fills, and then I just magically get these fills. So let's see if it wants to get down there. I'll take the fill down there. This is where it held last time on Friday. Are we really going to top out at 67, break 61.50, and flush to 60? I feel like that's such a huge range. We're already down 4%. Obviously, kind of correlated to where Bitcoin is, but again, middle of the day, not too much crazy action. So yeah, let's see if it can break the 62 to the downside, give me the pop that I'm looking for, and I'll be scalping that out for sure. And moving forward from there. So yeah, we have now almost 500 votes on this thing. 57% saying yes, 4,000 will be tested. So yeah, I guess it's a good thing.
You gotta
I'm out of
assume
my
that 4,000 tests is coming in anyway, unless we get some really positive news catalyst, which I don't know if we will. I don't know what the economic calendar looks like for releases this week. I haven't had an opportunity to look, but we're so data dependent these days, and you assume anything positive or negative, we're really going to bounce or reject off there. Anyway, IBIO kind of still holding that VWAP area, not really doing much, but not really breaking down either. So going to hold on to this long, looking for that VWAP hold. A lot better though is MM now printing back into the high 90s. I'm sitting at 99s, waiting to get filled. I'm long 82.5s. So like a few pennies, 10 pennies in the money. But this one, still not showing you its desire to break out. It's holding. It's setting up for a possible good afternoon move once the volume comes back in. But at the moment, it may surprise me, and that'd be great if it does, but I don't know. I don't think we get that decided move above 5 and that hold until, maybe like 130 onwards. But hey, I'll continue to hold it. Dan Emmons says 2-year Treasury auction coming up in 30 minutes will affect Dan Q. Yeah, the Treasury auction is always closely followed. Analysts look for how well it's received. Are there a lot of bidders? Where are the bidders from? Are they domestic or international buyers? So there's always, there's always some sort of move that comes off the Treasury auction. So thanks for that, Dan. I guess that's coming up at 1 o'clock since we're, 12:30 or a few minutes to 12. What's Mohammed saying? FOMC minutes tomorrow. That's right. Yes. So we get to see, kind of how hawkish or dovish the Fed presidents were at their last meeting. I suspect a little bit that opinions may have changed somewhat since those minutes were written, because since that time we've gotten a lot of new economic data, that may cause them to be a bit more hawkish in their stance. So, I would personally want to see what they wrote and then compare that to kind of the economic data that we've got subsequent to that time to really see how it's going to hold up. Dan Emmons saying, for reference, the 2-year yield is higher than it was in 2007. Now, yeah, a lot of people have been really looking to yields, but I've read a couple articles lately that have talked about the lessening importance of the yields as a reflector of possible a recession, especially how people are looking at the inversion and trying to use that as a predictor. So it's interesting. Well, we'll obviously keep an eye on all those tomorrow, but a lot of people want me to have a look at Lucid, asking whether Lucid is a long or a short. I mean, definitely today it's just been very relatively weak, down 9.5%, having done 15.5 million shares. Let's pull up Lucid, LCID. We'll have a look at the daily chart because, it looked okay. It looked decent. Now we're kind of giving back the gains we made off that Saudi news. Remember this, guys? Luca and I were trading this, and it was really exciting. This is the day that it really started to pump into the high side. That was around, I think, January 23rd. We got to a high of 17, almost 18 here, 17 3/4. Since that time, though, it's been one stair step down after the next. Now we're looking at the 50 period here. We've just retraced into the 50 period. So this is an interesting turning point or inflection point, whatever you want to call it. We did end up bouncing off the 50 period the last time we descended to this level. But do we see that kind of a bounce again today? If you were looking for a bull flag here, you've kind of been disappointed because we're close to filling that gap. I would say the breakout level for this bull flag was that 940 area, and now we're back down 988. So, not a good look. I personally would stay away from Lucid at the moment. I don't know enough macro about the company to be convicted either way, to have any conviction either way. But from a technical side, it looks very poopy. We just printed. We're dropping the money, baby, because we just printed on MM. It is moving to the high side. How many pennies are we in the money, man? We're 20 pennies in the money on this $5 stock, so not a bad look at all. Looking for more. Let's see what this 510 level, if we can break through that 510 level. We've been talking about that. We double top, though, 507. That's the high from this last peak here. Weren't able to break through that. I don't see anything really reflected on the book here that would show me that 507 is a level, but that's twice now on the chart we've rejected. Keep an eye out for that if you're long this name. 507 is sneaky. We also want to see a hold above 5. I mean, I want to, because I'm long. And, we've broken above 5 in the past a couple of times here, and then quadunk right back down. We close below that $5 level. That's not the look you want if you're looking long here. The bull case for this is it's up 50+% on the day. It's holding VWAP, so it's a VWAP hold high of daybreak. The bear case for this is we're continuing to print lower highs, and we're rejecting off the same levels, showing that sellers are stepping in at these levels. So MM is a wait and see. I get a piece out. I'm holding 50% of the position now. I'm printing on it. I'm happy, but I'm cognizant of the setup. So we'll have a look at that. Jay Lee says, Sharif and Luca, IC pop was high on Friday, but down to lows today. The PE is amazing, 3.3. Will it pop again? I was looking at IC. I have like a down scanner as well. Let's bring in IC over here. It was a big boy move to the south side today was IC. Let's have a look quick. In case you're wondering, this is what Jay Lee is talking about. This is the Friday move. Look how ugly this candle is here if you're long. All right. We have a low of 2089 and a high of 2630. Look where the open and the close are. They are far removed from the top part of this wick. They are much closer to the bottom. So that is a screaming short. That's a topping tail candle. And usually it's a candle, it's a reversal candle. And usually you see a red candle after it if the one we're talking about is a green candle. 1885 is the low. Let's have a look now at the 3-minute chart. Looks like we just made that low, but bouncing here. 1830-ish low. We're bouncing back into 1885, but it's been one stair step low. Look at that big flush at the open there. That must have been nice for anybody who's holding short maybe from Friday. And then you have that VWAP hold and then the eventual rejection and that stair step down. Do we get a VWAP retracement here? 1886 is where we're at. VWAP's at 19.25. So if we can continue to pump to the high side on this one, we could have an interesting short VWAP rejection. I actually have an entire scanner for this. Michael Noss was nice enough to give me his proprietary scanner. And what this scanner does over here is, look at these, rally to VWAP, pull back to VWAP. It's constantly scanning the entire day for stocks that are either pulling back into VWAP or rallying to VWAP from the downside. So whether you can take them short or long. And that's all it does. It looks for that and then brings up the right candidates, and then you have a look here on the 1-minute chart and have, assess whether you want to get into it. Keep an eye on volume, of course. So a lot of these are fake moves, I want to say, because they're not supported by volume. So awesome trade ideas product there. You can get that by hitting !trade ideas in the chat, Luca.
Yeah, guys. So it was Lone in the chat who called this out, and I was just double checking again. Don't reference me. Double check it for yourself. But look at this dark pool order that went off, and this was at around 149.74 to 149.80 on Apple at a 12.12. And I'm basically looking at this, wondering: is this a today action? Is this a live dark pool that just went off sometime today? When was the last time Apple was in and around that price? That would be on February 10th, and it just looks like there wasn't really crazy. I mean, I guess maybe it's a low, but again, it's not really like in at the open or at the close of that day, if I'm not mistaken. So I basically took a light short to see how I feel about this one, if this wants to react here. Market is kind of barcoding. It looked good for the time being, but obviously, as I kind of explained this in real time, we're now ripping back to the upside. So I'm just going to cover this right now. That wasn't really a part of the plan. But yeah, light size, so it's like, this is me, like light size, I go no. Light size, I go no. Okay, forget this. I don't have the read on it, so it's all good, man. I just basically let it go. Still nursing the Walmart short. Essentially, this is why I like to scalp it out, because look at this, man. We literally flushed, and then we're just in this range, right? So why not take the instant win, half a second trade on the first trade, as opposed to, and then hold the rest and see where it goes. Again, it is still below the 50 period, is still below the 147. I think eventually we get a test of 146.50. And then, you know, do we like trade there and then bounce back? That'll be a good question. But yeah, still holding on to that one. And Lucid as well is inching its way back to 10 there. So yeah, we'll see if this thing wants to actually get into the 10 area and print. Probably does eventually. So yeah, let's see if I get some orders on that. And get those fills. I off the Amazon long. I just thought it should bounce right away. It didn't. Market looked kind of weak. Flipped short Apple. Got out of that Apple trade. So again, 12:30 in the afternoon. Definitely dropping the size here. Just kind of chilling, waiting for something special to you know, show me if I should actually take like a more significant trade. But yeah, you know, it's always okay, man. If you feel that you want to trade, if you feel that you want to kind of find opportunities, it's okay to get into less size and kind of feel it out, see how it goes. This is the area on Amazon that I'm watching. It kind of stopped over here, then finally broke down. Now it is resistance. You got VWAP overhead. So it is down almost 3%. I like the short a little bit better. So we'll see if this can actually get into that VWAP area. Call it, you know, 94.5 into 94.80. Resistance there. We'll see if it wants to actually get there. But again, this is the time in the afternoon where maybe things turn back to the upside. So my general idea is that if this like starts to take off, we could actually go back to like 40-30 and maybe even get a VWAP test for a potential squeeze there, right? So not really super convicted on the overall market. Somebody called out SPY approaching 400. So I was like, oh, thank you for that call out. I'm actually going to take a long. I didn't get the fill. Again, I don't know what I'm trying to do with this fill. I think I'm sitting at 400 exact. Oh, no. I'm sitting at below. I did 400 and then I removed that. But essentially, I want to average in below in case we dip through 400 and then quickly come back up and then pop. I noticed with the overall market with the ETF SPY, what it tends to do is it approaches even dollar levels. It'll trade the even dollar level, break it, and then like do like the sharp move in the other direction unless there's actually significant follow through. So I kind of look at it. I see it's 1230. It doesn't really. It's 400 on the ETF is not 4,000 on the ES. So 4,000 on the ES would actually be like 39. 40 if I had to guess, something like that. So I actually don't want the 400 bounce. I want the 4,000 bounce or closer to it. So that's why I kind of I thought about that in real time and I changed my orders to below 400. So that's basically the logic of that trade. Damien saying, wow, they're trading SPY. Yeah, man, I trade everything. I shouldn't say that. I don't trade Forex. I don't trade Forex. But yeah, no, I trade whatever moves, man. Whatever moves, if there's opportunities. I think, again, I'm not really a futures trader. I tend to stay away from trading futures. But if 4,000 comes into play, maybe I take my shot. Do I use SPY? Do I use futures? To me, it's the same kind of ideology. So, I mean, whatever you're more comfortable with, I guess. I like the fact that I know the kind of routes on SPY, whereas, with the CME, it is just one gateway, and yeah. But anyways, so yeah, Lucid fill is probably going to come through soon. Walmart, just waiting on the bid, waiting to see if we get that flush down. Watching Apple, it did break through 150 and then go back down. So this is that level that once we broke that 150, we never really got above 150 with Steam. So maybe the short is better. Maybe over 150 short are the money fills. Then you got the VWAP overhead. But again, Apple down 1.7, Amazon down 2.8. So the shorts on Amazon might be a little bit better there. Let's see if I'm probably gonna have to be super patient because now we're breaking low a day there. So yeah, at this point, I have what I have. Probably gonna see what happens next on some of these trades. And yeah, what else do we got going here? I don't think I'm gonna try like a long on Amazon here.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Wiser words were never spoken, ladies and gentlemen, depending on what side of that argument you fall on. All right, MM. Rejecting off that 5, I want to say, what was it, 507 we said last time, a bit of a double top there, coming right back into VWAP, looking to hold that same level. VWAP's a few ticks lower than it was last time, so now I'm looking to add right at that 477, maybe I'll sit in front of 478. It's going to be a rinse and repeat type thing until it shows me that that level is no longer being respected and it's time to get out of the trade. Otherwise, I want all the smoke on this one. So MM continuing to do what we thought it would do. IBIO though, you know, look, it's not breaking down, but I gotta be ready for this one because it's printing lower highs, kind of curling a little bit. You see a bit of a rounding top here. That's never a good look. You don't want to see an aggressive move off that rounding top. Usually it's a breakdown. It's a continuation downward. So if we hold VWAP on this one, which is 180, I'll continue to stay in the trade. It's shown its its desire and its ability to kind of pop up on one or two candles there. So that's kind of what we're looking for, these powerful movers, especially to the high side since we're long. So the play on this one doesn't change. It's still intact, but if it breaks below, I want to say that 177, 176 area, I got to cut this one loose. I don't want to see a newer low on this one, and I don't want to see a close below VWAP. Again, VWAP 180 level. MM, back to this one. I'm going to put my order for this one at, let's go ahead and put it at, hey, why not put double sevens, right? So we're going to rinse and repeat like we said on this one. Let's go 477. We'll sit there. That's kind of like a few ticks lower than where we got filled last time, but VWAP adjusting at the moment. There we go. Now we're getting a couple of ticks down into that 485. The market has found a bit of a bottom here. Now, I don't want to like make it sound like I know where the bottom is, but 40.1550. That's the low of day. We're kind of rounding a little bit now off that bottom. Let's zoom in here. We're kind of making a couple of highs, but this is really nothing to write home about. Below the 50 period, below VWAP, below the 200 period, not breaking above any key levels. I would say that 40-30 area was an interesting area. We kind of flirted with that area for a bit, but yeah, not writing any love less to this market for any longs at the moment. But yeah, we're not making any lower lows. But geez, these big cappers have been super weak. I want to say if I was to take anything long here on a market bounce, it would definitely be Tesla or Meta. They've looked like the stronger bunch to me. Meta's like the only one that's green on the day. It's up 0.5 percentage point. Yeah, Tesla is down. It's down 3.3%, but it's shown you that it's ready to bounce higher off these levels. We saw that 200 bounce and that big move up to 202.5. But some of these ones, they bear paying attention to. Google looks the most relatively weak to me because it's continuing to make lower lows on the day. Now it's basically at day's lows. 91.79 is where we are at day's low on that one, and 91.82 is where we're currently at. So Google looks super weak. Here comes MM closer to my entry point at 477. We're breaking through that 480, so I need to be careful with this one. I can't just assume that we're going to continue to get VWAP bounce after VWAP bounce after VWAP bounce. There may be a breakdown here, and I need to be ready for it. So here we go. 78s we're seeing. So should we see 77s? I'll get filled. Some more green coming in here on the book. So not quite yet, but it is a VWAP bounce. So I need to respect this area. I wonder if it's going to be the same thing as last time, where it comes right down to my level and I don't get filled and it shoots back up. That kind of always makes me want to just punch in at these levels and not wait for my resting order, which is at double sevens. Double sevens is like a completely random level that I chose, just because like 2 sevens. There we go. We get the fill. It flushes right back down. into 71s. I need to see if we're going to recover here. If I see 60 prints, I'm out of this one. So far, 71 is holding. This is the lowest it's been in a long time, so this is probably a breakdown. I should be getting, there we go. So now I'm completely out of this one. This one ends up being, yeah, okay, so break even on this trade. Sadly, as we do get that breakdown south. Tricky. I should have probably not had that 7 orders and gotten out through that 80 break. Again, that double top, that 507, kind of tricky. Anyway, we're retracing into the 60s. The trade that we still do have on, that IBIO, what are we, like 2 pennies in the money on this one, nothing to write home about. Kind of a tough day, guys, to be honest with you. Not much happening in my world. Not much to trade at the moment.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I feel like these are the benefits of day trading. It's when things are moving and going crazy, you kind of hit them and make that money. And then when things slow down, especially at 12:45, it's a great time to ask questions. I see people talking about bacon and pineapple. I'm trying not to look because I'm getting hungry. And I'll say one thing: double toasted challah bread, fried egg, a little bit of cheese, bacon, tomato. Oh, that is the best breakfast. So I'm seeing this bacon chatter. And yeah, Mr. Blue saying slightly undercooked bacon better than crispy bacon. I don't know, man. You know what? It's I like both. I like both, but I do think that crispy bacon. I feel like that's kind of, I lean into that one. I don't know how you feel about that, Sharif.
I'm into that. Too.
If you're talking about on a burger, it's got to be a little crispy. If you're talking about on an egg, I mean the egg is soft, so you need that kind of crispy bacon. Yeah, I love these kind of food chats here. Luis Crespo saying, "Tell me please, why you wanting Meta long?" I think so. That's not me.
Yeah,
Was it
no.
you?
I'm looking for Meta long if we get a bounce off 4,000, guys. I want to be very specific.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for Meta long at the moment. You can see on my positions board, I'm not Meta long. Otherwise, I'd be Meta long. But the reason I'm looking for Meta or Tesla is because Meta is the only one that's actually green on the day. When I was speaking about this, it was up 0.5%. Now it's up 1/3%. So that's the only reason, guys. I'm looking for relative strength off a key level on the futures. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're just joining us, I use the ES March contract to gauge my futures levels. That's not, the only one that you can use. You can use the NQs, the NQ, which is the futures contract for the NASDAQ. So that's what I use, and that's my thinking. Nothing specific. I don't have any inside information. I'm not using any magic there to find that.
Imagine inside information on what's going to happen with Meta.
Ooh,
so remember that there was one time, and I think this happened to Ian more than it happened to me, but there was one time where I got on the show, I got long Meta, and I was like, yeah, I'm long because support, blah, 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 all this and that, and it ripped up. It was with me and you, I think.
Was it?
And it ripped up like $1.70 instantly. Oof. And I was like,
no,
baby, look at this. Never mind support. That was sick. And that was one of the most exciting trades that I remember. And Lucid, even though I wasn't a part of that move.
Oh my God,
but
that was wild.
That move up was
going and going. That felt like 2020, 2021 again, man.
Yeah, man, that was just squeezes.
Wild. I'll never forget that squeeze on KOSS.
KOSS.
It went from
with everything else.
$8. No, but KOSS to me, that's when I was watching. It went to $177 from 13, and I watched it. And I had the biggest paper-handed trades on this. I was so inexperienced at the time, and I was scared to wipe out my account, but I'll never forget that trade, man.
Definitely got to watch it there. Just heads up, guys. NVIDIA spike. Not too sure if there's any news on this move, but what I would do is watch this and watch to see if it holds. So essentially, we're going to close the minute candle in about 8 seconds. We rip to the upside, mark the high of that candle, mark where it closes, watch the tape. Does it continue to the north side? This thing was below VWAP for the whole afternoon. If this is substantial or if there's a reason for this bounce to happen, if it's not just kind of market related or chip related, maybe it really gets going. My first kind of gut feeling on this is nothing because there's just no continuation right now. But yeah, maybe wants to hold and continue to the north side. I mean, maybe we move back up on the overall market here, and you guys still can't see the bottom there. That's what I'm trying to do. But it is slow. It is slow, and every time we pop, and again, these are minor pops, guys. It's nothing crazy, but again, if we're talking about intraday trading in the middle of the day, especially as a scalper, I look for these things. This is the general high, right? And then we break it by just a little bit, and then we instantly go back down. So these are just little tells that I use for myself to say to myself, well, if this was actually going to be a good long, like we would have broke, we would have held, and we would have been like trending upwards, but we're not. We're just kind of barcoding in this area. So yeah, that's definitely something to watch. Just keep your eyes on that one. Yeah, the Nvidia is kind of still a little sideways. I just feel like I'm going to stay away from it. I don't want to take this long here, but I think a good look would be if we get back down into this area, right? So where did the move start? 209.50, right? Pops. Do we dip down and dip and then rip, or do we dip down and then flush back through? So these are little tells that you would look for if you're going to be scalping this. Okay, Microsoft news. So I guess maybe Microsoft news here. All right, we're getting it through. Brendan saying NVIDIA, Microsoft, Smith announced deal with NVIDIA. Licensing deal. Okay, so Brad Smith is the president. Okay, so yeah, Brad Smith announcing deal with NVIDIA. What kind of deal that is, that's a great question. But yeah, Microsoft not really moving. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be moving. But yeah, I guess you could say that's good for NVIDIA. Let's see what the market thinks in the next couple minutes. Do we actually continue back to the upside, or is it just one of those spike and then it's nothing really too substantial, and then it just kind of subsides in this general area? So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. I am again, I'm not going to trade. I'm just going to watch it. I think if we get back over VWAP, then it'll be interesting because it did the over/under already, and it just kind of rejected once, right? If we get back there and we go, then maybe this thing has legs to actually get back to 213. 214. I can't see it. I can't see it, but yeah, anything's possible. Somebody also was saying Meta was kind of drifting or tanking into the lows. Flat bottom break, I guess, maybe.
I'm looking at this for a long. Here's my case for it. This is the close on Friday, so it's to me, I use the close as a support level. It's the better indicator for me. So I'm looking for like a 15 penny bounce. I got in at 85s. If I can get some out at the whole dollar here, there we go, 10 pennies in the money. Looking for that bounce up, there we go, take that out. And that's a nice little 15 penny winner on Meta. That was the whole idea there, trying to take that relative momentum that it's gonna find at the low, at the Friday's closed, and technically it is the low. 172.77 is a low. Now let's see if we can continue south. I'm out of the trade, made a quick 15 pennies on this one, and I'm out. The IBIO trade that I'm in is, boring me to death here because it's still holding VWAP, not really giving me a reason to get out, not making any newer lows, but it's kind of, just stagnating sideways. 10 pennies of range, if I'm lucky, not even, I would say 8 pennies of range at the most. But it's still relatively strong, so I can't get out of this in case it really does break to the north side, and then I have to really hold on and test that $2 break. So IBIO not looking good. Back to Meta. There we go. Now right back into that 173 area. I feel like we may find a bit of a bounce here, guys. You're going to use that Friday low as a possible area of support, especially if we can find some a bounce here on the futures, and we're making newer highs on the futures. So now we're up to 40.22, almost 40.23. There you go. Meta up into that 173.10, but still showing relatively weakness at the moment. Microsoft though curling a little bit. Let's bring in the Microsoft chart real quick. Here we go. How come it's up here? Microsoft, kind of a little bit of a curling pattern, I want to say. We've got a few green candles here in a row. We're definitely looking for that break of that 252.40. That seems to be the top there. If we could continue, maybe test the 50 period at 252.60. VWAP is at 253.46, so a VWAP retracement. There you go. Microsoft now pumping a little bit to the high side, 252.40. The futures finding a bit of a bottom. Meta not really responding, so definitely that's not the name I want to look at. I changed my mind. Look, the news came in for Microsoft, so we'll keep an eye on Microsoft. It's the one that's curling at the moment. There we go. 252.37 is where we're at now. I'm concerned about these longs today. We've obviously shown a lot of relative weakness punching into some of these longs. I do lack a little bit of conviction, even though there's an obvious news catalyst that's coming out of this. And it's probably AI related, I'm assuming. Microsoft.
Well, I can actually, so we're getting news here. So basically, Microsoft, Brad Smith saying if Activision deal is approved by regulators, so everybody knows ATVI. I'm long ATVI right now, instantly. And if approved by regulators, Call of Duty will be available on NVIDIA's platform. So it's, I think that's pretty cool. And my logic to take this ATVI long is basically a technical sort of setup. I think, we kind of pop to the upside. We dip back down. I sort of want to give this a little bit of room. I don't think it's going to sell off. This was kind of the bottom. I think we were probably headed towards VWAP. We're probably going to print 77. And then if we do, we can probably get back to a high day on that one. But again, this deal is set at 95, if I'm not mistaken. To buyout price 95. Warren Buffett is long. Last I checked, Warren Buffett has picked up ATVI, and he said it's not his play. I think it's Charlie Munger's play. And they worked on the deal, and they essentially said to themselves, if we're right, we're going to make some money. And if we're wrong, we're going to lose a little bit of money because just in terms of valuation, right? So again, if they're right, this thing's going to print 95 because that's buyout price. And if they're wrong, I mean, look where the deal started. This thing was trading at 65. And now it's at 75. So if the deal falls through, it's not to say that the company's garbage, right? Bless you. It's not to say the company's garbage. The bottom is kind of showing you that it's sort of dip and rip, then back kind of to the upside. So it sort of feels like this is like the outlier move and then back to the upside. And really, if you remove this from play, you got your kind of levels over here, right? So again, I'm just long this name, seeing if we can actually get a VWAP print, which we're actually getting a spike right now, which is pretty cool. So let's see if that continues. But again, this is the Warren Buffett play is a long-term play. 95 is up here. Talk about asymmetrical risk. The man does not lose. How old is he now?
I don't know.
He's got to be at least 95, 98, something like that. And man, he doesn't miss. So, definitely a legend. Shout out to him. I'm sure he's not watching me right now, but if you are, Warren,
I'm looking for a job.
Well, no, I appreciate you, and I respect your kind of run. That was a pretty solid there.
Oh yeah, no question about one of the best value investors ever.
Yep. Yeah. So ATVI looking pretty good, man. Let's see. Let's go back to Nvidia just to see. Do a little comparison. Yeah, this is the thing. Nvidia gave me the vibe that it's not going to get the next leg up, whereas ATVI, I was like, no, this is going to give the leg up, and Nvidia's not. So I'm kind of glad that I didn't do it on Nvidia. Microsoft didn't even move on the news, so it's not even really a play per se. And ATVI, yeah, looking good. We are 20 cents in the money here. Yeah, this thing probably prints VWAP right now. So yeah, let's see where this wants to go. Maybe yeah, just get out just ahead of VWAP there. Yeah, probably people are front running me on this one. So yeah, hopefully get the fills. And yeah, let's go back to Tesla quickly before I pass it back to Sharif. I want to see where this one is. So going back to my bounce play idea, yeah, I got the Nvidia, the ATVI long, so that was pretty sick. Going back to the bounce play, I'm obviously covering 201, right? So I'm taking the dollar. This is a very specific trade that I just play the liquidity vacuum, right? So it rips down, it rips back up, that's my trade. But look how much time it kind of dipped back. It went back. It tested 200. Maybe you could have justified a reload. I personally didn't. Then kind of comes back above. So again, the intraday swing is not off the table, right? It's definitely not off the table. But just understand the trade that you're in, right, and trade your own book. So for myself, it's the scalp play, But here we are approaching back to VWAP. I don't really want to get involved in Tesla because it's going to become stressful for sure.
Oh yeah.
But if anybody's wondering, these are my levels. Going into 204 seems like it was that support, and then we sort of broke down. So if we get back there, especially with VWAP, maybe you get some resistance. But Tesla is never a clean VWAP trade. It is never a clean VWAP trade. It'll go to VWAP. It'll make it look like the short is good. It'll rip everyone's face off. It'll go up. It'll make it look like the long is good. Then it goes back down. Then it goes up again. Then it goes back down. So I would much rather play the outer ranges. So essentially my morning short on Tesla was a kind of average into the short that I butchered. Okay, whatever. And then my long was the 200 bounce. So if I actually stuck to the plan here and I traded a little bit better, I would have had the win on the short, right? And I wouldn't have held for 200. I would have held for low a day there. And then the 200 long bounce, middle of the day, give me $1 on Tesla and I'm happy, man. Give me $1, $1.20. I'll take that. So yeah, pretty good. Can't complain. But again, you can definitely piece your trades into multiple trades. So for example, the Walmart trade is you got the scalp trade, and I'm still in this trade. I am still in this trade. I don't know why. Honestly, I do poorly on the let me hold to see where it goes. I would have thought that this thing would have already tested VWAP. Volume is really, really dry. We ran 147. We popped to the upside. We kind of, the high there is 147.10, I think. This is probably a dark pool wick. And then back down, yeah, maybe we eventually get to VWAP there, but it's just very slow, and I never really know what to think when things go super, super slow. I'm just okay, I'm not wrong, but I'm not right away, so what do I do with this? Again, this is why I like to look for scalp trades, because it just shows me instant gratification, and it's not so much leaning into the greed and fear of myself and being emotional. It's more so I take the trade. it's right away. I'm a scalper. I say, okay, that was a good trade. It showed me, it stopped. Let me get myself out. If you're doing these swings, you definitely want to play off of more significant levels. And so in this particular example, 147 to 148 is that sort of resistance area on the kind of wider time frame. And so if this is an area where I should be stopping out, if I'm risking $1, I should go for $1. But I just feel very uncomfortable if this floats to like 147.60, like I'm wrong. Like I think I'm wrong, even though it might go up there and then go back down. Like it just doesn't feel right for myself. So that's why I'm basically saying trade your own book. It's so much easier to trade your own book. So yeah, just stick to the plan, go with it, and it either works or it doesn't.
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm out of this IBIO. I kind of got bored with it. I mean, it was breaking below VWAP. I had to have a level. I had to have a level that I respected on this one. So that one is done, but I'm feeling very upset about this meta trade. I got a really good price there. The idea was to take that Friday close and move it to the high side. That would have been like 50 penny winner on meta. Rather, I really paper-handed this trade. So disappointed with that. Now looking for this Tesla long. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement here on Tesla, maybe into 204, showing relative strength. I may be late to the party on this one, but hey, better late than never. 40.23 is where we're kind of at here on the futures. It's kind of retracing into that 50-period moving average. There we go. Now back into that 50-cent area. We take a half piece out there. We'll let the other half ride on Stressla. There we go. Now we're going to see 60s. We're seeing like mid-50 prints. If we can get 60s, I'll just get out of this one. Quick scalp on Stressla. Where are we? Where are we long? We're long 42s. Okay, so there we go. We get that 60 and we're out of that. So nice little trade there. Nothing really to write home about on Tesla, but hey, a win's a win. Let this one ride to the north side. But, you know, I probably should have held it for a possible 204. Again, 204, 203.95. That's where VWAP is. And, you know, you assume a possible VWAP retracement here. I mean, you got to have some sort of levels to work with. 199.07, guys, by the way, is that low of day on Tesla. Let's see what the chat is up to.
New York Jets, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think we have energy update, though. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 1 o'clock. Let's get you up to date on what's happening in the land of oil so far today, too. I mean, it's been kind of choppy, but we are to the upside overall, back in positive territory right now. Everyone's talking about the possibility of recession, first of all, so lower growth equaling less demand as far as North America is concerned. But on the tail end of that, Chinese hopes continue to boost the price of oil overall in the background. So we are, as I said, right now even getting back to positive territory on the day after testing this 76.5, which was that level going back to Friday. This is the J contract now. So prices might be a little bit different as far as what we were dealing with back on last Friday anyways. 76 ends up being support though. Mark that one down. It's come into play a few times. But here we go back to the upside right now, guys, for crude oil. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you hit the like and subscribe to this channel, guys.
Thanks so much for that, Brendan. Somebody's saying Baba, 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 and then someone's like Neo, Neo, Neo. And I'm like, Neo? Yeah, not really doing anything here. But I want to talk about Alibaba because this was something that I actually missed from the other day. Baba actually giving the flush down here. So yeah, Baba justified, Neo not so much. Yeah, Baba could use a little bit of helium in the balloon of their stock to make this thing go back to the upside. But yeah, no, this thing is just to the downside there. You know what? Yeah, let me like try a short on this one. We'll see where this one wants to go. There's a little bit of iceberg. Okay, I know that's. Did I get Walmart?
Baba?
Okay, I know. So sorry, I just thought I got out of Baba, but no, I'm out of Walmart. Yeah, let's see where this Alibaba trade goes. Are we going to actually break and go lower? We sort of tried to go to the upside. I don't know why this move down is happening right here. It's not crazy amount of size, but there is a seller that's appearing at 95. So somebody is trying to like offer out some crazy size at 95. They iceberged it. Basically, I'm following that trade. So whoever is selling at 95, I'm kind of with that trade. My worry is that if we break and rip back, like I don't want to get stuck in a crazy move back to the upside. So I have a general stop in an area like over here, just in case. But yeah, let's see if that wants to continue. If not, no problem. But what I really wanted to talk about with Alibaba is that 100 level that came into play. So 103 was that sort of area of support. And I just felt like if we break 103 to the downside, which it eventually looked like it was going to break because, you know, flat bottom break, lower highs, couldn't really bounce back to the upside, ends up breaking and overnight, like opens below, and this was on Friday, dipping into the 100. But I want to just speak towards and actually look at how this looked on this kind of chart here, the 100 level. So this is 15-minute, guys, so maybe I should go to the 1 minute here and try to zoom out. But for example, bounce play 100, let's look at this just very quickly as an example, because things are just kind of relatively slower. This is the morning. We dip, we pop, we dip back, and the low of this move, 100.01. So talk about a bounce play. You get long just in front of 100, and this thing ripped all the way back to, you know, gave you 40 cents. So this is kind of what I was eyeing. It's unfortunate I wasn't here for that trade, but that was pretty solid on that one. And then eventually breaking to the downside. I just think 100 is probably going to offer some type of resistance if we get back there. Looks like I did get stopped out of that, so not to say that I'm wrong on the idea, but it's small size. I don't even want the trade. I just wanted, like, this is the leg down. I figured I'm late to the party, less size. If we continue, okay, great. If not, I just get out of that trade and find another one. I guess Bitcoin's rocking.
Bitcoin is actually pumping to the high side. 24,738 is where we're at now. We were at 24,291 at the low, so about $500 almost of a move there on BTC. Looking for some of the corresponding moves on some of these equities here. Looks like, you know, coin not doing much. 62.38 bottom, 63.50 is where we're at now. BITO moved, BITO. That is the I think it's on ARCA. Yeah, it's on the MX exchange. That's the Canadian ProShares Bitcoin ETF. I'm pretty sure. Is BITO Canadian? No, it's not, right? Silvergate. Okay, so my thing's messing up here. So I don't want to make any comments and sound silly because this is not giving me the right information. But yeah, Bitcoin moving up. I was looking at this Tesla 203 long. It doesn't hold and it's flushing back down. I'm not really liking these longs here, to be honest with you. They're kind of dangerous as we try to kind of find bottoms here on this futures, but we're kind of below the 50 period here. You have to kind of make the assumption that we reject this 50 period on the 3-minute chart at least on the futures and maybe continue to make that down. I think the best play really is to try and wait for that 4,000 to come in and really not take any trades on these big cappers until that, if it comes in. I mean, if it doesn't, then the no trades are had. Meta made a bit of a retracement, but it's kind of like a short the pops type day. 173.40, and now we're getting a retracement on that. But Microsoft, this one shook me out. Let's call a spade a spade. I took this one long, 252, like mid-30s. And now it's printing. I think it printed as high as like the high 60s. I could have taken like 30 pennies on that. But again, that's the same probably bad trade, I think, is to try to take these guys long. But I'm looking for something, guys. I mean, but Microsoft looks like to be the strongest of the bunch now. Curling here. This chart is a little distorted because of the candle wick. Let's bring in the trade ideas chart. There we go. So you guys see a bit of a bottoming pattern here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 almost. 10 3-minute candle, green 3-minute candles in a row. So Microsoft obviously trending to the high side, something that we're really not seeing on any of these other big cappers, maybe saving except for Tesla as it, you know, really tries to retrace into that VWAP area at around 204. Is that? Yeah, 204 on Stressla. But nothing happening here for me. What is the chat up to? Baba headed lower and lower. Yeah, Baba, is there news on Baba? Did we get news catalyst on that 10-cent ICE deal to sell Meta? No, that's not it. Nothing really on Baba here. Microsoft, we already talked about that. That's what Brenda wrote in the chat. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's up with Baba, but it's not making... Okay, so Charlie Munger and Michael Burry proudly telling me invested on that. I'm surprised. Why? Usually, I mean, you get a pump on that. They have such a big, yeah, they have such a big following. But look at this. So 3-minute chart shows a clear double top here, and then you know the short is the break of this trough, the bottom of that V area, which was around 96.37, giving you a couple of bucks since then. So Baba, tricky to trade. I haven't had a good feel in the market today. I don't know how you're feeling, Luca.
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. No positions on board right now. I'll talk towards a few trades that I kind of had because I didn't really get to them. So the AMD long at 76.50 was a banger. Hopefully somebody eyed that and longed that. What happened here is I removed my residual bids, which I didn't actually want to do. And then I saw this thing at like 77, and I'm just like, man, like the long is good and you can't catch them all, but literally I could have, because I was talking about it, and it didn't break 76.50. So yeah, that was a sick long back into 77 for a 50-cent win. It's frustrating, but again, the reason that I identified this, and let me just kind of pull up the daily here, I think it's pretty cool, is the this is the earnings day, February 1st, give or take, has the 2 green days, right? All the earnings buyers as of this week are now underwater, because anybody who bought February and later bought above 80. We actually flushed on Thursday. We closed just above $80. We opened below $80. The 200 period moving average on the day for AMD is actually 79. And so we closed above 80. We opened below 80. I just said to myself, if AMD for whatever reason pops today, and I wanted it closer to 79, 79.50, kind of over that 200 period moving average for the short. It didn't actually get there, so you guys see, like, I did not take like a short up there. But, you know, speaks volumes to, as a day trader, you have to change your kind of levels in real time, because if the short is going to be really good, is it actually going to give you the price that you want? Not all the time. Sometimes you got to drop it a little bit. I think it showed you with these kind of wick off tops and the fact that it did 1, 2, 3. So it's kind of triple top, wick off tops there. Couldn't close a candle above, you know, 78.30-ish, give or take. You know, didn't ever really break that secondary high, so that 78.50 level. But again, kind of like the short on that level. And I said to myself, well, where am I covering this if I do get that fill? Like, where's my potential target? And I said, yeah, maybe 77 is the target. And this was kind of last night as I was just like glancing over at some levels. And the reason I say 77 is because that is the high of this move on the daily. And so I said to myself, if this wicks up and I can get a fill up here, where do I cover? 77. And then where's a potential long? Well, that'll be 76.50. And so that's kind of how I had that. You know, didn't have the short because it didn't really give that opportunity, which is fine. Dips back down into the area. I take the first piece, so I have the win on the first piece. That was solid. 77 printed, so I did get the fill there, which was pretty nice. Then we dipped back below. Yeah, my mistake is obviously canceling those bids because I was talking about like the 76.50 level being good, and I would have taken that back up to 77 probably, or you know, 76, like 85, give or take. So that was a pretty good trade there that I was not a part of. But essentially, yeah, when just referring to my own trades, can't catch them all. It's all good, man. And Walmart, I'm not in this position anymore. And this is what I get for trying to hold something. You know, it's make money on the first trade, you know, watching this, letting it do its thing. Okay, now it should finally go. It doesn't. I literally stopped myself out at the perfect area because this thing, like this is why I stopped myself out. It's like I stopped myself out and then it just like rips all the way to 147.71. So do I really want to hold a 70, like 60, 70 cent extra loser against me? Like, no, not at all. So yeah, out of this trade, I think I'm still profitable on the trade, I think. I should be profitable on the trade, yeah. But yeah, I was really hoping for this to actually flush down. It didn't. So, I mean, next time, I guess I just kind of never hold a piece. I don't know, man. I'm trying to learn in real time. I think it was worth it. It was obviously worth it to hold there. It just didn't work out.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
The giggle at the end is what gets me, guys. I love that one. For Sean's little promo there. All right, guys, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Meta. I want to rinse and repeat this level. Call me crazy, but I do like this close. Now it's continuing to break below it. Looks like we had a bit of a poopy 2-year treasury auction where we actually had 4.67 versus 4.13 prior. That's what Mohammed Al-Barash is saying. I haven't confirmed that, so have a look. Dan Emmons was telling us also about the 2-year treasury auction coming out at 1 o'clock. It's 1:13 at the moment, so that may be causing this retracement we're seeing here on the market, kind of retrace to the 50 period. We talked about the rejection off the 50 period, and here we go, right back down south, 40.15.50. That's the low of day on the ES March contract. So here we go. Looks like we're going to get right back to that level, and maybe we'll actually get to 4,000. What's the chat saying up to with respect to whether we hit 4,000 on the ES. 57% say yes, and so the others say no. Where are we, though, Luca? The question is, where are we on the like count? So let's have a look here. Let's pop up the trusty Google window. Let's load in and take this opportunity to show you some of the cool features we have here. Looks like we're 2,700 likes, guys. All right, 3,000 more likes. I know it's been kind of like a slower day. There we go, yeah, 2,800 likes, baby. We can get 3,000, right?
We could 100% get 3,000.
There we go.
But I think you meant to say 300 initially.
300. Did I say 300?
You said 3,000.
Yeah. So get 3,000 total, 300 more. So we're at 2,700.
Oh, total.
300
yeah,
more
okay,
for 3,000, and then
I was
3,000
like, yeah, man,
total.
let's get this up to like 10K likes if possible. 4,600 people watching right now. What's going on? If you're new to the show, please hit the like button. Somebody was asking about, I think it was Terry, who was saying, let's talk about dark pools and why they make level 2 an unreliable tool. In the world of trading, you want to just make sure. You want to make sure, I think
Sean is short meta.
Sean is short meta. In the world of trading, you want to just kind of use tools together, right? You want to use all the tools with each other. So, for example, VWAP is not a one-stop shop for I should just short it because it rejected VWAP. The 50 period, up or down is not over/under all the time. You want to use levels. You want to use kind of the indicators to see where a program is going to come in. You want to watch the tape. You want to see where things are printing. I would agree that a lot of volume is done in dark pools. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the book, the level 2 that you're watching. So for example, this is the Walmart tape. It's a bunch of 1s and 2s. Are these actually real? Probably not. But this 68 guy right here, sitting at 147.68 on the offer, 3,200 shares. That is real. That is probably real. And the way that you tell is you watch the tape. It gets there. You see the shares go off. It prints 3,200 shares, give or take. On the offer, so you know that was real. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you should use that and say to yourself, oh, somebody's selling here, I should sell here too. Is it at a level? Is it at a moving average? Is it at VWAP? How does price react? Does it fill that order and then go back in the money? Does it fill the order? Does the order reload? Is that price level reloading? So you want to use all these things together. Don't just look at one thing individually, right? So as long as you're doing that, I think you'll do just well. And as long as you're on the right side of the move, you'll do just fine. But yeah, just make sure that you're using all these things together. I'm not sitting here looking at the size on Tesla at 200 and then saying like, oh, size at 200, like this is a long, like no, this is my bounce play. Like I'm going for it in this general area because 200 is a level. I don't care what size is at 200. Whether it's 1,000 lots, whether it's 500, like I'm taking this bounce play regardless, and I'm expecting the level to break. Now, if it's like 20 million shares, 40 million shares at that level, then I say, okay, this is a different situation here. But again, 1,000 lots, 2,000 lots, like doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. It's all going to fill. It's all going to break. And majority of that will eventually trade in the dark pool, up and down, over and above. So it's not so much unreliable. You just want to use it in confluence with other things to kind of build your strategy out and find your repeatable strategies. I see you got that going there.
So we got to talk a little bit about this now that we have an opportunity. Luca, is this something that you can see yourself punching? Can you punch into positions wearing this guy over here?
As long as there's no hands, I could definitely.
No hands, right?
I don't have to see what I'm doing. I can close my eyes, and this digital warfare, man, I just feel it.
I like this. I don't know, like it's probably better that you're wearing this during winter because that feels like it might be a little bit hot to be inside of. I don't know. Especially with the black mesh.
It's okay. This is what I train for, man.
You can just probably take off that black mesh. I think that's fair.
This is what I train for. I go to the sauna every day. 200 degrees Fahrenheit for 30 minutes.
What do you guys think?
Easy.
What do you guys think? This is good, or should we look for some other? Because we're supposed to be looking here, guys, and we're having a tougher time. It seems like the Big Bird is a bit tougher. All these ones say coming soon, especially the adult Big Bird. We're having a tough time coming across. This one over here says coming soon. This one's over here. So we'll keep looking, guys. We've been looking. Trust me, we have been. Justin's been looking. I've been looking. Let's have a look at this one. This one's pretty good. Let's see what they got. The Elmo costume. Okay, so we'll have a look at this after. We'll load them up and have a look, guys. Ooh, where are we here? Right back down into low of days, 40.15.5. Now we're right back down into 40.16. Do we find support? That's kind of the question. Do we find support at the low of day at 40.15.5, or do we continue to stair step into that 4,000 level? My preference, let's go 4,000. I want to see 4,000, and then I want to smash long on some of these. I think that level holds. I think it's going to be a good level. That's just my opinion. What's the chat up to here? Try to answer. No, too easy. Okay, just do it now. Those are good. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the costumes. Sharif, your thoughts on Piton? Let's have a look at Piton. We haven't pulled that one up in a while. What interesting company that has been for the last little while. Piton. Let's start off with the daily chart on this one. Today, what's Piton down? Piton is down 3.42%. It's now retracing right into that 200 period moving average here on the 3-minute, kind of bouncing off that. But that's just the micro level. Let's have a look more macro to start. What's the daily look like? Okay, so Piton, like the overall market, kind of bottomed out in January. It's kind of been pumping since then. It had earnings back on January 23rd. And it kind of got a little bit of a bump on earnings there, but that looked like it was short-lived as the earnings bump has pretty much faded, and we've closed the gap to the breakout spot. The breakout spot, I want to say, is at 1330. We've now broken below that, retracing into the 50 period here, bouncing off the 50 period, though, finding some support in and around this area. This company, I just don't believe in anymore, to be honest with you. I remember Prad used to call this the exercise company that gives you the iPad, the bike with the iPad, so to speak. And to be honest with you, I was looking for my mom. I was looking for a spin bike for my mom. And some of these other competitors, they have the same kind of thing, like the Echelon. You guys know about the Echelon. It's kind of like, I want to say, a Peloton-esque bike, maybe not as high quality. It looks like as if they're selling you their community, though, and their fitness instructors. And I don't know if that's held on to enough people. They have a commercial going on now where basically they're trying to show you that this isn't a fad, that it's not an elitist fitness cult, that it's kind of, for the everyday person and to buy one, even though the bikes are like $2,500 plus. And they're not much cheaper resale either. I remember this company started getting into actually selling used bikes so much were they desperate to actually try to boost sales. They started selling these used bikes, and the used bikes weren't even that much cheaper than the new bikes. So I don't know. I don't like the story. The daily chart obviously speaks for itself. It's very poopy. It's found a bit of a bottom here at the moment, but I don't have a good look on this one. I would stay away from it. Piton, maybe intraday trade on news, but that's about it. It's not going anywhere near my long-term portfolio, Luca.
Yeah, it's, guys, I'm sitting on the offer here on Amazon, and I'm wondering if this wick is actually real. Maybe you can check IB for me.
Sure, what's that, Amazon?
Yeah, $12.50. I'm just curious, $12.50. Did this actually go to $94.78?
Nothing. $94.78?
Yeah.
No, that's incorrect.
No, that's not. Okay, okay. I was going to say, there's no way, man. There's no way. Okay,
It did it at 12 o'clock. At 12:07, there was a move up to 94.76.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Cool. All good, man. Yeah, Amazon, the short is good. It got up there. I'm just sitting a little bit higher. It just didn't end up getting higher to fill that order, so no problem. Safe to say coin is kind of on the trajectory back to the upside for the time being. I think those below 62 bids are not going to come through today, but I'm going to chill with it. I kind of like that area. We'll see where it wants to go. Yeah, guys, in chat, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. It's a great time. Things are a little bit slower right now. Volume definitely will pick up going into the afternoon. But, great time for questions because I am just chilling. As you guys can see, no trades on board, just basically waiting to see if anything wants to come to fruition. I think that short off of VWAP on Apple was good. I wasn't trying to do this. This was one short, and then I wanted to get out of it. The rest was like a keystroke error. But essentially, it was breaking up. I didn't think we would close up here. And then I was like, I don't know. I don't love it anymore, so let me get out. But essentially rejecting the VWAP, moving back to the downside into that low of day. I think, if this dark pool is real, I just want to comment on in terms of, people say, yeah, maybe it's support, maybe it's resistance. The flip side to it is, yeah, maybe that's a fair price, right? If this amount of size is a live trade that just took place right now in a dark pool, so block trade, that just means there's a buyer, there's a seller. And if so, they have agreed that 149.80 is a good price to trade. So somebody wants to buy that many shares, somebody wants to sell that many shares. Who the parties are, we don't know. But it just looks like price wants to continually print in and around that area. And so if you're looking at it on the day, we obviously started the day up here. We kind of went up to 151. I think Sean was mentioning the 151 shorts that were bangers all the way back down to 150. Then coming back into that 149.80 area. And look at this. Literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like all these trades, you know, volume profile is definitely in and around 149.80. It's obviously going to be there because of the dark pool. But then look at all the other trades that it always just floats back to 149.80. So you see these kind of big trades, you could definitely say to yourself, yeah, maybe shorting above that area and then covering the area and then longing below that area and then covering the area. Maybe that's a good look because, you know, if that much size traded, maybe that's fair price. Maybe bots then kind of look at that and say to themselves, well, if this much size printed in a dark pool at that area, maybe it's going to print again. And so maybe they're mean reverting back to that area. Now, keep in mind that because Apple's down 1.85%, and it has the VWAP overhead, maybe the short is actually better than the long just because it's down on the day. Just because the market's down on the day, it's just a weaker day overall. Maybe we're going for the 4,000 test. So, you know, all these things considered, you know, maybe maybe you say to yourself, I will short and long based on this mathematical kind of volume profile trade that I'm going to take, but maybe I'm going to take 200 shares on the short, but only 50 shares on the long because I don't really love the long because of all these other reasons, but I really like the short. So then you scale it to the best of your ability. So again, this isn't per se a strategy that anybody should take. It's not a trade that I took. I was just basically shorting there for whatever reason, but just giving you guys an example of how you can just think of different creative ways to look at the market, to go into the market and trade things. You know, if they work, they work. Make sure you write it down. Make sure you can repeat it, and yeah, then you kind of go from there and try to build a strategy around it. Just a good look. I think it was Lone in the chat who mentioned that one, so I just wanted to call it out. Pretty interesting take, man. Yeah, it doesn't look like it was an opening or closing print of any time soon. So yeah, and we just keep going back into that area. So kind of interesting there. I know Dan Emmons, you're just saying something quickly here, but I wanted to quickly say, you were saying the shorts were money in the morning and you couldn't get the fills, and that was the small tell as to, oh yes, it was good shorts. It's I kind of agree with you there. If you see these kind of small tells in your trading where, you know, you can't get a fill at a certain level and you think the short might be good, maybe you just cross and punch and try to get that fill because it's not giving you that fill for a reason. And I almost want to say as a day trader, getting filled is the most primary form of information that you can get. It is live information. You know, if I try to get long Apple right now at 149.52 and it's not filling that, this thing probably goes back up because it's not just filling that bid. And also keep in mind, I mean, it does depend the broker that you're with, but for the most part, odd lots don't have price protection. So again, if you're sitting at 149.51 on Apple on the bid and you're sitting there from this morning, assuming that it didn't actually print there, let's say you're sitting just below there. If I come in at the lot, well, I am explaining it. So essentially, yeah, so basically odd lot is anything below 100 shares. So a lot is 100 shares. You know, 97 or 15 would be like an odd lot. So if you're trying to get long at 149.11 and you were sitting there from the morning, so you have time preference. So you were there before I was there, but you're sitting there with 15 shares. If I come in at the last second with 100 shares and we are the only two people on that specific gateway and the price comes down there, it will actually fill me versus you. And the reason is because odd lots don't get price protection. Now, so much volume goes off that this isn't necessarily something that you'll notice in your trading. You know, don't take what I say with a grain of salt. Not to say that it's not accurate, but it won't really mean much to a lot of you guys that are trading out there, especially if you're using areas. This is like, you know, a very like robotic algorithmic thing. But yeah, you know, you can take that information and say to yourself like, oh, wait a second, I'm throwing these odd lots out there and I actually want the fill, but I can't get them. You know, if you get the fill on an odd lot, like why? Because you have no price protection. If you get an odd lot fill very, very quickly, that could be a sign of something. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it is a sign of something. It's probably a sign of nothing. You could be just seeing things. But, you know, do what you want with that information. Yeah, that's just kind of speaking towards, you know, fills, market infrastructure, dark pools, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, definitely lots of fun there. You can play around with it, but it is algo stuff, not so much. Again, if you're using areas, if you're saying like, oh, that 150 area, maybe you're going to get a bounce play in that area. It doesn't matter, man. It's just, it is what it is. It's just going to get into that area, and you just manage risk accordingly and go from there. So people saying now the SPY is below 400. So yeah, I am still waiting on the bid here. So let's see if this thing wants to actually fill. I mean, now it's like less of a bounce play. Like before, I wanted like the flush and the dip. Now it's just like trend, man. This thing is like, it went all the way back up, all the way back down. Yeah, 4,000. Where's that poll? Can we even pull that up? I guess I don't even know how to pull that up. But yeah, anyways, I don't know what the kind of voting is on that poll, but everybody who said, we're close to 4,000, but we're still in an area that it doesn't necessarily touch 4,000.
We're close. We just made a new low a day, dude. 40.13.
And
we're
Andy,
continuing to make low a day.
Andy, I don't know what your you me complete crime Luca question mark. You me complete crime Luca. Sorry, I don't know what that means. If you want to specify that, you could write that again. You me complete crime Luca with dark pools. It's funny because when I talk about dark pools, there's always somebody in the chat that's like illegal crime. It manipulates markets, and I just think like, well, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that dark pools are the root of that. It's just everything in general.
It's funny because I was actually having a conversation with my dad on the weekend. I'm like, yeah, you know, AI is going to take over everything. He's like, wait till you know, AI starts taking over trading. I'm like, Dad, I mean, like, where have you been? Algos have been the thing for like, I don't know how long now. When did that movie come out?
It's
not Speed Boys. What's it called?
Well, Flash Boys. I don't know if there's a movie, but it's the
or
it's
whatever
the
the book. I mean, sorry to say. Yeah, that was like what, in the Great Financial Crisis around then.
Yeah, and before it's just like talking about infrastructure and stuff. But it's kind of funny because I think like if I'm not mistaken, like 80% of volume is like algorithmic order flow.
I'm not surprised.
And so again. This doesn't mean that you can't. This is where it's funny because you're having the conversation. Oh, wait till AI comes to trading. I literally have conversations with my friends, and I say, wait till AI comes to your job because I've been dealing with AIs for a little bit of time, and I can tell you one thing: they're savages. They're Terminators out there. So you know what, Sarah Connor in the building. Let's go killing these AIs. Sometimes getting killed, but you always respawn the next day, hopefully, and then you go again from there. So yeah, it's definitely exciting. AI coming to a place near you. If you're a lawyer watching the show, I mean, you know how potentially frightening it is to learn that AI can do like the kind of grunt work.
Yeah,
that fast. So how do you actually? I mean, you get into a big firm, you want to work your way up, you want to make partner, whatever. Like, how do you even do that now? If AI is like taking all those jobs away, you need to adapt. You need to understand technology. So yeah, definitely build on your.
We've seen some blunders though, right? Like the last few days with Microsoft and Google. Their AI showing its novelty and showing that it's still in the initial stages of everything. I mean, it's obviously really easy to get caught up and say, we're like at the doorstep of everything being automated, but oftentimes like self-driving and the electric car and all these big leap innovations, they seem to be progressing rather than like, okay, well, they're here and now we have to kind of acclimate to it. There we go. We'll hit that a couple of times. There's no rule that says we can only hit it once. We should put words of the day. We should put like the S in brackets because oftentimes we'll get more than one that we like. I'm long 186 IBIO. Say I'm like cruising for a bruising here, but I like this. It's kind of reclaim VWAP, setting up like a micro bull flag. I'm looking for a continuation and a test into two. That's the whole idea here. I'll know I'm right if we can make a newer high, which at the moment is above that 189, 190. We can wick and close above there. I don't want to see a wick up and then an immediate retracement. That means nothing. But anything above 190, I'll probably add to that position anyway. Small little baby position, trying to explore and see what this market has to offer. All my small cappers are retracing or they've gone to sleep. Likewise, the large cappers, well, now I think we have an interesting short. Maybe into 4,000. We're continuing to print lower lows here on these futures. 40.12 and a quarter is low. We were at 40.15, excuse me, just a few minutes ago. Now we're continuing to print down. So if I posit that we will hit 4,000 and I want that long, it's just about a matter of taking which one do I take south. I mean, to be honest with you, Apple looks like it's the weakest at the moment. It's kind of been the weakest. It had that nice flat bottom break at that 149.63. Now it's at 149.35. The bear's pulling it up over here. Tesla is an interesting one too to take short, but it scares what out of me. So I kind of had a quick trade with Tesla earlier. Not sure I want to dance with that one again, but do we see 4,000? If we do, why don't I punch short here then? I mean, I should be punching short because we're likely going to retrace on some of these big cappers. So decisions to be made, and we'll see what this one does. Camel Crush, any opinion on NEE, New Era Energy? Haven't had a look at NEE, never really heard about it either. Let's pull it up here, down 2% on the day. This one's kind of messing up my my information broker. Let's bring in the trade ideas. There we go. So let's pull up NEE over here, Nextera Energy. Profile. Okay, so no. Business summary. Do we have anything here on that? No. NE competitors. Okay, so not much to be said about that. Let's look at the price action of NEE. Let's bring this down again. So the daily chart doesn't look too bad. I mean, it looks like your typical energy chart with its big move up earlier in the 2022 year as a result of the war, then the big flush down, then the retracement. Kind of were like near year's low, to be honest with you, at 73. We kind of had that range, I want to say, between 70 and 90, about a $20 range for the past year or so. We're in the lower end of that range, so if we hold that range, this could be an interesting long. I don't know anything specifically about the macros of the company or the fundamentals of the company, so I'll refrain from making any statements about that. But technicals look decent. You know, if you're a range trader, that would be an interesting get low. Beat Fanatic saying here, posting, positing is an underrated endeavor. Yes, there you go. You know, I don't think I'm wrong so far because we're continuing to print more lows here on the ES now. 40, 11, 40, 10, 75, continuing to print lower lows. But Apple really not coming down into the lows. It's at lows, but not printing newer lows at the moment. 149.31 is low. We're at 149.37. You know, I don't know. This has been a tough one, Luca. I'm not sure what to do here.
Yeah, I'm long the market here, so let's see where this wants to go. I do expect a flush, some sort of flush right now into 4,000. Wait, let me just go like this here. Yeah, expecting some sort of flush into 4,000. Maybe I'm early on the trade, but I am pretty light on this trade, so I'm kind of waiting to see what it wants to do in and around this area, and I'm sort of playing it off of the ES as opposed to the SPY. So again, no real hard level, but I'm just waiting to see, can we like break below 4,000 and then bounce off of like a specific general area in front of the 4,000. I don't think this thing has it in it to go all the way to 4,000 specifically and then bounce. I actually think that we're going to bounce either here or just below. So yeah, that's why I'm long right now. And it is a scalp trade for myself. If we like rip back to the upside, I'll be out of the trade. So yeah, I think I'm going to get that print. So I'm not really too worried with it. I'll consider adding if it looks a little bit better, spends more time here. But yeah, we're going to see where it goes in the next few minutes. Camel Crush, I don't know if you saw that.
Yes,
Thank you, Sheree.
Bang, absolutely. I'm sorry I couldn't give you more information on the company, but my Fundamentals Explorer is kind of messing up a little bit here. But NEE, kind of having a big move down, now that you mention it, 74.90 is where it was at. Now we're kind of retracing into 74.40, kind of like stair-stepping down. That would have been a nice short off whatever level. I haven't been following this to kind of know whether this was a level or not. 74.80 in that area. That's where the breakdown area is. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on that in the next few days. I'll keep it on the long-term watch list here. You guys know that I've been watching UNG for a possible bounce on the Nat Gas ETF here. That just has not happened, guys. We are now in very clear territory. All-time lows on this ETF. 714 bottom. It's, you know, like the book, the CMT book says, you know, you find a lot more trending in the commodities market. They trend for a lot longer, whereas you may find, you know, like disruptive periods during equities market. I mean, that could not have been more true. Look at this move down, and it's just one day after another that it's continuing to show weakness. You know, this was a flat bottom break. I mean, I was looking at this area here as the possible bottom. Now, maybe the reason that we did get such a long consolidation is because this was the area of the all-time lows. So buyers and sellers were in a bit of a fight around this, I want to say 850 area, but that was just decidedly broken. We closed below it. Now we're actually way below into that $7 area. So $1.50 below now on an $8 stock. That's not small potatoes. So what a day. Well, I mean, what a trade it has been if you had that short on on UNG or in any nat gas contract. Okay, back to IBIO here, back in the money on this one. We're testing that same level of 188. We want to see continuity here, breaking through and closing above 190. And then I really think we could see a decent day. What happened to my, oh, because I'm on long term. There we go. Yeah, we could see a $2 test. A 204 is the high on IBIO. I like where this is going. The volume's picking up a smidge, which is good. It's got a bull flag pattern. It's above VWAP. It's shown a clearly defined area where it could break out from that 190 area. Here we go. We're testing 190 again, but you know, it's a 2-penny spread on a dollar stock. I never want to see that. I want to see super tight. I want to see super liquid on these small cap crappers. This one's up 27% on the day. I'm going to hold this one until it breaks $2. I mean, there's really no point for me to get out here. What else is going on? Camel Crush, one love, brother. Thank you. Absolutely. Camel Crush, always a friend of the shows, an active member in the chat. Guys, by the way, in case you want to engage with us, ask Luca and I any questions, of which we typically take during this time because it is a little bit slower. You have to be a subscriber. You can't engage in the chat unless you're a sub, so make sure to hit that subscribe button and share with your friends, share with your family. We don't grow unless we get shared, guys. All right, back down to the futures here. 40.10.5 now the low on the ES March contract as we stair step closer and closer and closer to that 4,000 level. Should we see it today? And if we do we get a bounce? I mean, there's nothing etched in stone that says we do have to get a bounce, but I'm willing to bet that we do. And that's kind of what I'll be waiting for here into the afternoon as we do continue to make lower lows. 4,009.5 now, the low on the ES March contract. All right, back to IBIO. Quickly, we do get to that $1.90. We wick to it. We don't close, so still haven't made that breakout and that consistent move to the high side that we want to see to test to. So no, not going to add at this level. Hopefully we get somewhere in that 192, 193 area close. I'll add another half position and maybe ride into 2 on that one. All right, quickly back here into Apple. Looks like we're getting, you know, a bit of a bottom here. I'm wondering if this is an interesting area to take a scalp short on Apple, because we have found a bit of a bottom. It kind of looks like a bear flag. You have that move down and then a kind of like a higher low, higher low, higher low, which is what you want to see on this to kind of create the pennant, and then you want to see that continuation south. Well, that continuation south off this bear flag would make sense if we are destined to get that 4,000 retracement, because you got to assume we're going to drop a few more shekels on Apple if we're going to move down another 11 points, 11.5 points on these futures. So I'm looking for a possible entry short here on Apple. I know the guy to my left is long the market, but he's looking more bigger picture, seeing that we are closer to 4,000 and he wants to, like, I guess, front run the trade. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. Let's go short here. So I do get the short on Apple. What's my out? I want to say if we get a 2/3 retracement on this bear flag. So I'm looking for an out possibly into the 60s. So I can give this one 10 pennies. 149.60, it will be my out. I want to see, you know, even if we consolidate a little bit here, I don't want to see us retrace too much on the futures. I want to see a continued stair step into 4,000. Otherwise, if we don't get it, we don't get it. And I lose 10 pennies on Apple.
Yeah, I was just looking at TRK. What's the thing? TRKA. Just quickly. There's a bid that's following this thing up. It's not much. It's like 4,000 lots. It's probably eventually going to fill, but I can show it here. TRKA. Yeah. So right here, 30 at 32.5, and I feel like it's just chasing it up because I saw it move once. And to be honest, when something moves once, I feel like it's more likely that it moves again. But again, 4,000 lots is nothing crazy. As you guys can see, it's kind of dwindling down. It is getting the fill, and 4,000 lots, you would add 2 zeros to see that. Now it's 17, now it's gone, and then, yeah, bid filled. So, again, that is not crazy amount of size, but you'll see things move to the upside if whoever this buyer is just like stair-stepping up, just trying to get the fill. They don't care about the price. I just feel like that's a short that potentially is short over here, and then trying to hold, but now it moves back to the upside, so they cover the break even. And there's a get me out before this thing gets even any worse. and then it fills, and now it's just kind of gone with that one. So yeah, no thoughts there. I'm not really like long or short on this name. You know, the little bit of a dip and rip. Do we get the high day clear out? I mean, I don't do well on these 30-cent stocks. I don't necessarily like trading them, so I'm going to stay away from it and let it go. I know you were saying short Apple. I like that trade. It just kind of 149.50 was that little bit of support, breaking below, coming back up. Watching the level now. Does it have like another leg down? You know, the rest of the market, I'm obviously long the SPY here. I'm just waiting to see if it's floating around the same price. Time is also a tell for myself, at least. So, for example, I got long, and it's just been at this price for so long, and so this sort of tells me that we sold into this level, which is now not really selling off. And then I just feel like if we start to turn up, we're gonna get the rip to the north side. So if we go up, great. If we go back down, I'll just kind of reevaluate and see what happens there. But I do like when things kind of go down and then stop. And then it's just like, okay, maybe this is the bottom. I'll take my shot on it. So yeah, we'll just see. ETH 2021, when dump? Yeah, maybe not today, but maybe sometime soon. I mean, maybe going into March, mid-March, maybe we get kind of more moves to the downside. Guys, this is the ES, MES, same thing. Basically, this is the futures. And, you know, having the up move, consolidation, this up move going into first portion of the move, you know, this was tax loss selling into the end of the year, tax loss harvesting, I should say. This is the buybacks, in my opinion, that took place. Going then into earnings season where you know the bid is strong, give or take, doing a lot of volume. Now, for the most part, big earnings are done. You know, things are retracing everything and more. You know, AMD, Apple, Amazon, et cetera, et cetera. Now the bid is kind of weak. We get the morning pops, and then we get the fade the rest of the day. So I personally believe that we're going to see multiple red days, but I think the way that they happen intraday is I think you're going to get the morning pops the way that it did on the SPY, and then you're going to get the rest of the day fade. So with this type of setup, if you're not used to this type of setup, it's very, I would say, nerve-wracking to short a lot of size on the pops because there's really no liquidity that you're playing off of. You're sort of taking a stab saying, I think it's going to stop over here and fade for the rest of the day. You know, with this kind of ideology in mind, let me just use AMD as an example. In case you're looking at AMD, for myself, I wanted, you know, 79.30 as like a short. It didn't even get close to there. It went to 78.40. So like, I was right on the idea, but like, how do I bring myself to punch $1 lower, right? For like that trade. But again, so I can't really size in to this trade because I want it closer to 80, not so much closer to 79. But I could still take the trade. But what I have to do to kind of make money on this trade or this intraday swing is I have to short the area and then I have to actually hold for low of day. So it's super important to wait for your targets and it's super important to size accordingly if you think that we're going to go down. But if you think that we're going to have morning pops, do the volume, and then fade the rest of the day. You know, that's a specific setup that you would have to, in my opinion, size down because, again, not really, like, why do we stop here and then fade? Like, there's no, like, liquidity on the book. You're not really seeing anything specific. You're kind of taking the shot. It's not really at the level that you love. So, you know, all these things come into play, and you sort of tell yourself, like, okay, I'll take this trade, but I'll take it less size, therefore I have to hold for longer, so I have to wait for my targets. If this is going to be the theme, again, going back to the overall market, which is what I was saying, if this is going to be the theme where we're going to go down into like 3,800, it's going to be like short the pops, hold it for the rest of the day. Short the pops, hold it for the rest of the day. So yeah, I've seen this before, just low liquidity environment, kind of feel like that's the general theme there. So yeah, man, we'll see if that wants to come to fruition or not. Microsoft, yeah, inching back to the upside. That 253 probably gets tested soon. You got the VWAP overhead. Probably eventually gets the VWAP in prints. So that would be just below 253.50. I'm not taking along on Microsoft. My next level for Microsoft to watch is that 250 level. A little bit of a psychological level on that one. And again, you know, it had the run up with everything else. You know, trade around 270 for the time being. And then now going to 250. So I'll try my luck in and around 250. Not crazy size, I'll tell you that much, because it's been there before. Probably gets no size on that level if I had to guess. But yeah, we'll see if that wants to actually hit. If it hits today, great, I'll try it. If it hits tomorrow, I'll try it then. But yeah, probably no trades on Microsoft for the day. I just feel like the dip buy in Microsoft is like a good look, but the bounce play on Microsoft, you got to give it like a wide range. So it's not so much as sharp as Tesla moves. It doesn't have that much velocity. But I kind of treat it like that, right? I treat it like Microsoft and Alibaba have like a similar feel, although Alibaba has like a little worse of a spread. But yeah, there's that. So we'll see where that one wants to go. I want to go back to my SPY trade very quickly. This thing is now above 400. So I feel like I should have had an order out. Okay, yeah, there we go. I'll just take a little bit worse price. I thought I had an order out, but okay, I guess not. Yeah, so getting the first play at 400. Now I'm going to hold the rest to see can we go? Like, can we go here? We're going to go to 401. This is not exactly the flush bounce that I wanted to see on the market. So as you guys can see, it kind of came down, like it broke the lows with no velocity, in my opinion. Like it broke the lows. It didn't really sell off as hard as I thought that it could. Then it got to 410. It didn't really show a bot, like it didn't like dip and then rip. So yeah, maybe there is more downside to come, but I'm still gonna hold on to this to see where it goes. For example, when you play a bounce play, you sort of want like that Tesla trade. So going back to Tesla earlier today, even though I had it at the wrong level, like look at this, dip and then rip. So like it literally reclaimed the whole candle in the same minute. Like that's a sick bounce play. So going back to the market, it's like it didn't really do that. And this is the 5 minute, I understand that, but it didn't really do that, so I don't think the bottom's in. But yeah, I'm covering the first portion for the scalp trade, taking that money, pretty happy with it, and then I'm gonna wait and see, do we continue back to the upside? I will hold some to see if we can go to the upside. If we don't, it's not a trade where I'm gonna add to it. I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna wait and see where 4,000 is. How does it react? Trades are good the first time, not so much the second, third, fourth time.
All right, we get big boy on that Apple short, short into strength. Nice like 20 penny winner here, letting this run continue to the downside. I like this trade. It was a build in position, initial short, then get top wick on that move down. Now let's look for a move into the 30s. We're printing 45s. If we can get anywhere near the 30s, 43s holding for the minute. You got to assume there's going to be a little bit of a bounce here. Where are we short? We're short 61, so nice 20 pennies or so. Let this one run. Don't take it out. Don't diamond. Don't paper hand this trade. Don't diamond hand. Don't paper hand this trade. Try to diamond hand this trade. Yeah, into the 30s. You know, just let me have a resting order. Why am I even bother? There we go. I'll sit at 38. There we get that into 39. 39. There we go. It's 38 coming anytime soon here. And we're out. So nice little trade on Apple. We get that short. That was the thesis, to try to basically, short into the pop. But the idea, the best idea, would be hold into that 4,000. But such is my affliction. I just do not have the patience for that. So here it is. We take the trade. Nice little scalp trade on that one. I'm kind of taking a page out of Luca's book here. Scalp, scalp, scalp is, I guess, the theme of the day for the moment. So that one ends up being a good trade. Pumped about that. The not so good trade is this IBIO. Again, it's bamboozling me. Showing me, hey, look, I reclaimed VWAP. I'm about to go north again. And then, it starts flirting in and around VWAP and annoying me. As it typically does, IBIO. I think it's worth adding at this position here because we are actually at the VWAP. Last time I kind of jumped in front of VWAP a little bit, getting 86s. Now I get some 82s there. It's a 10% position. Let's see if we can get, we do obviously get a much better ACB, adjusted cost basis, for that 184s now we have. So again, keep talking about this one. I hope it just materializes. Let's break through 190. We made a higher high, right? We did. Here it is right here, 190. We reject off 190 before. We have been rejecting off 188, 189. So we wanted that newer high. We got it, but we get that retracement to VWAP showing us that, yay, I'm not ready to break out just yet. We only have 8 minutes left on the show. Obviously, I'm going to hold this one. If it, if it doesn't break down VWAP and it shows its continued intention to pop north, I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it till whenever I need to hold it to. So back into 184 as we go on that. we haven't talked about this one in a while. This one was a screaming short. I'm frustrated with myself because I said that, I should have gone short if we double topped and broke the V-neck here, the bottom, the trough essentially, which would have been through that 480 break, 479. I ended up covering here on this. I added to the long instead of taking this. This so bad to look at because you have the plan, you end up completely ditching the plan and doing something completely on the fly, which is never the good idea. Follow your plan. Yeah, I should have had a lot better of a trade on. It was a very predictable move there. Okay, quickly back to Apple here. This one continuing to print to the south side. Do we get a test of that 149.31? That's a low of day. We're at 33s. Here comes that 41 Luca. Okay, so you got to load it up.
Yeah, I'll do that
Type in
next time.
stream, and there
Yeah,
you go.
I'll
What do
do
you
it.
want? What do you want?
No, it's all. I just wanted to test, just to see there. Yeah, guys. So I don't know. I mean, maybe 4,000 is coming soon. So we'll see where that one wants to go. K&T, absolutely. A real investor takes risk. 100%. You need to take risk. Risk it for the biscuit if you think it's there. A lot of the times, you know, different types of trades, man. Different types of trades. Middle of the day is different than the morning, different than the afternoon. So you just need to adjust to the market that you're in for sure. Yeah, exactly. Market's just kind of floating here. I'm not going to let this long go that I had. So I already took the win on the first piece of the kind of market bounce here. We're now going lower. So let's see how 4,000 reacts. I mean, I'm willing to add, but closer to 4,000. So I'll just kind of hold what I have here, and we'll see where this one wants to go. Again, I'm not really worried about it. Someone's saying Luca will E underwater.
B, I'm assuming.
Luca will be underwater. I think you're talking about my long. Well, no, not. It's yeah, no, it's guys. So if you're tuning in for the first time, we're
My
day
name
traders.
is Scalp Demon.
I'm a scalper. You know, I have an idea with what I'm doing with this, and I'm not like super worried with it at all, and I want to add to it. So yeah, again, guys, if you're tuning in for the first time, you know, we don't hold things overnight, so I'm not long here, and like I'm not holding this for like 2 weeks or whatever. I'm just like watching it right now, and I'm waiting to see, do we like bounce or do we like hold? Is there another area that I can get long? So again, yeah, I'm basically chilling right now, waiting to see what happens next.
Basically a demon.
Yeah, basically, yeah, and super chill mode, man, super chill mode. It's, yeah, unwise, not big anymore. No, this is, so 4,000, because this is the thing. I'm going for the 4,000 long, right? And so, like, I'm adding over here, but I'm like waiting to see if it, like, dips. So let me actually, like, give you, like, a good example of, like, what I'm looking for, and I'll just draw it, like, right here. Sorry, let me just do this very quickly. Maybe this, like, adds a little bit of insight into, like, what, like, my logic is on this trade. So when it's going here, I actually want it to, like, dip, because then this probably equals 4,000 on the ES. So we would have dipped into 4,000. Then I want it to, like, average in, like, you know, right? For the move back up, like the quick move back up, that was like the bounce play I was going for. So it just kind of stopped there, and it didn't really keep going to the downside. So I was like, okay, whatever. I guess I roll with what I got here. So I get the first fill. I'm waiting to see, does it break the 50 period and go? It doesn't. It's back down. So I'm not like super worried. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. If it did, I would be in like more shares. I'd be probably already out of the trade because it either would have worked or it didn't. Because it's like in float mode, I'm not exactly like taking shares in a floating market environment. It's just not the way that, like for myself as a day trader, I don't do that. Like I like to get in, you know, like at least if we're talking about size, like I like to get in areas that it's not going to spend time there. So it's going to like whip in a direction, take the trade, whip back in the money or out of the money, and it's just very easy. If the market's floating around and you're kind of like in size when it's floating, it just means you're in a bad position because, yeah, man, it could just float, and then there's no offsetting orders. There's no real kind of conviction to say that you're right or wrong. So, yeah, I look for those kind of like whipsaw moments. Those are the ones that I really like. This is more so like just kind of like a slower trade, so I'm just kind of chilling, being very patient with it.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Wow, that
was aggressive.
Quite intimidating. Yeah, to be honest. And the way that his head pops on the screen before the whole video comes out, it's like, who's this guy? Yeah, Fahad doing his best bully intimidation there. Him and Pradley should be like the resident bullies, those two guys, my goodness.
You're the bully, bro. Bullying us every day.
They're calling me the bully. I don't know. If you guys worked here, you guys would not think that. All right, guys, run that again. No, we can't run it again. We'll run it soon. All right, guys, we got like 2.5 minutes left on the show. I'm still in this IBI.
Guys, 2.9K likes.
Yeah, come on. Where's that other
If you're new to the show, if you're watching, hit the like button. 2.9. Let's get that to 3K. We're wearing costumes soon.
Very soon.
Very soon. We're wearing costumes. So, you know, all we say is like hit that like button. So, yeah, I love when it comes through. 2.9K. Can definitely get that to 3K in the next 2 minutes. Much appreciated, as always. And there it is, 3K. Thank you so much. Woo! Whoever hit that like, you're the real MVP.
Bang.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, here are some of the costumes we've been looking at. Like, look at this. What do you think about this one, Luca? How you feel about this one? Yeah, you got more dexterity there. You got your face clean there.
Does it come with the cookie?
I'll get you the cookie. That's on me.
Protein cookies.
You wear that. I know. I'll get you the protein treats that I make. Yeah, sadly, there is no Big Bird in this one, guys. So
well, you just need a bird costume. You make it big.
Yeah, but I'd rather just have it done. Like, look at this. They're all coming soon, coming soon, coming soon.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, they're all, I don't know why Big Bird seems to be like, I don't know, all the hype right now. But that's where we are, guys. All right. Can you look at LNZA? Absolutely. There's a few minutes left. Let's have a look at LNZA. No idea what this stock is. Let's put LNZA over here. That is Lanza Tech. Okay, here we go. Intraday. It's up. Oh, okay. It's up 28.92. How did I miss this one? Where is this one on my scanner over here? Give me one. Oh, there I see it. Now, the suspect thing about this one is it's only done 2.07 million shares, and it's very sparsely traded. Not easy to day trade. $5 stock with a 9-penny spread at now it's like a 24 penny spread. Go.
Somebody said, you guys are getting front run on the costume. I was thinking the
right?
exact same thing. I was like, we said we're going to buy it. Somebody bought them all. And now go look on Kijiji for sure. Boosted the price by 10.
Up 15%, guys. 25%. That's hilarious. Once you start thinking about trading, you can't stop. Someone's running me. LNZA, not much of an intraday trade, even though it's up quite nicely. Let's have a look at the daily. See what this one's been doing. Zoom out here. Okay, so it looks like this one IPO. Did it IPO just recently here? Let me confirm that quickly. No, this one's been doing, okay, this one IPO'd back in 2021, guys. Yeah, this is obviously a SPAC because it's hovering around that $10 area. That's an obvious tell. Not sure why this one's been moving down. Don't know why it broke that 10 area. It'd been doing that 10 area for for the better part of January to for the better part of 2022. So not sure. Can't help you with that one. LNZA, a bit of a tough one to read, but it is a SPAC, so be careful with that. Guys, we are all out of time. It is now 2 o'clock, and we're going to send you the big kahunas on the closing show. Make sure to go to the next stream if you're not automatically sent there. It is a new link. So for me, Luca, and the rest of the team, guys, we will see you tomorrow.
Ciao for now.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock. Welcome back. Yeah, a couple